misconceptions. We've got truth in our possession. No room for doubt, no time to waste. It's time to put flat earth in its place.
Welcome everybody to the 50-hour cavalcade of flat earth destruction. I hope you're ready. I'm ready. I've got a bunch of stuff prepped. I've got a lot of guests ready for you. And some interesting content. I've got a game show. I've got going to be on a Discord server. We've got some PhDs coming in here. We've got some of the dumbest people in the world coming in here. And this is all to support the trip I'm taking to Antarctica. So anything, if you want to help with the trip directly, I've got links here on the side and in the description. If you want, you can support there. I'll be tracking these throughout the time here, and I'm gonna try to say thanks to everybody that's already sent money. 176 have already sent money on GoFundMe. So, and my GoFundMe is at 11,950, but people have also sent money through PayPal and through CashApp. I have used exactly none of it yet. It's all just sitting there right now until I feel like I have enough that I am certain I can go. I've paid for nothing yet other than just bought some stuff that I would normally have bought anyway. So I'll start by, I put a thing out earlier on my GoFundMe. So if I say your name on GoFundMe, if you're on there, I'll say your name. That's how it's going to work. I hope you're good. You're good with that. I know normally people are happy to hear it, but sometimes when it comes to flat earthers, I don't know. Anyway, thanks to Matthew Neville. Thanks to the TT guy, Gregory Chala, Stephen Cart, Alex Testa, Rick Oberg, Kevin Dawson, Robert Steppen, George Simonov, Mike Chirill, Kwan Seung Young, Kamsamnida, Christian Chapman, Peter Moisen, is it Moisen? Josh Kautzen, Christian Daprick, Vanessa Whiten, Jesse Hunter, Joe Holloway, Michael Schumacher, and Keith Yarbrough. And I will, there's my first batch there. So thank you to them. I hope I can track everybody. I have also a list of the people that are coming up. So at 7 o'clock Central Time, I've got Jon Snow, and each of those are about an hour segment apart. I do have in the description also a link of the upcoming stuff with the time in there. And as I do, these links will be updated. I'll either do it, or I've got Ken G, the OG, going to be helping out. He's my webmaster. I don't see him in the chat right now, but he'll come up to that, and we'll update stuff as we go. So we've got, anyway, some super chats here. We've already got some. Thank you for that. Oh, super chats. They, obviously I will be spending my own money on this too. So super chats and things like that will wrap around, but they go to the general budget, the things that are in the GoFundMe, the PayPal, the Cash App, and Bitcoin too. The link is in the description there. Those are earmarked for the trip here. So we've got QC, the Libertine is a member at Newton. Is that a new member? It looks like. We got Melodic Lyrics says happy 50 hours of Tunes Day. Mr. Shank is a new member at Newton. CJ Lamro is a member at Sheldon Cooper. Very awesome. Says an awesome 50 hours of SmackDown. Much love for you, Toon. Thank you. SSJ Honey Badger. Love that name. Could you try and debate the gematria effect news guy? He's far worse of a grifting person and a huge liar and scams people to gamble. Yeah, gematria is certainly a thing that is Flurf adjacent. And after December, I really hope that there's nothing for me to do after December. That would be my hope. When in relation to flat Earth, right? And we can all just say, glad that's in the rear view, right? We had to go over those speed bumps a few times and reverse a few times and go back and forth a bunch to get that flat Earth nonsense squished. But I hope it's done, right? Certainly, the people that say the Earth is a disc, well, they got nothing. And what map do they have after that? Pac-Man. Everybody's got to go Pac-Man after that. So dumb. So anyway, yeah, gematria, 5G, geocentrism. There's a bunch of adjacent things. So yeah, the weather modification idiots are out because of the hurricane. They're like, we don't understand hurricanes. Therefore, somebody made it happen, having no clue about the quantity of energy necessary to make those things happen. They're so dumb. Just idiots. Speaking of storm, Beyond Storm Chasing says, see any auroras? And we did. We went out last night and we saw just a faint one. I think we're maybe a little bit too late to see it. So, as well. But yeah, we saw it a little bit. It was much brighter a couple months ago. That one was intense because it was... So there's, you look north and then you angle up and we're at 45 degrees north. So there's the Polaris and then you keep going and straight up zenith, right? 0 degrees straight up, saw aurora there too. So amazing amount of aurora a couple months ago. So yeah, that was pretty interesting last night. How did people predict that? Certainly they didn't use flat Earth. And then Eclipse Chris says, need to sleep. Good luck on not sleeping. Enjoy. Well, I will be doing plenty of not sleeping, but I do have some sleep time in here. So I have content for you. Well, I got to adjust my microphone. I have content for you while I'm sleeping, selected stuff. So Max says a couple months ago, we even had Aurora Australis. That's pretty cool. And yeah, you are, well, how far are you? Where are you? 40 degrees south? 35 south? Max? My daughter was outside with us last night. She's like, are you going to be able to see the aurora when you're in Antarctica? I go, well, the sun will be up the whole time. She goes, oh yeah. So, oh yeah, I saw that Rachie was given a beatdown to a smackdown to Flatzoid today. A well-earned one. He has earned many smackdowns that are due. So, okay. Uruguay is between 30 and 35 south. Yes. Hey, that was a guess. Hey, there's Rachie. Rachie says 50 hours right on. Smash that like and share, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Thanks, Rachie. Anyway, okay. We have, I'm going to go through another group to thank after Keith Yarbrough. We got Brian Buchan, Ralph Krebs, Julian Entis, Jerry Graybosch, Hal Fitzgerald, Dennis Perron, Tatya Lemos, Glenn Donovan, Brian Morin, Jacob Tiven, William Foley, Kyle Neff, Michael Nuremberg, Robbie Mudraizja. I'm sorry. Big thanks there. Big donor there. And I'm apologizing for getting the name wrong. Tony Burleson, very big donor there, or a contributor. I'm not a charity, so it's not really a donation. But yeah, thank you very much, Tony Burleson. Scott Holmbeck, and so far the biggest donor, I think, is David Bonstetter with $1,001. Thank you so much. Thanks. All right. Stephen West or Stephen West. Apologies. I don't know if it's a V, it's a PH. Is it an F sound or a V sound? It's definitely not a P and then an H sound, is it? Darren E. Hamilton and Brandon Perez. Thank you there. So now I have a few things that I will be doing during this. So one of them is I will be recording a couple things here that I will be doing later. So using later, right? So let me do this though first. Anyway, I got to tell you, Muriel, Round Thinker, he sent me their family recipe for their bread. It's good. This is good. I made their recipe, and then this is peach jelly that we made ourselves because we bought a peach tree. We bought in 2020. We bought a peach tree. It was on sale. It was like nobody was buying stuff. Like everything was discounted. So we bought a peach tree and a plum tree, and the peach tree just this year had fruit. Oh my gosh, so much. So. That's a combination right there. Hold on, doesn't think I'll last 50 hours. I'll be sleeping. So if you missed it, there's a link. There's a link in the description there, or pinned link up at the top of the comments. If you haven't seen it yet, warning. So, all right, I'm going to do this. There it is. Okay. So one of the things that people like Witsit like to get really wrong is the motion of the earth. And they completely mess that up. They generally don't get the idea right at all. Now, I'm going to clap my hands and you won't know why. That's to sync up the sound. So, all right. The history of the knowledge of the motion of the earth around the sun. Wait, I don't need those. The history of the knowledge of the earth around the sun is well known. And starting in the 1400s, 1500s, people were figuring out the motion of the earth. And Copernicus, he figured out that the earth was definitely moving, and figured out a bunch of things that was contrary to geocentrism, which was the prevailing idea at the time. They knew the earth was a globe, but they thought it was stationary and in the center of the solar system, or really in the center of the universe. But Copernicus is like, I don't think so. Galileo similarly said that doesn't make sense, and he had some very specific things that he had identified, like the phases of Venus. So the phases of Venus were coincided with how big Venus appeared to us. And so as we know about perspective, when things are close, they're larger, they appear larger, and when they're far, they appear smaller. So he had sketched out in his journal, in his book that he got published, it's page 217 of the book, that he drew out the phases and the size of Venus that he saw. And it's amazing how accurate it is, because when we look at modern, rigorous measurements of it, we see that it completely matches. So he got it right, just drawing it by hand and kind of getting that to scale, right? He's looking through a telescope and then just, rough drawing how big they were. But because of the phases of Venus, he's like, it could not be that geocentrism, that everything's going around the Earth. It does not make sense. And he also identified that the moons of Jupiter were orbiting Jupiter and that there's a relationship there in that orbit. And he said, well, if the moons of Jupiter are orbiting, then other things must be following the same pattern. It makes sense. Then you come to the late 1600s, and Ole Romer was measuring the time that the moon Io of Jupiter, one of the moons that Galileo had identified, what time it went into the shadow of Jupiter when it was occulted by Jupiter's shadow. And they knew very precisely what time it would happen. And so he measured that when the Earth was near Jupiter in its orbit around the sun. And then he also measured it later when the Earth was farther away from Jupiter. Not quite the opposite, because the sun would be in the way. But he identified that it was late by several minutes. And that did a couple things. That confirmed that the speed of light is not infinite. And it also confirmed that the distance had changed dramatically. So big idea there that really doesn't have any explanation in other ideas, right? It really ruined a whole bunch of other thoughts about it. So anyway, then in the early 1700s, James Bradley, 1725, he was looking for something that had been postulated or hypothesized about Earth's orbit. If we are on either side of the sun, then near stars should appear to shift slightly in reference to very, very far stars. We call that parallax. Hold up your finger, open and close one eye, and you can see that your finger moves back and forth in relation to things behind you. And that was what he was looking for, but he didn't find that. So what he did is he mounted a telescope in a chimney in a house, pointed almost straight up, and he was able to sight in on some stars that were near straight up. And he every couple days over the course of time, he identified that the star moved. Not just the one star, all stars moved very slightly. And his telescope that he was using was precise enough to about 1 arc second. And he noticed that it measured about a 20 arc second wide ellipse. Well, turns out that all stars do that, and it depends where they are in the celestial sphere. Stars that are at the north or south of the celestial sphere do a circle, and the stars that are on the equator of the celestial sphere do a line, and everywhere in between, they do an ellipse. And the ellipse gets wider and wider as it's farther north or south. And that was figured out to be because of aberration, which is the motion of the Earth in relation to the motion of light. That light has a certain speed and the Earth has a certain speed. And that 20 arc second that he measured is a composition of the speed of the Earth in relation to the speed of light. So as the Earth was moving around the sun, the stars that were in the north, which was what he could see, he couldn't see to the south because the globe's in the way, that as we're moving around, those stars shifted in position because the light came in at an angle. Like if you have an umbrella and you're standing in the rain and there's no wind, right? You're standing there and then you start walking, that rain that would get caught by the front of the umbrella will hit the front of your pant leg. And the faster you move, the more of your body will get caught. Also, say that there's wind and you're standing still. Well, you'd have to tip the umbrella forward. So that's what aberration is doing there. So that's related in a north-south in the celestial sphere way. And then in the 1800s, late 1800s, we had, mid 1800s, we did have a confirmation of that parallax we were looking for. It was 1839 by Friedrich Bessel, where he measured the parallax of star 61 Cygni, and he measured it to be 0.314 arcseconds. Now, James Bradley's telescope wasn't quite precise enough to measure that, but Bessel had, it was more than 100 years. They had progressed the technology, and they were better able to measure that parallax. But if he hadn't measured it, this is cool. This is what you see in science all the time. People do, they get credit for that seminal observation, that seminal experiment, but they're not the only one. Other people were doing it at the same time. So you've got Thomas Henderson, a Scottish astronomer. Bessel is German. A Scottish astronomer, just shortly after Bessel, he measured the parallax of Alpha Centauri. He measured it to be 1.16 arcseconds, which was a little bit off. It's been later improved to be 0.747 arcseconds. And then that was in January of 39, he published that. And then later in 1839 is the year. Later in November of 1839, Thomas Henderson also measured the parallax of Sirius, which he measured to be 0.23 arcseconds, later been improved to 0.379 arcseconds. So prior to the mid 1800s, parallax had been measured. And of course, that's because the Earth moves a significant distance between its orbit on either side of the orbit in relation to the near star and the far stars. And then, let's see, Henderson also measured a whole bunch of southern stars in 1842. So all of this was excellent confirmation that the Earth is orbiting the sun. Now, the one more before we get to the 1900s and really the technology started taking off, you got Vogel and Schneier. And Vogel and Schneier are more Germans. They measured the color of light, and specifically the shift in the color of light. So as the Earth is moving toward stars that are on the plane of the celestial sphere, we're going straight toward those stars, and we're moving toward them at a certain velocity. So the Doppler shift of light would say that there should be a slight change in color. In fact, it should shift slightly blue, should increase the frequency. And then 6 months later, as we're moving away from those stars at the speed of our orbit around the sun, there should be a slight Doppler shift. It should be slightly redder. And so it's constantly changing throughout the year for stars. And the cool thing is that you've got stars in different directions that are changing and shifting at different times of year. So if somebody's like, oh, well, they're all changing. Well, no, they're not all changing. They all change differently based on where they are in the celestial sphere. And to really put a dampener on anybody who's going to try to come up with some sort of excuse, the stars in the north and south of the celestial sphere don't experience any of this because we're not moving toward or away. They're up here. We're not generally moving any closer or farther from them. Our velocity to them, toward them, is essentially zero. So the cool thing about that is you've got parallax, you've got aberration, and you've got color shift. And those three together are all separate lines of evidence that confirm that the Earth is moving, and they all show effects that are opposite each other. Not opposite, but like aberration and color shift are orthogonal to each other. So the motion is very important and taking into account there. So it all works together to help us know that the Earth is in fact moving around the sun. There you go. Hope you enjoyed that. That'll be a video later. All right, let me save that. What'd you think? Was I right? If I was wrong, tell me about it, okay? But that'll go. That's in my my Flat Earth Desolation series. Just off the top of my head, I had a couple notes, and here's a funny thing. I I did that twice before already. and the quality was terrible. I messed up the quality. So I don't know if that one was good too. Like I have, for some reason, this particular topic, I messed up the quality twice already. So, all right. All right. So what do we got here? We got Basic Info, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Basic Info. Make sure to thank Basic Info if you are the recipient of one. Mr. Shank said, hey, Toon, Witsit just initiated Super Hitler mode. So if you haven't watched that linked or the pinned comment about, if you haven't, I tweeted about it. He's one step away from walking around wearing a conical hat and starting crosses on fire. Seriously, he's one step away from that. It's no kidding. I was shocked. I did not think that he was there, but he is. Like he's saying he was putting down interracial marriages. He said that shouldn't happen. Seriously. Then he's like, and my best, some friends of mine are black. Yeah, you know what? When are any of them, mixed or interracial? Yeah, they wouldn't like that, Witsit. That's not nice to them. Yeah, everyone should see it. I don't want to play it. I don't want to play it on my channel because I don't want my channel to get that on there. Debatable D says, imagine sitting in Antarctica with Witsit speed talking word salad for a whole week about any and everything. You may be eating yellow snow before too long to go. No yellow snow will be eaten by me, but we're going to pack it up and mail it to Dave Murphy. Where can you buy that mug? This mug is from Cracker Barrel. And yes, it's a cow mug. I love it. Those cream, those kind of fancy cream containers that you have at the table if you're going to have fancy high tea or something. Well, we've got one. It's a cow. And you put cream in it's just a cow standing there. And you put cream in the back, and then the tail is the handle, and then the mouth is open and the mouth vomits cream into your coffee or tea. Alejandro says, where is the witless aisle meltdown? Linked in the right there. GPS said it, and I pinned the comment. So Electric Eye, 5th super chat, says, to my fellow Canadians, happy Thanksgiving. Please drink responsibly and don't drink and drive. Safe travels this weekend. Yes. Yeah, it is. Apparently, I didn't know until Mallory told me, Canadian Thanksgiving on Sunday, right? Or is it just this weekend? I'm not sure. But she's like, she'd come on, but then I told her when. She's like, oh, no, we've got Thanksgiving, so she can't. So, yes. Ooh, those are... I don't recognize those Japanese characters. What shall I call you? Person that just said, wow, I just heard what Witsit said. Stephen Jarvis gifted 1 membership, and it went to Stephen Baker. Thank you very much to Stephen Jarvis on behalf of Stephen Baker. There it is. So did I see somebody saying that Jon Snow was in the chat here? So Jon Snow, for reference, is going to be he's going to be doing. Hey, go talk to Mallory, Joe Black. If you want Mallory, go tell her. Jon Snow will be auctioning off live songs. So if you have a song that you want him to sing, he right on the fly, he's just going to make it up for you right there on the fly. You can, you could probably just, record it and then send it off for a Grammy. Oh yeah, Google Translate it. Good idea. I figured it was probably a name, which wouldn't help me much. So all right, Mr. Karem. There it is, Mr. Karem. Thank you, Mr. Karem. David says, "Is this a new direction for the channel? MCToon mukbang. Now I got to look up what mukbang is. What? Mukbang is a Korean term that refers to live streamed or pre-recorded video where a host eats large quantities of food while interacting with the audience. I will not be eating large quantities of food. This is just the bread from the recipe that Round Thinker sent me with the jelly that we made from our peach tree. It's amazing stuff. So it's just when you eat. I got to have lunch. I'm doing dinner. I'm doing 50 hours. Mukbang is just an American buffet on camera. You know what I love about the Chinese buffet is it's the melting pot. Who is there? Everybody is there. That's what's awesome about it. Right? It doesn't matter. I was at the Chinese buffet and there's some Chinese monks there wearing their orange, all wearing the same orange thing. Like, oh, that's so cool. So, all right. Utter mugs sold out. Pud Fruit says you should try making the jelly out of the fruit. It's even better than if you make it from the tree. It's been good. It's been a really good fall. Our tomatoes were not ready. I don't know why ours were not, but other people are like, hey, we've got so many tomatoes, you can have some. And we're like, ours none of ours are ready. But cherry tomatoes are basically candy. So, all right. I have, I mentioned it before. I have a, part of the live stream scheduled is the Choose Your Own Adventure. And on my Discord server, there's a channel for Choose Your Own Adventure. And if you want, you can help plan a video, right? And write the script and we'll work on it. Like I'll jump in later, I think later tonight, jump into the VC on my Discord server and we'll talk about it if anybody's interested. And if they're not, then that's fine. I'll do it myself. So, Rachie has Jon Snow's YouTube channel. Thank you for that. So that's what I'll be doing here is one of the things is edit. I'm going to do it right now. Edit John's right there. So there it is. So if you go to the page that has the whole Cavalcade thing, it's in the description. You'll see Jon Snow's link is in there. So thank you for that, Rachie. So when does Mrs. Toon come on? She's not planning on it. I've asked her, like, she's like, nah. She's not interested. And she's like, well, what do you think? Like, I talked to her about flat earthers and stuff. She knows a lot of them by name or whatever. And she's like, yeah, they're just dumb. They're just dumb. So Requiem for a Dream says, Whitsit after one day in Antarctica, probably. I always said the Earth was a geocentric globe. That's the thing. He's made for himself he's set the stage for himself to be a complete failure. Right. And of course, the ones that are dedicated to him, well, they won't care. They won't care at all. Oh, that one's too long. So I've thought about, like, maybe she'd just come on Voice or something for having my wife come on, but even then, and but my kids have expressed interest, so maybe we'll get them in sometime. Probably not this weekend. It's probing time says, Mrs. Toon doesn't exist. He has one of the Star Trek replicators beside him to make his tea and food. That's my daughter. She thinks it's funny. My daughter and I, we've been going through Star Trek: The Next Generation slowly. All right. That's it. All I got for that. So she likes it. And then, you know what? How to make a dad proud. She's standing in the kitchen. She's listening to something and she just starts laughing. I go, "Oh, are you listening to Weird Al again?" She goes, "Yep." No, what song? The song about mowing your lawn, which I think is White and Nerdy. Melodic Lyrics says, "Honestly, just super proud of what MCToon Live has accomplished as just a 13-year-old. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Charlie Welch always said, "We need to get wits at it on Bro Sanchez." Can you imagine? Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Yeah, because neither of them will stop talking. Right? Bro Sanchez is probably the biggest microphone hog that exists. Right? That's why you can't go on the show. He'll talk for 10 minutes and then you're like, "Can I respond?" He's like, "I'm almost done." And then he'll go for 15 more. So Ion says, "Reminder that the Next Generation and Deep Space Nine overlapping for a couple seasons." They do. So that's a question. Do you mingle them as you watch? How do you mingle the episodes? This is an important thing to know. And my guess is it's probably already, it's already figured out, right? Do you do these episodes from Next Generation, then these episodes from DS9, right? We need to look this up. I like that. Thank you for that. Pajoli says, "Good evening, folks." Well, morning, 12:30. 12:30. Oh, that's UK time. Thank you, Pajoli, a member at Newton. And One Earthen Heart says, "Could you debate Zachary K. Hubbard? Someone mentioned him earlier. That's a community that needs to be exposed." Okay, who is Zachary K. Hubbard? Is he the gematria nutcase? Let's see here. Let's get this up here. Zachary K. Hubbard is an American paranoid, science-denying conspiracy theorist, blogger, YouTuber, and crank. This is on Rational Wiki, by the way. I love Rational Wiki. Essentially, he believes the entire world is fake or scripted, as he prefers to say, run by hidden forces, force of evil Jesuits, the Illuminati, powers that be, etc., who control elections, terrorist attacks, the weather, natural disasters, sporting events, and celebrity/politician deaths by sacrificing them by the numbers on a near daily basis for no apparent reason. Yes, this is actually what he believes. Man, I will. I'll get him. I'll put him on the list of nutters. So Zumi says, "No need to look that up. The episodes are basically self-contained to their shows." Well, they are. But if you're gonna watch, we're talking about Star Trek. If you're gonna watch them chronologically, right? You gotta. Don't you? Don't you gotta watch them chronologically? Requiem for a Dream says, I hate YouTube. In the last week, when watching live streams, it randomly drops me to a screen saying lost connection and to reload. Is that? I haven't had that. I don't know. Okay. Oh yeah. All right. So one thing, I don't have the live streams inject ads. But for this, I was wondering, especially one thing. Well, okay. So a couple things. I want to do a little research, and I haven't done it myself, and so I want to use you as guinea pigs. When an ad gets played in the middle of a live stream, when you get back, are you where you left off, or did you miss a gap? Is there a gap missing and you don't know what happened? So do you know that, people? And if you don't know that, I can test, because I got a button. So what the way it works is I can let YouTube automatically add ads, put them in. I can have them go on a schedule, or I can trigger them myself. And I've always done none of them. So you miss a gap, says Alejandro. You miss it. Okay. Okay. So if I'm, but I thought that was the case, but then I was listening to a live stream, and I had it on fast, right? And I put it on, 1.5 speed, and then I got caught up, and then an ad came in, and I had the phone in my pocket. I was doing things, so I didn't skip the ad or anything. And then when it got back, it played it at 1.5 speed until it caught up. At least I think that's what happened. So, I don't know. Anyway, so there's a segment where I'm going to play a debunking playlist. So probably during that, I'll turn on those ads. I don't know how much of a difference it makes to me either. That's the other thing. Certainly, the super chats more than outshine any of that. So it's really not that big of a deal. Yeah, it's super annoying. Yeah. Anyway. Ashton Richards says, if you're live in the stream, it keeps you live on return. If you're behind, it returns you to the same spot. That was probably it. Okay. So I wasn't caught up. It did the gap. Okay. I would be much less likely myself to skip ads if they were only short ads, and then it would automatically, like if I could set it to automatically put it where I was and then play it at 1.5 speed, I would do that. I don't know. Would you? So, all right. Let me see here. So somebody sent me a message. So I'm careful to read them. Like, I'm like, is this about the live stream? So I had a 40-minute ad yesterday. It says bad Aussie. That sucks. Yeah. So premium is nice. I haven't paid for premium yet. I don't know. What animal do you get sugar from? What? Jared says, I listen to YouTube basically every day at work. I can say 100% that you miss the show as the ad is running. I often rewind to hear stuff I missed. Okay. That's super annoying. I don't like that. So it's good to know that it wasn't, whatever it was an anomaly on my part. So, all right. Once you go premium, you never go back. So, all right. Let me read through. I'll give you another group of thanks. So I was wondering, when I'm in Antarctica, maybe I would record a video on the ice there, reading through everybody that's helped. So anyway, back to GoFundMe. We got Jay Eliason, Kevin Burns, Tatiana. Oh, I already read these. Tatiana Lemos, 85. Stephen Meyer, Jesse Corman, Grant Thompson, Michael Hagan, Stephen Pikov, Anthony Clegg, Kevin Says, Paul Silsby, Frank DeBrouwer. See, did I already say these? David Pauline, Lyle Wilshire, You Are Mopped, Matt Heitz. No, I haven't. This is just, I think it was just some people sent money multiple times. So thank you for that. Mr. Paul S. Hardwick, Andrew Gray, Ryan Boyle, Matthias Vaumajoki, sorry if I get that wrong, Michael Stoven, Stovken, Michael Matthey, Daniel Rosenat, Trevor Mann, Dick Bauer, Tommy Runson, Hendrik Jademeyer, Jacob Nesveda, Anita Hollum, Jared Christian, Radek Stastny, the large one there, thank you, Daniel Brunk, Carlton Huzel, Nicholas Griffiths, Alex Testa, Joel Keiss, Daniel Schrum, Terrence Westerback, another large one, thank you, and Francis McGuire. So glad for those. I have been looking at stuff. I have been filling out things. I've been looking at the list that I need, the stuff that I need to get to bring along. I've been looking at the insurance I need to buy. If it all happens, I'm going to probably share a hotel room when I'm in Chile. So half price on that, bonus. And the plane flight was a little better than I thought, at least when I looked. I don't know if prices have gone up because of hurricane or anything, but it was about $1,500 total round trip. So not terrible for the round trip cost there. So, yeah, it's been kind of overwhelming at times because there's a lot to it. And I really feel the weight that the people are helping me. And I can't take it lightly. It's now look at Whitsitt, who had for 3 months sat there waffling about whether or not he was going to go. 3 months. 3 months from when Jaron said to Will, if I'm going to go, I want Whitsitt to go too. And instantly, without hesitation, Will said, okay. And then for 3 months, Austin couldn't answer. It's like, oh, I need to have you on my show. I think it was 2 months before that show happened. And then approximately, but it was over 3 months between when Jaron said, can you bring Austin, until the contract was signed. 3 whole months. A free trip. It's a giant trip. And they're getting it for free. And they're like, oh, I don't know. Waffling around. So, okay. Yes. We've got Cotton. Hi, Cotton. Here we go. There we go, Cotton. Poor Cotton got chased by donkey last night. Middle of the night. So 6 a.m. Dogs are crying. So I get up and let them out. And I'm just sitting on the couch. And Cotton is in the other room. And oh, look at the camera here. Look at the camera. There we go. And then Cotton's like sneaking through the living room to try to get through without Donkey seeing. And then Donkey sees and chases, and poor Cotton runs for his life. Like Donkey wasn't going to eat him or anything, but and then Cotton gets upstairs, jumps on top of, we've got a dresser in the hallway upstairs, and knocks down this what was it? The
CD case.
It's not a CD case. It's a box that I built years ago that's got CDs in it with the CD player, an old Discman. Mm-hmm. Is that yours, right?
Derek's.
It's okay. And anyway, and they're all over the floor upstairs. Makes a huge noise. 6 a.m. because of this guy knocked him off. And I'm like, Donkey, bad dog. Anyway, poor Kitty. Kitty made it out just fine. Thank you. Brenda says, is Whitsitt going to be ready? I think he has no clue what it entails. He won't be ready at all. He doesn't have at least he didn't have a passport. So when I decided that I was going to go, right, it was the day that they signed the contract. Right. So I didn't have a current passport either. So what did I do? I went and got myself a passport. I have it in hand now. Right. And my favorite part of the passport, I need to cover up this so you don't see, is this page right here. Right. This part, right. It's it's from space, which they think is fake. Oh, also it has Mount Rushmore. So like it or not, Whitsitt, the Whitsitt will have on his passport the place where he got arrested. Anyway, so I got my passport already. So I can say that I have not watched Lower Decks yet. So how long did it take? So I did expedited. I had it in just over 2 weeks. And when I went in, I told the guy, everything I'm doing. He's like, you probably don't need expedited. I said, yeah, you're right. Looking at the schedule, but I'll pay the extra. It was like, I think it was $40 more for expedited. I'm like, it's worth it to just have that little bit extra buffer to be certain. Because, it was September. We're going in December. It was 3 months. So Zumi says you should definitely watch Prodigy. It's so good. I've watched some of the new Star Treks. I have. But I'm a bit of a chronological watcher. I like that. So I don't want to. What I used to do is I wouldn't even buy a book, like a science fiction or fantasy novel or something like that, if it was part of a series, if the series wasn't done or mostly done. Right. So if it's like 5 books in the series and 3 are out, I'm not even going to buy it. I'll wait. It's not on the list. So you want to see the ID photo? I have, here it is. I have so they take 2 and they print them both out, and then they give you 1. So there's the spare, and I can zoom in for you. I know it's out of focus. I'll fix that in a second. Here's what Flatties can't do. Look at that. What you do, Flatties, is you turn the ring on the end of the camera and it puts things in focus. So if you're wondering, why is the color so bad and why is the quality so bad? Because it's a P1000. I have a gigantic P1000 mounted above my desk here. All right, we got Jon Snow on in about 6 minutes. Let me catch up on these. We got David says, is this the new direction? Okay, I already asked her that. No, I'm not doing that. We got Cretan Ball says, just tried to listen to the Whitsitt thing and couldn't get past the first couple of minutes. He's beyond revolting, and the people with him were worse. Yeah, and I tweeted that, right? That was I think it was a Twitter space. And I tweeted that the link to that on YouTube, and some people came to his defense. I tweeted that today. Go look at my Twitter today. Go look at it. Go, give it a thumbs up or repost it, or repost a copy of that yourself. People need to know. He disapproves of interracial marriage. Seriously. It's 2024, right? It's not the 60s. Seriously. Would he redline if he had an opportunity? I don't know. You know what redlining is? Redlining is where in a city, the city planners would draw red lines around areas and say, nope, only certain people can buy, and we want to keep them in here. They'd have a red line. And then they would do things to make sure that it was financially challenging for for the people they didn't want to be out of their area to be out of their area. Like for some reason their interest rates would be more expensive, right? Things like that. Yeah, keep them in there. Keep them there. Keep them where they have to be. Would he do that? I don't know, but that's the kind of talk that they did. It's so yeah. Is that the next is that another one of his potential pivots? Well, it goes along with the anti-Semitism. Right? It's just right in line with it. And man, the other guy he was with is brother Nathaniel. He's worse certainly than Austin, but Austin's like trying hard to catch up with him. Ash Alexander is a new member at Newton. Thank you. Cult of Narcissism, speaking of Austin, says that would be amazing if you debunked the gematria. The challenge with debunking gematria is, for the most part, it's gematria is BS. Like, what else? How else do you debunk gematria? They're like, they assign meaning to numbers. Okay, then what? Like, how do you... Like, and none of the stuff that they say is generally predictive and testable enough to just say, well, you said this was going to happen because of these numbers and we can test that and falsify it, right? It's total pseudoscience. It's untestable stuff. So, I don't know. And of course, a ton of flat earthers are into that too. They love gematria stuff. So 33UC and RV, Russian vids and Santos, and everybody that thinks that there's hidden numbers, they're all into that kind of stuff. So, all right. Rob And is a new member at Newton. Stephen Jarvis upgraded to Einstein. Thank you very much for that. NANA gifted 5 memberships. BMW 1000C for a $24 super chat says, go move some goalposts. That's certainly what's been happening. And if you watch the first video of that Will had when he revealed who he was, hold on here. The first video where he revealed who he was, Will said something very, very telling. That has totally come true. So just a second here. I'm sending Jon Snow the link here because he's coming on here in a minute. And I'll put on my earbuds so I can hear when he comes in. So he said, Will, like he was predicting the future, said, well, if they, the flat earthers, start changing the rules and changing everything, making up new things and saying, oh, well, we totally think that the sun in Antarctica is possible like that, then they're moving the goalposts. Will said that before any flat earther had chimed in on anything, and he was totally nailed it. So yeah, good job naming that, Will, really. Somebody did a video recently on that had a clip of that. Very good video. Basic Info says, I need to let the generator rest soon for 20 minutes to refuel. I'll be back later, but this should tide you over from my premium YouTube. Also, Lower Decks is worth it. Okay, so Lower Decks is a Star Trek. It's a cartoon, right? Yeah. It's on my to watch list. The thing is, I don't watch a lot. You know why I don't watch a lot? Because when I have spare time, I'm watching Flatty videos. I'm preparing for other things. I'm reading this. Or this. Or the other stack of books I got. But yeah. So, when Flatties are like, y'all just watch the TV, just say what the TV says. Like, I don't know what the TV says. I have no idea. I don't. Anyway, thank you for that basic info. PhD Tony. the man, the myth, the legend says, it makes sense Flurfs don't believe there's empty space above the Kármán line. There's so much between their ears, there can't be any left over. Comes in with the epic. I love that, Tony. Thank you for that. And what's crazy, like, of course they can't deny that. Pressure goes to almost zero at 120,000 feet, right? It's so what is space? It's up a certain distance and basically zero pressure, very close to zero pressure, less than 1% of what we have here. Does that exist? It even exists in their stupid dome. So yeah, I love it when they're like, there's an echo from thunder proving the dome firmament. Like, hold on a second. Even in your stupid dome firmament, there's an area where there isn't enough pressure for sound to travel and hit the dome. The dome is past where there's sound. How does that work? Except at Antarctica, of course, where it comes down into Antarctica, and we'll be close enough. We should be able to see it, I think, right? Hopefully. The Sun Express says, remember to bring a flask with the family's fave Crown Royal. 10,000-year-old ice with choice tipple is an experience. That's interesting. All right, Jon Snow is in the house. Let me get this going. They can't see it yet, John, but they can hear you.
Oh, what's up, guys? Everybody, chat. I'm going to start calling you chat because all the new influencers call them chat. What's going on, chat? It's trendy.
All the influencers.
Well, yeah, they're all like talking to chat, like
yeah.
They're just live streaming, saying like chat, like we're part of each other now. Like you're part of me, chat. Like we're together, we're one. I love you all. I'm going to send you all Christmas cards.
Of course you are.
Write your addresses in the comments, and I'm going to send everyone Christmas cards. I love you, chat.
All right. Hey, chat, if you don't know Jon Snow, he's been on here before. I met Jon Snow years ago when he had a anti-5G group on Facebook, and I'm like, hey, you want to come on to debate 5G? And he's like, yeah. Which most people didn't do. And he's just like, whatever, I'll come in. And we had a great talk. And now he knows that 5G is safer.
Yeah, well, no. Honestly, you know what, man? I'm back on I don't know. I'm back on.
You can't. You
know what it is? Okay, I'm going to be honest, right? Whatever it is, I'm not going to focus on it because I'm just living my life. Like,
yeah.
If it's dangerous, if it's not, there's nothing I can do. As a person, there's nothing I can physically do. Chat, maybe you guys can do something, but I can't.
Anyway, John and I. Then John, you wrote a song.
I became a fan favorite.
Oh yeah,
they wanted me back. Like
absolutely.
I ended up getting like a bunch of different podcasts from being on your show too. Like people hit me up, wanting me to be on their show and stuff. And I was like, yeah, sure.
Really?
Yeah, the one about the jail, the one that the guys about the jail one, like they're your friends. They brought me on to talk about prison and stuff.
Okay.
I can't remember their names, but they were cool. They're really cool. They're your buddies.
Okay. Yeah.
They're part of your buddies.
They're part of
in the chat.
They're in the chat.
They are the chat. They better be in there. If you're in there and you know what I'm talking about, comment, chat.
All right. What day is Canadian Thanksgiving?
Baby, is it Monday? Thanksgiving? Yeah, Monday, I think.
Is it always Monday?
And you know what? No, they're changing up all the holidays. Every year it's different. I don't know.
Okay. Because in the United States, Thanksgiving is always a Thursday.
You know what's funny? Easter's always different. Easter's never on the same day.
Well, yeah, that's because it follows the lunar calendar, and that doesn't sync up with.
I always get confused with that because wasn't that like meant to be a certain day that Jesus died and came back or something? Wasn't that like the purpose of Easter? Isn't that like the main? It was.
But Passover has been based on the lunar calendar for longer than that. So yes, so it was tied to Passover. So yeah,
now it's
I don't
just about Easter bunnies giving eggs, the fertility gods. It's all about the Easter bunnies laying eggs and stuff. Yeah, it's pretty. Pretty demonic.
But bunnies lay eggs.
Well, they're doing it. They're leaving eggs and stuff for the kids, and Easter they leave eggs. They're fertility eggs. Check it out. Google it. Search it. He brought on one of the biggest conspiracy theorists in the world. I'm telling you, I'm into all of it.
Except Flat Earth.
Project Bluebeam's coming soon.
Oh my gosh.
I know, eh?
he has a Bluebeam group too, right? On Facebook. Yeah. And there's another one. Oh, you made me a moderator. You made me a moderator on the Bill Gates vaccine one. And I'm like, why'd you make me a moderator? No, didn't you take that over from somebody else though?
Yeah, I did. That was crazy. Yeah, I did take it over. It was a big group too.
Yeah, and then you made me moderator, and basically I just reject every post.
Yeah, honestly, those groups fell off. I was interested.
That group was trash. Over?
Yeah. Nobody's really posting anything important. Go check it out. It's the Bill Gates vaccine won't save you stuff. It's on there. Check it out.
All right. So John, everybody that doesn't know you, doesn't follow you regularly, is probably saying, "Wow, he looks pretty husky. What a hunk!"
I've been working out.
Look at that. So John, you got into you did some Big Brother.
Okay, no, you want to know what I did?
Start us from the beginning.
So from the beginning, I ended up getting on a TV show called Unreasonable Rob, and Pat Stay, he's a world famous battle rapper. He was killed a couple years ago, and it's really sad. But he put me on the show, and that got me in with SwearNet. SwearNet is the Trailer Park Boys. You ever hear of the Trailer Park Boys?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, they own SwearNet, and that's their company, right? So after Unreasonable Rob, I got on a show called Sweet Science, which was basically where they took a bunch of people who never boxed before, and we trained for like five months. We train, and then we fight one of the other opponents, and basically, yeah, you fight and you get paid. So I did that. I trained, and I'm telling you, training for boxing is no joke. I before I knew anything about boxing, I used to be like, that can't be too hard. But I'm telling you, it is a hard sport. Like, you gotta when every punch, you gotta move your feet with all the punches. It's all coordinated with your hips and everything, and it's hard to like sink it in. You gotta do all the moves at once, and I'm telling you, I got respect for boxing now. And yeah, it was crazy. Honestly, I was nervous. I was nervous for that fight because there was like 1,000 people in the thing, and there was like lights, cameras, action. Like, it was a big thing, right? So
yeah, pressure's on.
So pressure was on, and check it out. I was also sick. I had like a really bad cold at the time, so like I shouldn't have fought. Like I was really in no position to be fighting, but if I didn't fight, you don't get paid. That was the whole thing of the deal. You get paid after the fight, right? Like that's the part of the show. So I had to fight. So I was sick and everything, and I did pretty good. The first round, I knocked my opponent down. Like I gave him a good left, and I knocked him down. And but what happened was, like, the second and third round, I gassed out really bad. Like, I couldn't breathe. So he got more punches on me, but they weren't hurting me. They were more like body shots, but it counted for points, right? So yeah. He ended up winning the fight. But I'm ready. I've been training. I ended up. What happened was, after the fight, I ended up getting depressed or whatever. I gained 50 pounds. I was 250 pounds.
After the fight?
Yeah, like after the fight, like I just kind of started eating pizza. I just kind of like fell off, you know what I mean? I started just getting comfortable eating pizza, whatever, just junk food, whatever. And then I started feeling fat again. And I was just like, you know what, screw this. And one day I started training at the boxing ring every morning. And one day I heard this guy talking about Tren. And I didn't know what Tren was at the time, but Tren's a steroid. And he was in shape, and he was looking good. And I thought Tren was like a weight loss kind of drug. So I was like, you know what, screw this. I'm doing steroids. You know what? I don't care. I'm trying to get in shape. So I went to my buddy, asked for some Tren, got it, started using it, started injecting it, working out at the boxing ring. You know what I mean? Just training cardio at the boxing ring. And then I met up with one of my buddies, Sean, and I told him what I was doing. He's like, bro, you got to get on some testosterone with that. You can't just Tren's like a beast. It makes you a beast, right? It's a very, very hard steroid. So I got on the right cycle, and I just started working out.
Is that legal in Canada?
It's legal to take. It's just probably not legal to sell. So, like, as long as I'm not selling it, I just buy it, right? So it's legal to buy. It's just not legal to sell, right? Does that make sense? Like, I wouldn't get in trouble for buying steroids and taking it, but the person selling it to me probably would.
Oh.
Right? Yeah, so I started working out. I lost 50 pounds.
It's a bit shady still.
Well, I mean, kind of, but a lot of people are doing it,
Okay.
But a lot of people are keeping it secret. Like most people, like, I bet you in the chat, there's at least 5 guys who take steroids. And if you're one of them, put a thumbs up. I want to see a thumbs up from anyone who's not afraid to admit they take steroids, because steroids, honestly, they changed my life. And I'm going to tell you why. We as human beings, as men, we have testosterone in us, right? And sometimes our levels can go high and low. But I believe, and this is a conspiracy, I believe that whoever, the higher ups, the devil, is trying to lower our testosterone by feeding us poison, and that's just me. So when I started taking testosterone, my depression went away. I started feeling really good. Like I started feeling confident. I was working out. I was starting to get gains. I was starting to like really feel like the person I wanted to feel like. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't know. People may say steroids are cheating, but you know what?
No.
It's not. Yeah, exactly. My girlfriend said it's not, so I believe her. All right, chat. Tell me what you think. Is steroids cheating or not? Tell me what you think, chat. Let me know. I can't see the chat, but tell me.
All right. I don't know if I can support that. Let me say,
don't for me though. It's my choice.
Well, of course, yes.
My body, my choice, right?
So
Come
some
on
people
now.
say
we all did that.
some people say cheating. I got a couple. We got some cheating. We got some cheating. Now, if it now, what level boxing are you doing? Have you had one match?
It was amateur boxing.
Okay, so are you looking to do more boxing? Are you going to be doing it at a higher level?
Well, I broke my foot 2 weeks ago, so I got to heal first. I'm out of commission. I got a fucking cast.
Man.
Cast. I got a big old cast here. So I'm hurting. So, but if they do another show, I will do it. I will, because I want to win. I think I can this time. I think if I had the right mindset and I trained really hard and I wasn't sick, I could have won the last time, but I'll do it again, but only because I'm getting paid. I'm not going to fight for free because I got my nose broken on the first fight and it wasn't that great. So,
all right. Your camera's zooming in and out. Is that a feature of the camera?
Yeah, I'm on a Facebook portal. So if I go back here,
I see.
If I go back, it's going to come in. Check it out.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
It'll follow me. Hold on.
And it did. It did.
Did
And
it?
yeah.
All right.
All right. Did Jon Snow fight Butterbean?
No. I fought a guy named Eddie. His name was Eddie. And he was muscular. And I wasn't muscular at the time. I was kind of fat.
Yeah. Well, and so a lot of boxing is cardio. It's huge cardio.
Oh, yeah. No, honestly, boxing's no joke. If anyone in the chat is a boxer, they know. Boxing is no joke. And, like, just 3 rounds, 3 2-minute rounds. I puked after the fight. I went like straight into the bathroom and puked. It was like it was crazy. It was the most cardio you will ever get going in the ring. I'm telling you, it's nuts.
Yeah, I've not done boxing, but you
should like box a flat earther. You should really put on a boxing event. Chat, tell me right now, should MCToon fight Whitsitt in a boxing match?
Whitsitt agreed to box Lore Lodge.
Well, this guy. Why not? Come on. If you're doing 50 hours, he's a box.
And Lore Lodge is up for it. And apparently it's not it's not moving forward.
Well, why don't you say you'll do it? Why don't you put out the challenge?
No.
I'll fight you. I can see it.
No.
Chat, let me know. Should MCToon fight Whitsitt? Let me know. We'll put it on. We'll live stream it.
I did martial arts for a good while, and
so you can fight. Can you defend yourself? If someone came up to you, could you defend yourself?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. Everyone should be able to.
And there's different. But when you have these rules, and of course, a lot of martial arts, they have you have to do it this way, and boxing is a martial art, so you have to do it this way, right? There's no grappling. You have to wear gloves, and there's no kicking and things like that, right? But in Korean martial arts, there's kicking, there's punching, there's the targets are almost anywhere.
Kicking, there's punching, there's.
I'm getting some feedback.
No, I'm trying to share the live to my Facebook. I you told me to. I forgot, so I'm trying to do that right now.
It's okay.
To share it. I'm gonna tell people to come check it out.
McFlatty and his flat kundo would kick Wackwit's butt.
Who's fight? Who can fight him?
McFlatty and his flat kundo.
Okay, set it up. Honestly, we should start fighting. Instead of debating them, just fight them straight up.
No, I have no interest in that. I don't think that's the way to go.
No, you're right. It's not.
For that.
Honestly, it's a good way to settle. It's a good way to settle disagreements, because I find after you fight someone, it's like always the beef is over. You know what I mean? If you really, after it's done, it's always like you're cool. You know, like that's what I've experienced in some fights.
You've been in one.
No,
or you mean like?
But check this out. I'm gonna tell you this story. I was in Edmonton one time, and I was chilling with the Red Alerts. It's a native gang, and my buddy Sean Bernard, he started Red Alert in jail. So I was hanging out with these guys, right? And I ended up like I was drunk, and I got hard with one of them, and I ended up in a fight, and I'm just drunk, and I'm like, fuck it. So I ran up to this guy. He pulls out a knife. He stabs me in my shoulder and just grazed my neck. Right?
When was this?
This was like years and years ago. I was living in Edmonton. Like this was a long time ago. And basically, what my neck was scut, and I was shoulder. And afterwards, the Red Alerts kind of squashed it because no one really knew that I was with them. So it got squashed, and me and Buddy ended up being super cool, and we ended up beating up someone else together after he stabbed me, which is crazy. It's a crazy story, but like I was young and dumb. Trying to be gangster. You know what I mean? Hanging with gang members and shit.
Now you're not young and dumb.
No, I'm old and kind of smart. Chat, what do you think? Am I smart or dumb? I want to see smart or dumb. How many smarts can we get? How many dumbs can we get?
I can do a poll.
We should do a poll. We should do a poll. Am Jon Snow smart or dumb? Let's see.
All right.
I'm afraid to even see this. It's gonna be super dumb. God love you. Chat, I love you. I love you, chat.
We got to have 3 options. Hold on.
Well, what's the third one? No one cares? That should be the third one. No one gives a shit.
No. There we go. All right. Poll is up. There we go.
So what's the poll say? I should check it out.
It says Jon Snow, smart, dumb, or really dumb.
I'm gonna put really dumb.
Oh, really dumb's winning.
Really dumb is winning. Nice one. Really dumb. Babe, I got really dumb.
Wow.
Yeah.
Come
say hi to everybody.
Who's this?
This is my girlfriend Rebecca, and she's amazing. She helps take care of me when
hello
when I'm with my broken foot.
Hi.
Hi. It's Rebecca. Everyone. That's Rebecca.
Rebecca. Hello.
Did I make it super dumb? How much? 90 votes. Oh, 92 votes.
Really dumb is at 51%.
Can we get some smarts, guys? I got 16%. Can I get a few smarts?
He wants a little. He wants more.
At least give me 23% smarts. Come on, give me 15% smarts. What's going on?
You're at 17. Oh, yeah, they're
20. At least give me 23. If I can get to 23,
you are skewing this poll.
If I can get to 23, 18%. Let's go. If I can get to 23, I'll be happy. Come on. We hit 19. Come on. Let's do it, guys. Let's hit 23. And then I'm good. 21, 22. What? Let's go. Come on. Let's get 23. Come on. 22.
Oh my gosh.
Let's go. Come on. Oh, we hit it. 23. Wow.
Wait. Maybe Rebecca needs to jump on and vote.
We did it. Oh, shit. We did it. I don't even care if I'm really dumb. Fuck it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that was wicked. And it's staying at 23. That's perfect. I love it. Oh, you guys are 22.
Eric Burns says this is good. Pity smart points. As a teacher, I don't fudge points.
Oh, that's so funny. Oh, I made it 23. That was sick. That was a rush. You guys are great. Chat. God love you. They really did it. They really fucking did it.
Yeah. What an interesting person. So where are you at? Is this a different place than last we talked that you're living?
Dude, I was living in like a hotel. A grungy hotel. Honestly, I got like a really nice 2-level, like 3-bedroom place. It's really nice, man. God really blessed me, bro. Like I'm doing really well right now and everything's great. And my broken foot's just an obstacle, buddy. Like
how did you break your foot?
Oh, we mess around in the gym and stuff, and we joke around and stuff, and we were trying to see how high we could kick. And there was like a high bar.
There was a really short guy, and he was short, and he couldn't kick the bar.
He couldn't kick the bar, but I was like, I can kick the bar, and I ended up kicking the bar really hard, which I think it like borderline fractured it. And like a couple weeks later, I was like jumping around, and I ended up like landing on it funny, and it just snapped. It's like a Liz Frank fracture. If anyone in the chat knows what Liz Frank is, that's what it is. A Liz Frank fracture. Sucks.
So, oh my gosh. So I mean,
Yeah.
you don't kick in boxing, so you don't have the training in that. And
we were just messing around. Sometimes you mess around and do stupid stuff. It's life, right? I can't look at it like, oh, my foot's broken. Oh, I can't go to the gym. You know what? On Monday, I'm going to the gym, and I'm gonna try to work out without my foot, right? Because there's things I can do without using my feet.
you can do the speed bag.
No, I don't. I'm not boxing no more right now. Because last time I boxed, I hyperextended my arm and it screwed up my elbow. So like I was hard to. Yeah, I'm accident prone. Toon. I'm accident prone.
Well, when we first met, your low back was hurt. You were sitting on a donut.
Yeah, no, honestly, man, like, no, I'm a mess, man. But you know what? I'm still positive. I'm still like trying to do my best, and I'm trying to stay out of trouble. I've been 5 years off parole. Most of you guys don't know this, but I did 9 years in prison for robberies. I did some robberies and did robbing drug dealers. And I got 9 years in prison, and I did almost every bit of it inside. And you know what? I'm a success story because I stayed out of jail, and most people don't stay out of jail. They end up getting back in. I quit doing drugs. After the first year after prison, I got out and I tried to do drugs. I tried to like be with everybody. They're all doing coke, they're all partying. I tried to do that, but it just took too much out of me, and it really it messed with my head a lot. And one day I just decided I couldn't do it no more, and I just gave up. Stopped drinking, stopped doing drugs, and I just started focusing on how I can build myself. You know what? Most people are playing video games, and they're trying to build their character in video games. I'm trying to build me in real life. I'm looking at me like a video game. So I'm trying to build my character, right? And everyone in the chat should do the same thing. You know what I mean? Just focus on you and build you. I'm getting super positive now.
Yeah, that's good. All right, we got some feedback here. We've got PhD Tony says, to be fair, you should have told these stories before the Smart Dumb poll.
Oh, sure. Yeah, now am I smart now? Am I going, 26%? Let's go. And get the 50. Can we get the 50 smart?
Oh my gosh, that's going to be a stretch. Let's see. All right.
50. If you guys can get me to 50, I would scream. And my neighbors downstairs would be really upset.
Rebecca says no.
Rebecca says no, but I say chat yes.
NA says, dumb or not, he is still a cool dude.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know what? It's funny because every time I come on here, you guys always love me. And even if you're new to the chat, you're gonna love me because I keep entertaining people. That's what I do.
That's for sure.
You guys should watch my videos. MCToon knows I make funny videos. I'm always trying to entertain people. That's what I do.
Yeah. My favorite, I think, is when the scammers try to contact you.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, hold on, I'm on the toilet, and you have to send a picture of yourself on the toilet to the scammer.
I'm pooping, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, those are funny. I really used to mess with them. I take them on rides. And I get them so mad that they just wasted sometimes I make them waste a week of their life trying to get money from me. And I'm just telling them, yep, I'm coming. Yep, it's coming. And I'm just like, no, I ain't coming.
I'll send him. I'll say, oh, I couldn't type it in. Can I send you a picture?
You know what's funny? MCToon tries to get me into conversations with scammers. He had scammers, and he was like, I'm going to add you to the conversation, and we're going to get them. And we tried, but they weren't really feeling it.
We had a guy that recruited both of us.
Yeah.
And we were going to work with him.
But we needed the company, and they wouldn't give us the information. They wouldn't tell us.
Well, and then we were like, go get this guy. And it was, somebody we knew, right? We set him up. It didn't work. They're not even good enough that when we give it to them on a platter, they can't.
You got to kind of feel them out first, right? You know what I mean? Some of them they're not good. They're just I think some of them are bots too. Honestly, it's because some of them, I don't know.
All right. Speaking of the poll, what do you think about dinosaurs?
Dinosaurs are fake. Okay, everyone, tell me in the poll: are dinosaurs fake or real? Listen. I'm telling you right now.
That poll's gonna dive. The poll's gonna dive. Dude,
dinosaurs are fake.
You're not gonna get up to 50% with this answer.
No. Oh shit! I'm on the spectrum of conspiracies. I'm telling you, Search it up.
He's
Look
over
it
there.
up.
He's over there. We all have. Yeah, dinosaurs are real. But
No, buddy, no. But it's okay. You know, you guys can believe in your fairy tales. It's all good. It's all good. Think about it. They're brainwashing us. Every movie is like either aliens or dinosaurs. There's always like since we've been born.
Spider-Man isn't aliens or dinosaurs.
Listen, check it out. Since we've been born, we've been hit with dinosaurs. Check it out. The dinosaur show when we were babies, they were all like the egg and the baby. Not the mama, not the mama. You remember that show? Dinosaurs. All our lives, Jurassic Park, aliens. It's all we've been brainwashed to believe in dinosaurs and aliens, and now they're saying aliens are coming. Aliens are coming. Listen, it's only demons that are coming.
Who's saying aliens are coming? There's no aliens coming.
I mean, listen, have you seen videos?
There's no aliens coming.
No,
nobody says that. Only the fringe crazy people are like, they are saying aliens are coming, but they are not saying that.
Okay, right now it's kind of died down, but like a month ago, it was all like people showing stuff in the sky and the government saying they got information on aliens.
No, nobody the government hasn't been saying that.
Chat. About a month or two ago, wasn't all the videos about people showing aliens and stuff and everything? Yeah, tell me, chat.
But it wasn't the government saying this. It was other nutcases saying this.
Yeah, it could right? be. No, there was actual like NASA saying stuff about like aliens and shit. There was posts. Telling you, we could look it up. Let's look it up. Chat, send us a link.
There wasn't NASA saying aliens are coming.
Okay, anyone in the chat that believes that they're trying to plan a fake alien invasion, hit a thumbs up.
Hit a thumbs up to what?
If they believe that they're planning a fake alien invasion.
Type a 1 in chat.
Think about this. Think about this, though. What would be the way to bring all humanity together? Like, what would be the way? It would
What's
be like
that noise?
A serious attack.
What's that noise?
Oh, it's my cat toy.
But where's your cat?
I'll get rid of it.
Where's your cat?
I got 2 cats. Bring me my kitten. Bring me the kitten.
There we go.
I can't find her.
There she is. Get her. You guys want to see her? She's a blue cream Persian baby kitten.
We do want to see the cat.
$1,000 she did.
What?
No, she cost me $1,000.
Oh my gosh.
We're gonna breed her. And we're gonna have babies and we're gonna sell them. She's so beautiful.
That is a cute cat.
Oh, she's amazing.
What's that cat's name?
Her name is Baby Girl.
What?
Yeah. Well, her name is Rosie, but we call her Baby Girl because she's just so cute.
That's why Rebecca laughed.
Yeah.
And you have another cat?
Yeah, he's the baby cat has been biting his ears. They're playing a lot, and they're like, she's biting his ears, so his ears got like a lot of stuff on it. So he's got a cone on his head right now, so he's been scratching a lot. Yeah, we're not gonna mess with him right now. He's chilling. Okay. He's all right.
And all right, how do you know Rebecca? Where did she come from?
Oh, fuck. You want to hear the story? Because I've known Rebecca since I was like 22, 23, and there was times that like I didn't have a place to live, and Rebecca would like let me sleep on her like futon in her bedroom, like so I would just stay there. Like so we've been friends for a long time, and then when I went to prison, I was like a few years into prison. She ended up going to jail for something, so she went to prison for a bit, and I ended up writing her, and we ended up writing every day, and we ended up like kind of falling in love a little bit in jail, and then at the end of it, her sister died, and like she went through a lot of stuff, so we kind of just didn't do nothing. But we ended up getting our names tattooed on each other, and 5 years later, we didn't talk for 5 years. It was like we ended it in jail, and then we didn't talk for 5 years, and then she just ended up hitting me up one day. Actually, it was a week after I covered the tattoo. I got the tattoo covered with like a cross. It was Rebecca right there, but a week after she hit me up, and we started hanging out, and we've been together for like 7 months now. Seven months we've been together. We live together now. Yeah.
It's a story.
It is a story. Right. Yeah. So we're soulmates, I think, or something.
Something like that.
Yeah. She takes care of me. She really does. She's a good girl.
All right.
Chat. Tell me what you think. Tell me, am I crazy or not? Let's do a poll.
Well, we know you're crazy. All right, so the poll, 184 votes. I'm going to end the poll. 184 votes. We got really dumb one, but smart came up to 25%. So
that's not. So I seen it at 26 at one time.
Yeah, amazing.
That was good. We worked hard for that, guys.
We got Victoria West's soulmates ask her to marry you.
You know what? You know what's funny? When we were in jail, she did ask me to get married. We were engaged at one point, so we could still be engaged. Honestly, I think we might be.
Well, officially, because you never unengaged.
Well, we kind of stopped talking for 5 years, but does that really mean anything? Honestly,
I don't know, unless it's you didn't have an official unengagement, so I don't know. Maybe it's
exactly. It
still there.
It kind of just like it kind of disappeared. So, babe, we're still engaged. He's out smoking a cigarette.
All right, let me see.
We're engaged.
I got Mr. Shonk says, I watched the Talk Tao podcast in my spare time.
What's that about?
Well, I was saying that in my spare time, I don't watch TV. I watch flat earth videos or I learn stuff.
Is that all you do, Toon? Are you like obsessed?
I'm busy. So a lot of my time.
But
So
do you love the like?
I love learning. I love learning. So a lot. If I watch something, I might watch a lecture on science.
Okay, but out of the day, how many hours are you MCToon out of the day? And then how many hours are you just you with like your family and just you? I'm like, so how many? Like, what do you got?
I don't know. I mean,
are you always MCToon? Is it like just that's you, like you all the time, every day, 24/7?
I don't have a persona that I put on.
Do your
right?
kids call you Toon?
No, when I talk to people. Yeah. I talk to people like this. This is just me.
No, I get. No, you are. But you are the Toon. You're the
guy. When I'm at work, right?
Can I ask you a question? Have you ever been noticed? Have you ever been like, hey, that's MCToon?
Not at a place where it would be unusual. So I went to a rocket launch and some people I went to that particular location because other people that I know through YouTube were going to be at that rocket launch.
Yeah.
So then I'm walking up there, but I didn't know they were going to be there. But anyway, I'm there and they're like, hey, we knew each other. So that was the only time where I just happened on somebody. But there have been times where people were like looking at me and I'm like, why are they looking at me?
You think they probably noticed you? They're probably too shy to say something.
So the thing I don't want is I don't want a flatty to say, you're MCToon, right? I'm not
hilarious, man. You need to get that on video. You need to that'd be so funny if you had the guy, that's MCToon right there.
Yeah. So I was at a gas station in, I don't know, it doesn't matter where. I was in a gas station and standing in line and the person in front of me just kept turning around and looking at me. I'm like,
oh, wow.
Oh, what? And so then I'm like, I have two responses. If they're like, hey, you're MCToon, then my answer is, you're a flat earther.
Yeah.
And if they're like, hey, you're MCToon or Mike or Toon or whatever, then they're not a flat earther. So then that's how I might, what would I say?
So if someone calls you MCToon, they're a flat earther?
Yeah.
Automatically?
Yeah, because have
I ever called you MCToon or do I call you MC-Toon? I can't remember. Do I call you MC-Toon?
Yeah, or Mike or yeah. So the reason why is because in their echo chambers they call me MCToon. So that's how I and I don't correct flat earthers when they do that, and I do correct non-flat earthers. So that there's a clarification there.
Can we get a story from you? Can we get let's hear how MCToon started. Where did it come from? How did you come up with it? Tell me the story. Why did you decide and how did you become MCToon?
So, well, yeah, I mean, you're a rapper, I'm a rapper, we're fellow rappers.
Yep.
It's funny because I'm not a rapper. In college, my friend and I were like, hey, let's make a rap group as a joke. And so we made a rap group and we were like, I'll be MC Cartoon.
Okay.
Right. But no, I'm just like, I couldn't leave the car in front of us. I'm just MC Hammer. That's it. Yeah. So that was the joke. Not a stretch.
So that was the group. But when did you decide to debate flat earth? When was that
Well, okay. So
what made you do it?
What made me do it? Well, I knew that flat earth was a thing.
Yeah.
A modern thing starting in the late 2000s, somewhere around 2010 or earlier. And I know that because the computer that I have at work right now, I got in 2010, and I moved the tabs, the computer tabs from one computer to the next. I had to migrate them up to the next computer. And I had a tab that was a flat earth tab that moved to the new computer in 2010. So that's how I know the time frame. And it was an article by Robert Schadewald, I have his book. Anyway, that's how when I knew that there was a somewhat of a modern existence of flat earthers, but they didn't really get going until 2015. Yeah. So then it was in 2017 or so, late 2017, that I happened on some videos, or early 2018. And then I saw one of my first videos with Sly Sparkane, who's going to be on here in just over about an hour and a half. And nice. And so he was one of my first videos that I saw, and I'm like, wow, there do exist modern flat earthers, and I saw some of all their content. I jumped on some online discussion forums and started interacting with them. And then in later 2018, October of 2018, a flat earther issued a fake $100,000 challenge to do flight charts using the globe, and to do a triangle with 90-degree corners on the triangle. And I'm like, well, I can do it. So I did it. That's what's on my wall here. These maps are 6 years old. And that's how I started my channel. I didn't start debating until a couple months later. So there you go.
That's cool, man. That's a good story. So that's how we got MCToon. And now you've built quite a community, man. Like, congratulations, bro. Like, you have quite a community of supporters and followers. You've done really well.
I definitely appreciate them. They're huge. They're a huge support.
Yeah, they are.
For me, yeah.
Keep donating, guys. Hey, I thought we were donating some songs. I will sing a song.
Oh, yeah. If you want a song,
tell me.
He'll make it up on the spot here.
But you got to donate at least $20. We want to see a $20 donation.
There you go.
Right? Don't be greedy. Don't be greedy, guys. We're trying to go to Antarctica. All right? Don't be greedy.
Well, if you want to do a donation to the GoFundMe.
Yeah, and I'll sing a song, whatever word, whatever topic you want. I'll make up a song right
you'll
now.
You'll have to tag me in the chat if you either do a super chat here, or if you did one in the GoFundMe, and I will we'll make it happen, and we need a topic, though.
I'll answer any questions for $2. $2, I'll answer a question.
Coriolis,
I'll tell you what I think about you.
Coriolis Sniper says, how do we get hold of John? I swear we have met. So Jon Snow is on Facebook. That's how we everywhere. Met. Yeah, he's everywhere. But if you find me on Facebook, he's on my friends list. That's how you can find him there. So Angel Gamer says, how much do we donate so he doesn't sing?
You know what? That's a $50 donation right there, and we would love to see that. All right, that's a $50 donation, and honestly, I would love that. Don't be greedy. Don't be greedy, guys.
All right.
What's the highest donation you've gotten so far?
For the on the GoFundMe, $1,001.
That was one person?
One person, yeah.
Wow. So what's the goal to get? What are we at? Like, what's the goal and what are we at? So
I need 40,000.
Okay.
The before this, I updated everything before this, because there's 3 places that people have been sending money to. I was at 13.
So what are we at total so far?
So before this live stream started, 13,214.
Not bad. Good
start. And now the GoFundMe is at 12,466. So that's
what, it lost money?
No. That's just one of the different. Let's see here.
So it's 12,000 plus 13,000?
Yeah, I'll update here quick.
So that'd be 25,000?
No. Hold it. Let me.
Your math's messed up.
No, it's not.
Honestly. You said you had 13,000 in one, you got 12,000 in another. It's 25,000.
No.
Chat, tell me now, is it not 25,000 or is it not 25,000?
John, you just gotta listen. I have a PayPal and CashApp, and so I add them together, and it got that 13.
So you must have lost some money
And
doing the transitions.
No. So the current amount now it was 13,214. Now it's 13,805.
Okay, now we're going up. Nice one. I
Yeah.
like that.
So let me
So
update
if you
it.
guys want to be cool, donate $1,002.
There we go.
That's right.
Updated.
Yeah. So people can see the donations. People can see it going up and stuff. People can check it out.
All right. Lisa says, set $300 to.
Wow. Lisa, what you want to song?
There you go.
What's the
All right,
topic?
Lisa, what song do you want?
I will sing a song over the topic.
So, all right. Coriolis Sniper says, here, John, this is for you to split some Alberta bars.
No, I can't accept it. It's for the GoFundMe.
Well, it went into mine anyway.
MCToon, send me that money. Send me that money. It's my money, MCToon. I need
What?
it now.
Wait, what are
Send me
Alberta
that.
bars?
We'll split it, MCToon. We'll split it. I need those
Okay.
Alberta bars.
I don't know what they are though.
Don't be scamming me for my $300. That was for me.
No, it's $5 Canadian, which is like 14 cents American.
I thought it was 300.
No, Lisa
What?
sent 300. Coriolis Sniper sent 5, and Coriolis Sniper thinks that somehow they know you, and says
What's their real name?
I don't know. Coriolis Sniper is all I know. Says here, John, this is for you to split some Alberta bars. What are Alberta
Well, there you go.
bars?
You know what? I'm going to donate it. I'm going to donate it to the GoFundMe. I'm going to donate it to the GoFundMe guys. Honestly, I want to see MCToon.
Oh, bars
complete
are
this
wraps.
mission.
Okay.
Alberta bars.
All right. So Lisa says, here's Lisa's request. Please ask him to sing "Witsit Eats His Boogers."
Okay. Witsit is a man that eats his boogers, yeah. He eats them, yeah. He eats them, yeah. Witsit is a man who eats his boogers, yeah. He eats them, yeah. Oh, he eats them, yeah. Oh, Witsit eats burgers. Witsit eats his boogers. Witsit eats his boogers. Witsit eats his boogers. How you like that?
Really?
Why? They paid money, man. What do you mean? They said it. I don't know. It was a pretty catchy song. It was pretty catchy.
Better than bite my nails.
Nah.
I thought it was pretty good.
Hell with all I cried. So Requiem for a Dream says now sing it to the tune of Bittersweet Symphony.
Did they send money?
No.
Well, then no. No.
Liquid Flames.
Sorry.
Liquid Flames says Rebecca just packed her bag. She's already in the parking lot.
Yeah, Rebecca's gone. She left. You know what's funny? I sing her songs all the time. I make up songs and I sing them to her all the time. I love doing that. Yeah, she bites her nails a lot, so I'm always like, yummy, 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 in my tummy, tummy, and she just stops biting her nails right away. I'll start singing yummy, yummy, yummy. Witsit is a man who eats his boogers, yeah. He eats his boogers, yeah. Fuck, that's a sick song. I should write a song.
That's a good one. That's it.
That was a good one.
It's
How much
catchy.
did they pay for that? $5?
That was 300.
Oh yeah, no.
That was
worth it.
Lisa.
That was worth
Yeah.
Booger song.
it. A booger song, $300. Heck yeah, let's get it.
Oh, we can do better than that.
It could be
Who got 500?
It was
I'll do a song.
It was a booger burger.
It's spitting.
Burger. I think I said burger one time.
Yeah.
I think I accidentally said burger. That.
Watch.
Oh, nice.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
What did the chat think about that?
They were laughing. Yeah, they love it.
Nice.
Nice. Let's see. Squirt said, "Did Rebecca take the angry faced cat with her?"
No, Rebecca's cooking right now. I think.
Okay.
Are you cooking?
No, that's not me going.
Oh no, she's smoking a joint.
Chris wants to know how Mallory is. Mallory's old news.
Where's Mallory? I haven't heard that name in a long time.
I invited her on for Sunday, but she said it's Thanksgiving, so she can't.
She fell off.
No, she's still around.
Is she doing her thing?
She's doing her thing. Yeah, she's got her Discord server, and there's a bunch of people on there that just they can't get enough of being abused by Mallory in the Discord server.
God love her. God love her.
Yeah, and boop the thumbs up, everybody.
Boop the thumbs up.
She likes to boop things. That's what she says all the time.
Yeah, she's a booper.
Cult of
We don't get
narcissism.
along, me and Mallory.
What's that?
Me and Mallory don't get along. Well, we do in a way, but we kind of like pick at each other a little bit.
Yeah.
It's weird.
It was that. It was that.
Have I ever got mad at her? Have I ever got mad at her? Like really mad?
I don't know. It was a bit abrasive at times.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it was a little bit. I probably over talked her and like it got really loud and shit.
Yeah. All right. Let me read this. A Cult of Narcissism says, "I'll send 20 now if you debate Zach Hubbard." Zach Hubbard is a gematria nutcase, so
well,
I would
challenge him to him. He'll debate anybody. Listen, send that 20. He'll debate him. Get that guy to debate.
I won't debate any. I'll only debate topics where I'm not Dunning-Kruger. So I would debate gematria.
What's that? You're only debating topics of what?
So Dunning-Kruger is somebody that doesn't know much about a topic that thinks they do.
That was me when you interviewed me with 5G. So you did interview somebody that didn't know about the topic.
Yes. Well, all flat earthers suffer from Dunning-Kruger.
Well, there you go. So so you basically want to interview someone who thinks they know shit.
Well, I don't want to be the Dunning-Kruger one, so I won't debate a topic that I don't know well.
Okay, so yeah, but so he wants to debate something you don't know. Well, why doesn't he pick? Why don't you agree on a topic then? Or is he scared?
No, Zach Hubbard. I've never talked with Zach Hubbard. Zach Hubbard is a gematria nutcase. He thinks it's all numbers and there's some magic that you find in looking at numbers. So.
Oh yeah, you don't want to get into that. That's weird. Shit.
Yeah,
that's like demon stuff.
He wants me to debate against Zach because Zach is one of those people. So I would do that, but I need to get a little more depth in that field first. So anyway, Janusz Takas says 401 people watching, each donate $69 to complete goal.
Wow, everybody, come on, don't be greedy.
I hold on. I don't know if that would quite do it. Hold on. That would get. That would.
That would do it. Come on, $69, guys.
That would 69. Do it. There you go.
Think about the 69 upside down sex position. Come on, 69, guys.
It's what?
Sex position.
I've never heard of that.
The 69ers? Come on. Never. Chat, do you guys know what 69 is? Come on, MCToon. You're not that green. You've been around. Like you're not that green, MCToon. Wow. He's a virgin. You know that? MCToon's still a virgin.
Yeah, and I have 33 kids. Amazing.
Wow. Yeah. Are they all flat earthers?
No, none of them are. 11 sets of triplets.
Imagine if one of your kids became a flat earther. What would you do? Like, would you disown them, or would you like support them? Would you like still be there for it? What would you do?
I'm their science teacher.
I know, but what if they fell in the trap? What if they somehow wandered off and fell into the
they've gotten what's necessary to not fall for it.
Hey, it could happen. It happened to anybody. Some of the best people become flat earthers, and then like they die.
I don't know. You know what I found? What I found is that flat earthism makes people into more horrible people. Like Witsit. So there's right now pinned in the chat is a link to Witsit talking on an X space where he's extremely racist. Basically, he says that not basically. He overtly says that that people should not do interracial breeding.
Oh, he's one of them guys, eh?
Yeah.
He's one of them eats his boogers kind of guys.
Yeah. Okay. So Peachy Tony says, if you don't know Jon Snow, you have misspent your life.
Yeah, because I've been on here, guys. I'm a fan favorite. I get called back. Straight up. I get callbacks from MCToon.
There was a while ago, and he was so busy he couldn't even come back on here.
Yeah, I was. But you know what?
He's in demand.
Back on. If it's at night after 9 o'clock, I can come on. I can come on, and you guys can make fun of me all you want. I don't care.
They're not making fun. They're loving on you, John.
That's good. Honestly, every time I come on here, they love me.
NASA security force, because I'm going to Antarctica, says, please don't write on the dome while there. The cleaning bill is killing us. Also, killer penguins are on hold until your exit. Until your exfil, you're on your own.
You know what my favorite memory of MCToon? We got the viral 5G tower guy. And that was really big for me. That was like a big thing for me. I was really psyched about that. Tell him the story, MCToon, how we did that.
What was his name? It was...
I can't remember, man. I can't remember his name, but he was really cool.
Anyway, yeah.
Was it G or something?
So he had been on Alex Jones, and he was an installer, a 5G installer. And so apparently he thinks that he knows about what's going on inside the electronics. He didn't, but
he made a video and it went viral. He was talking about 5G was dangerous and everything went viral. I believed it. Maybe I still do, but keep going.
So I wanted to get him on, but he was nervous to have me come on until you came in and said, like, you dropped your street cred on him. You're like, oh, look at me. I got this 5G song. And so he came on.
He felt bad because he wanted me to know the truth. He came on and he kind of like disowned his previous thinking.
Yeah, he did. He was pretty good. He came out, I think, mostly to the positive in the end.
But he kept someone was clicking on his microphone though, and it kept clicking. I remember that. It was like a really weird. His microphone was like clicking on his shirt or something like that.
It was
kept, like messing up.
It was them. They were doing it.
Yeah, it was. They were trying to stop him. They were trying to cancel his interview.
The evidence hurts says using Flurf logic, the government is hiding the globe Earth to keep you inside the dome, so you never know about the vast universe beyond it. Of course.
It's like the Truman Show. We're living in the Truman Show, guys.
Well,
all of our lives are being.
That's what Mark Sargent has been saying for almost 10 years.
Bro, why don't you try to like get into the simulation debates? Debate people about like living in a simulation, because that'd be kind of cool. It'd be like a cool kind of thing for you to branch into.
The problem is, it's very one-dimensional. It's the only thing is, you think we're in a simulation, but there's no evidence for it, right?
Sometimes things happen that like make you think that could be possible, like just random things meet, like, you know what I mean? Like you've had things happen where it's like, wow, that's really weird. Where you see somebody or something like, and it's just like wow, that was kind of weird. You ever have that? Yeah, we could be. There's a percentage chance that we could be living in a simulation right now.
And there's no way for us to know it.
No, never.
That's the thing.
Never know it.
And so the debate ends there. Yeah. That's why it's not much of a debate.
I guess. You know what? You're right.
We're done debating.
God love you. That was a good debate. There's nothing we can do. If we're in a simulation, hey, heck yeah. I need upgrades. Hey, whoever's running this, upgrades.
Okay, we've got a Wits It Woogers song made by Suno.
Can we do another one?
No, we've got one. We've got one by Suno.
No way. What? Are you gonna play it?
It every single day.
Are you hearing it?
Snacking on things in his own special way. People say he's weird, but he don't care. Boogers are his treat, he can't help but share. Is it close or just misunderstood? Wits and munches on his own unique food.
Oh, gross.
Folks see him laugh and shake their heads. It's lunchtime for Wits and forget the bread.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Wits and gets it craving so strong. Nothing in the world feels quite so wrong.
That's a hit. That's a hit song.
It's like can't let them go.
Wow.
Wits it gets it, just so you know. In the cafeteria, he's the star.
Oh, gross.
Chewing up boogers like a candy bar.
That's great.
Teachers cringe, but he feels no shame. Wits, it's just living his booger-filled game. Oh, Wits, it gets it craving so strong. Nothing in the world feels quite so wrong. Boogers on his mind, can't let them go. Wits, it gets it, just so you know.
Yes.
Oh, Wits, it gets it craving so strong.
That was really good.
Oh, it's almost done. One more bridge.
Strange, but he's got the groove. Wits it dances to his own sweet move. Life's too short to not be true. Wits it's got a hook stuck on you. Oh, Wits it gets it craving so strong. Nothing in the world feels quite so wrong.
That was not bad. Hey, bring it out.
Wits it gets it, just so you know. Oh, Wits it gets.
All right.
Okay.
That's
let me ask
amazing.
you a question. Was this made like right now? Like,
Yes.
While we were doing it? That's crazy. That's crazy. So someone made that while I did my like, it is. Yeah, it is insane. That's Chat GPT or whatever. Then like
That was AI. Okay, so I've got another Canadian coming on in 5 minutes. I gotta let me catch up a couple super chats here before we go. Do you know Jack Zong? He's coming.
I've heard of him.
NASA Security Forces. Easter is the first Sunday after the full moon occurring on or after the equinox.
Listen, I want to say one thing to the chat. Out of all these 50 hours, I want this hour to be the one you remember. All right?
It'll be memorable.
All right. I don't want you to forget this hour. Of all the hours, I want this to be the best one.
Oh yeah, Alejandro wants the link to Witsit's Booker song, so somebody drop that in. We need a video to that now, people.
Yeah,
now,
put it
you
on
got the
YouTube,
song,
like,
now you need a video. But Max says, Max is a, well, you'll know what he says. Max says, if John does the lyrics, I will donate the beat for a Witsit song.
Yeah, I will do it.
Max is in Uruguay, so I can hook you up, and you can make that happen. DJ Nugg says, this guy looks like Manchild, the Canadian rapper.
Madchild. I actually have a song with Madchild. We haven't released it yet. We've had it for a while.
All right.
Yeah.
NASA Security Force says, here's for him to sing the alternative to music.
What's that? Not singing at all?
I think so.
What's the alternative to music? What would be the alternative? No music?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Lord Illuminous Pooh says, so she's not cooking, she's baking. Rebecca's baking.
Okay, hold on. Blackburn Big Dragon said, my only disappointment is that the song didn't include Jon Snow's brilliant lyrics as the chorus. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate you.
There you go. Coriolis Sniper says, I swear I've met John. I live west of Edmonton. I love this, bro. Freaking A, brother, keep it going. So John,
I used to live in Edmonton. You might have met me. I used to go by Bobby Franchise back in the day. If that was it, I lived in Edmonton. You might have met me back in the day.
There you go. Maybe this is it. Now you're out. You're farther west, or farther east.
I'm out east. I'm in Halifax, Nova Scotia, right on the east coast.
Yep. John is actually the one person who can solve the mystery of Oak Island. Don't tell him though. Well, they need to keep it a couple more seasons.
The other day, I found the treasure.
Yeah, don't tell anybody though.
No, sorry, no.
Lord Illuminous Pooh says, not a Dunning-Kruger, I'm a cunning Druger.
Wow.
Svine.
Whatever that means.
Svine A with some Icelandic kroners, which is about $50 US worth, 7,500 kroners, says, have fun really down under, mate. Thank you very much for that. It's a very generous
Magma?
one.
Does anybody remember Magma in the chat?
Oh, yeah.
That was an old thing. I don't even remember how it came up, but I remember Magma.
Was you were debating a flat earth? You're like, where's magma from? Magma.
Yeah, Magma.
I had no idea.
We were both debating the flat earther?
I don't know how it happened. I don't know what it was.
I should come on again. I should come on and debate a flat earther with you. Just like talk crap to them. And just like, you know, I mean, I don't really know much, but I could definitely talk about magma.
Lord Illuminous Pooh says, dome cleaning $500. Call Pooh, he'll clean it true.
I can't believe that girl sent $300. God love her.
Yeah, Lisa, thank you very much. Lisa also sent, I had to upgrade my my hard drive array here, and Lisa sent a big donation or a big funding just over a month ago to do that, and I've since upgraded my hard drive array, and it's doing exactly what a hard drive array should do. It's boring. It just works.
I had an idea for you, MCToon. You should start bringing on the people that donate, and like talk to them about why they're donating and what they believe in. Like start bringing on some of these guys like on the show, and like, you know, ask them like why they support it so much, and just talk to them and like thank them and like give them a chance. If they want to come on, they can come on. You know what I mean? That's maybe a good thing to do.
Well, I do have
supporters.
I have lots of guests booked, but I have some spots that are open, and so during those times, I was planning to do some open mic.
Bring some of them on while you're debating flat earther, so they can kind of sit and watch and, you know, put their couple cents in. That'd be kind of cool too. Like, your biggest donators.
The problem is, and let them watch. Flat earthers, and generally in debate, it's not good form to bring in extra people unannounced.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard.
It's kind of like when you go to like the doctors and they're like, yeah, we got a student here, and they're gonna watch.
Do you mind while we do this rectal exam? If I don't mind at all. Bring them in. You want make sure there's a glove. Lord Illuminous Pooh says, "Whoa, deja vu." I don't know what that's for. Dihydrogen monoxide. Got to watch out for that. It says, for once, I have a wine glass next to me rather than being sober and watching these idiots. Maybe I'll need several more. And then
Zebulon says, "Hey John, you rock too." I love reading positive comments. You guys are great.
Zebulon,
that's what it is.
I think.
Zebulon. I call him Zebulon.
Then Lord Illuminous Pooh says again, "Whoa, deja vu." How's that happening? Two times. All right, I've sent the link to Jack Zong.
Is that who's coming on next?
He's coming on next. So before that, I'm going to update, make sure I get a full update on the amount here.
Let's see how much we raised in this hour. I want to see if we did good.
This
is the best hour we had.
It went up a good chunk. I didn't do a check before, but I should do that. I should do like
what do you think we made during this hour? At least 500?
Just a second.
What did you do with the cat?
Okay, let's see the cat again.
Bring the cat over. Can we bring it over? We got to see him on the camera.
Hold on, I'm trying to get the thing over.
Oh, she got mats in her fur. She's trying to get them out.
Oh, all right. Oh, wow. Okay. So I'm checking my PayPal, and
hold on a second. We got a comment from NASA Security Force. Can you read that for me?
NASA Security Force.
Yeah, they got a comment there on the
says
chat.
John is a cool guy. The ability to be self-deprecating is noble.
What does that mean? Self-deprecating? Can you explain it? Someone who's stupid.
Yeah,
really
deprecating
someone
is
who's really dumb.
Deprecating is putting yourself down. So to be self-deprecating is kind of you're not taking yourself seriously. You're free, being free. Being free to put yourself down and just acknowledge that we're all.
Because if you're worried about like what people think you're saying, then you're gonna live that life, and you're gonna like not want to like say what you mean and say like I just live. I do what I do. Like I'm myself, and I say what I feel, and I don't have any like I don't like worry about what people think because I have my people, and you know like they love me, right? So it is what it is, right? What's up, Jack?
Oh, Jack's here. Hey,
John's been a while. You're the best guy ever. I'd freaking say so, brother. You're honest and what?
All right, we got one more from Peachy Tony. Before you go, John. It says Peachy Tony says yes, John. Thanks to your song, this hour will be memorable. You're like a job creation program for therapists.
That's right. Hey, Jack, what's up, man?
Not much.
Jack's also in Canada.
You're from Canada, Jack?
Yeah.
I'm from Halifax, Nova Scotia. You ever hear of it?
London, Ontario.
Okay, right on. So you've been here for a while?
Oh, since 2005.
Nice one. So you're here for the COVID. You experienced the COVID.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Fun's
I don't want to get into that because we can get into some crazy conspiracies. But
yeah,
I think my time is up. But I had a great time, and I love you, chat. There's like 400 people in here, and I love every one of you, except for Witsit.
Yeah, Witsit's not here, and you can say he is probably here in a fake account. He's probably here watching. Who knows? He seems to know what I do.
We were singing songs. Somebody in here ratted on us, guaranteed. They ratted on us, went and told him we were singing songs about him, and he came on, guaranteed. I guarantee he heard that AI song for sure. He might have missed my song, but someone ratted us out in the chat and went to him and said, "Oh, they're making songs and making fun about you."
Witsit is not a name I've heard for 5 years, and I didn't think I want to hear it again.
I don't even know who he is. I don't even know him. I know he eats burgers.
Yeah, that's unconfirmed. All right, John, thank you very much for coming. Always a treat to have you.
Hey, anytime you want to bring me on after 9 p.m., we can do like 10 p.m. or something like that. Let's do it. We can do it. I'll come on. I'll debate anybody, and we'll win. All right. I will be your assistant in the debate, and we will win.
Well, it's easy when the Earth's a globe. You automatically win. So
that's right. We'll do it. We'll do it up to me and you. I love you guys. Stay cool. Follow me on all Instagram. I'm Jon Snow, King of the North on Instagram. Jon Snow on Facebook. Hit me up. I love y'all. I make funny videos and I make inspiring videos. And it was a good hour. And actually 5 minutes over, so I got to go. Love you guys.
Thanks, John.
Okay, peace out. Should I just leave, or are you going to take me off?
Well, I mean, yeah, I could kick you off if you need to be kicked.
I'm just going to leave. Love you guys. Thanks. Okay. See you, Jack.
Yeah.
All right, Jack. Oh my gosh, it's been forever.
It's been a while.
If you don't know Jack came on. He had a debate with probably the dumbest flat earther ever, and Jack is one of the smartest people ever. It was the most extreme example of whatever ever. It was. The guy didn't understand
My
degrees.
classmates still meme me for it. They'll still hit me with the occasional, "Oh, I can't think in degrees," something along those lines. Yeah.
So, all right. So, Jack, you were going at the time. You were, I think, a freshman at.
Yeah.
And now what? Where are you now?
Now I'm in my last semester.
Wow. And so, where? What school and what are you studying?
University of Waterloo, mathematical physics.
And your last semester. That's amazing. What's next?
Grad school. That's the dream.
Yeah, where are you going? If you can.
Hopefully just stay at Waterloo. It's got a good program for what I want to go into.
And what's that?
Solid state physics is my area of interest. I
Solids.
want to go into electronics.
All right. Gonna make the next more dense SSD.
Yeah, something semiconductor related, hopefully.
Yeah. I have a friend from college that he worked at Micron for years. And
Yeah.
we talked for hours at some, he was back here because he was out west, and he was back here in Minnesota for something. And we talked for hours at something, and everybody's like, what did you two talk about? Like, we're talking about solid state memory.
Yeah.
So that's cool. Last semester right now, so it's October. So is this 4.5 years then it'll be?
Been 5, actually.
5?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that pretty common?
For my program, yeah, because we do a 4-month internship every other semester. So we don't get summer breaks. We do a semester of school and then a semester of intern and then back and forth.
I see. And so what internships did you do?
Actually, all of them were software development. None of them were hard physics, but a lot of them were simulation related. So they'd have me, write a Python or a C++ script or not a script, I guess, for C++, but like just a program to simulate something that they use for their product or whatever.
Okay. Python or C++.
Yeah. Keep it fun.
Yeah.
If I was going to particle physics, I'd be doing nothing but C++. The running joke is that C++ or particle physics development right now is nothing but just C++ documentation, because people want to come up with new functions for going through these big databases in a more efficient way or whatever. But the field's, it's a little less physically sometimes than just a lot of software stuff.
Yeah. And so Lisa's asking, no Fortran?
Some of the packages I have to use are coded natively in Fortran. I've never had to use it on the developer end, though. Actually, I did have to compile a Fortran package for this one piece of software I was using, Ween2K. It's a simulation for crystal structures and electronic properties in crystals. So I did have to work with a little bit with some Fortran compilers just to get the program to build on my Linux machine.
Okay. Well, if you need, I've got the Fortran 77 book, so I can lend it to you there, because I'll need it back when I get back into Fortran development.
It's okay. I could probably just pirate it on LibGen or something.
Okay. What was the name of the guy you debated?
Oh gosh,
He's still on Discord all the time. I see him, not super often, but I've seen him on Discord.
I don't track him anymore because after first year, I I think I grew out of listening to flurfers. Once you heard one, you heard them all, right? So
Yeah.
and then you convince none of them because they're all just stonewalled in their minds. So.
Yeah. But you found him on Quora.
Yeah, he was there because there was a flat Earth space, and then I think it finally got shut down for disseminating false information, which I don't know. You don't see a lot of anymore because they automated a lot of the moderation process. Quora was a shit show, but now it's even more of a cesspool of misinformation. So
Really?
the quality's gone down. You used to get moderated a lot if you just post random BS, but now a lot of it gets through. So
Yeah.
yeah, there was also that one guy who thought angular momentum wasn't conserved.
John Mandelbar.
Yes. That guy was interesting. He was very interesting.
So, he got so mad.
He got upset, and then it was really funny because my classmates dug into his Facebook page, and then this guy, I remember he posted something on his Facebook page about how because of angular momentum not being conserved, hurricanes weren't as severe as whatever. So there was, 'cause I think he lives in Florida. There was a hurricane headed towards Florida. He was posting how people shouldn't evacuate, and then my friend juxtaposed that post with a news headline from the next day, hurricane whatever, it hit Florida and then flooding in his town. And it was, I mean, it's unfortunate, but it kind of feels like justice sometimes.
Yeah, that kind of stuff, there's real victims. People actually can, if they were to take his advice, unfortunately, people like him don't have much of a platform.
Yes.
Right. Some people do that are nuts like that, but most of them don't because, they lack any charisma. That guy, he's super angry all the time. So
I wanted to debate this one guy. Oh yeah, so go on.
That video that you debated John Mandelbar, still gets comment traction because anytime somebody comments on there in response to John, he'll respond to them years later. Right? I haven't seen it lately, but I bet you could go to that video now and just find one of his comments and reply to him, and he'll get in there and start up a new fight.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that guy. He's certainly something. There's a guy I wanted to bring on for a debate, I think 2 years ago. This guy who he was a British lad. He was, what's it called? I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Old guy, white hair, has glasses. He was going about 1 + 1 = 2 or whatever was some hoax, and how he figured out some new key to mathematics. And then he was talking about electromagnetism or whatever. And then I wanted to bring it on, so I actually messaged him on LinkedIn, which just feels cringe now thinking back on it. But this guy was a serial nutcase because I did some digging, and he went off on a couple of posts about how the British government took away his children. And then I did a little more digging, he lost his kids in a divorce. And then I was like, okay, well, I can see why.
It was the government.
Yeah.
It sounds that, Terrence Howard is another name that comes up. Who
that gentleman you just had on talking about Witsit, that name brought back flashbacks for me because oh my god, I remember
you almost were going to debate with him, right? But it didn't happen.
I was almost going to, and then he started adding more stipulations, and then I just didn't feel like keeping up with it. Yeah, Witsit was a character. Give me 1 second. I gotta move a car in the driveway. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Well, Witsit is still a character. Sly Sparkane says that guy was Super Rats, Antonio Super Rats. Sly. Anyway, Sly's coming on next. While Jack is out, once again, thank you to PhD Tony for that $100. It will be put to good use. Electric Eye PM for 10 Canadians says, speaking of proctologists, I went to see mine, and during the exam, he told me to take my pants off. I asked him where I could put them. Over there beside mine was not the answer I was expecting. Oh, that's so funny. That was great. Yeah. So Sly, was that again? Was that Super Rats? Was that the one you're talking about? Antonio Super Rats. So, okay. Hold on, stay logged in. I need to, I'm updating my, my list here. So if you send money to me through, GoFundMe, it's public. So if I read that off, it's already been published, but, through both PayPal and Cash App, it's not. So if you want your name to be different, then send me a message somehow, and I'll update it so that it's so that your name isn't shared through that way. Because I got a bunch already here, and I want to have an accurate number. So like I'm updating these. So turns out that the fee for Cash App or for PayPal is about the same as GoFundMe. So Cash App is the place that has, I think, the least fees, but of course Bitcoin is as well. Pretty low on that. So, all right, Jack, is the car move?
I'm back.
Are you at your home?
Yeah, I'm back in London for the for reading week, just for Thanksgiving too. Yeah.
What's reading week?
Oh, you guys don't have that in American universities? So before midterm season, they give you a week to just review stuff, and they don't give you classes during that week.
Oh, okay. No, and so London, people are going to be thinking you're in the UK.
Oh, yeah, London, Ontario, not London, England. Yeah. Which I don't know if that's worse at this point, because I have a classmate from London, England, and he complains about it 24/7. So I don't know. Maybe the grass is always green on the other side. But...
I don't know. I've been to London once. I loved it. But I mean, I was expecting to walk down the street and see Phil Collins, but turns out he lives in Switzerland. So
yeah. But yeah, these past couple of years have been interesting. I stopped following the Flirt for stuff because I was losing brain cells, and you listen to one, you listen to them all, and then I don't know, it was just frustrating listening to some of these conspiracy theories, because during COVID you had a different flavor of stupid with the COVID conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
So, same shoe size IQ, but this one actually had real consequences. So it was,
yeah. And a lot of them, like, oh, why do you care so much about, to me, about flat Earth? And like, well, because to get to flat Earth, you have to go through a lot of other things. But if you haven't filled out your bingo card on the way to flat Earth, then after a short time in flat Earth, you will fill out that bingo card.
Yeah.
Right. You will be all of these other things also. And then, since that's not enough, then they tend to get into other stuff. They get into racism. They get into white nationalism. They get into blaming a group of people that are from Israel. That group of people is is behind everything, and so they get into that stuff, and it festers all those things together, because you take all these idiots together that don't have critical thinking, and then they're like, oh, yep, that's the new truth to them.
Yeah, my brother-in-law's from Wuhan, so you can imagine the grief that he gets from people on occasion. Yeah,
absolutely.
Which is unfortunate, because I don't know if you know this. The stereotype for that city beforehand was like the Bay Area in the States. It's like the Silicon Valley of China. It used to be where all the big tech companies in China are, but now it's, to everyone else who's not Chinese, it's just it's COVID homeland or whatever. So,
wow. Has that changed? You think where people are choosing to make new developments in tech?
Oh no, because the thing is, these science parks in East Asia, like not just China, but like Japan, Thailand, wherever, they usually get pretty big subsidies for these big companies to set up shop there. And then they fund programs at the local universities. They get lots of interns from like the local big universities to have these students come over and help them out. So I don't think the demographics going to change that much, but I think global perception has definitely gone skewed for the worse.
Yeah. Well, probably doesn't matter a whole lot. Nobody knows where their phones were built, really, for the most part, right? I don't know.
Yeah, and the average, racist who goes on about that, they can't even point out Wuhan on a map, so it's like, right.
Yeah, and, a lot of them are like, electrons don't exist.
Yeah.
How did we design the phone that you're using to type in your electrons don't exist claim?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it's like in the States, but in Canada, like the white nationalist types, they're the same ones who, we fought in Afghanistan for 10, 20 years, but they couldn't put Afghanistan on a map. So I'm not too worried about them, figuring out where people are.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, Janusz Takis says, got my PayPal. You can't say my name, but you can try. Okay, hold on. I'll check. I didn't get a new PayPal. Oh, there it is. Yes, I got it. Takis. It's Janusz Takis. I got it. And I know I'm mispronouncing it. Jack, your last name, is it Zong?
Zhang, yeah. Zhang.
Okay, yeah. Zed. Zed. What are you talking about, Zed? You're not from England.
Properly. Speak proper English. Come on, man.
Look, the Queen doesn't boss you around anymore.
I can't remember. Where are you from again? Minnesota?
Minnesota, yeah. They call it.
You guys are discount Canadians. You guys should know how to pronounce Z or Z, yeah.
Discount Canadians. I haven't gotten that one before. I've heard Canada Light.
It's really funny because when I hear Americans try their stereotypical Canadian accent, it just reminds me of Minnesota.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I tried to get
it's the Toronto accent, so I mean, yeah.
I tried to get Mallory on, who's from Quebec. That's a whole different. That's a whole different accent. But Mikey Smith. Mikey Smith is a flat earther from Regina, which is Saskatchewan, right?
Yeah, middle of
nowhere. Yeah, and he's he gave out his phone number in a video. So I wrote it down and I called him, and he'd answer during my live streams. I'd call him, and then he got a new phone number because he didn't want me to have it.
You know what though? We can give them a pass because if you've ever been to the prairie provinces, they are flat. It's completely.
I've
not
only
a single terrain feature in sight.
I've only been to Banff, and that was not flat. It was very hilly.
I guess nothing but cornfields.
When I was in high school, so we went to Banff.
Oh yeah.
Then we went to a glacier in Banff at up a mountain somewhere, right? And we're like on the snow, and then down the hill from the snow is rocks. And we're like, hey, this is pretty cool. So we were like sliding down the snow, but it didn't work well because you're on your butt. But we had I had a coat. My coat was kind of slippery. So I try to go down on my back feet first, and then the snow just goes up into your the back, right? So that was no good. So I'm like, oh, let me just try turning around. I'll put my hood up and I'll go head first, backwards. That worked well into the rocks. And I had said to the people, like, hey, start waving when I get close to the rocks. And they did, but I didn't see them.
Yeah, high school shenanigans. I've had fun like that before.
Yeah, I don't know how I survived that one because I was going fast.
Hey, it could have been worse. You could have wound up a flurfer, So
I could have. I did not get the Dane Bramage, at least not that I know of.
Yeah.
Nick N says there's lots to see in Saskatchewan. There's nothing to block your view.
Yeah, exactly. We need a flurfer from Newfoundland because their accent is like discount Irish, and I sometimes you just can't understand what they're saying. Like, yeah, it's very interesting. I'm pretty sure their demographic it did originate from a good chunk of it originated from Ireland, so it makes sense. But they sound very different from other Canadians.
All right, so there's our task to the chat: find a Newfoundland flurf. Paul says Sir Elton John is the Queen now. I don't think so. Let's see. Lewin says that Banff, you either went to Jasper National Park and probably the Athabasca Glacier area. Could be.
Sounds about right.
I don't know. I was in high school. I was on the bus. I was not paying attention. I did when we were in Banff. We went to there was a hot spring like pool. There's a pool.
Oh yeah.
The whole pool was a hot tub. They're like, don't jump and don't. We're in high school. Don't splash and don't dive and don't like. Of course we did. We were in high school.
Fat chance.
So all right, man. I just loved the debate you had. The debates you did have, and I would love for you to do another. So,
Gosh,
when is your current semester done, and then you graduate?
but December is I think middle of December is when my semester ends. Yeah.
Okay, and then what's that? And so then you're just hoping to go to grad school. When would that start?
Next fall.
Well, you got a big time gap there. You can get a lot of debates in.
I could, but I would like to double up with someone because I need to preserve my brain for fall, right? I need to make sure I don't go brain dead before I start my research.
If you're up for it, then Modern Day Debate does like to do a lot of 2v2 debates. So
yeah, that sounds like something we could do.
I'll do that. I'll let you handle all of the high-end math, because the flat earthers that come with lots of high-end math, they don't exist.
I mean, we could honestly just write some weird, like we could do a doodle of, I don't know, Scooby-Doo or whatever and call it a math symbol and they win. So, yeah.
Uncle Charlie says, but Modern Day Debate is trash. Well, yeah, take what you get. I'm going to be on there tomorrow debating moon landing.
Well,
What would, if you were to debate moon landing, what would you go for as your presentation?
what do they even think is fake? Like,
Yeah. Well, it's a tough question without having time to think about it. I know.
no, I feel like if the Americans faked the moon landing, the Soviets would have been all over. So, yeah, there's that.
But what if, hear me out, what if they are controlling both the government of America and the government of Russia, and they actually make them work together? What do you think?
I don't know, because when I hear that, I get two conflicting stories. On one hand, we hear like the people in Israel controlling everything, and then at the same time, those same people will come back and say Israel is just an American lapdog. So I don't know. They can't even stay consistent with their own story. So yeah.
PT Tony says, I tried nominating you as a debate partner against Flatsoid, but they didn't follow up on it.
Yeah, have we heard any new talking points from them, or is this just the same nonsense?
They've tried in the last couple years to talk about relativity. So they start with this. They start first with this premise that that if relativity isn't true, then Earth can't be a globe. That's their claim, right? They don't back that up somehow. They just have that as an axiom.
Okay.
I don't know how that's an axiom, but that's how they do it. But it's weird because there's plenty of relativity deniers that don't say the Earth is not a globe, right? And also there's lots of relativity deniers that are not geocentrists either, right? They say the Earth is orbiting the sun and the solar system is moving through the galaxy. But the flat Earth position is both Earth not globe and Earth not move. And they say that if somehow they disprove relativity, then those two are automatic. I don't know how. It's a stretch. Anyway, so then they've tried, they try to work in these different relativity denial things. And it's mostly rehashing things that other relativity denialists have done. But the other relativity denialists are not flat earthers or geocentrists. So that they're like, therefore relativity debunked and Earth flat. But then you go look at their citations and it's all, contradicts Earth flat, Earth stationary. So.
Yeah, during COVID, I noticed there was a surprising number of cranks for different fields of science, and relativity is a big one.
Yeah. It's
they might not be flirts, but they want to think that they're special and they've discovered something that other people don't. So it's
everybody
same
in
type of delusion.
everybody in science completely missed it apparently, and they are the ones. And how are they the ones? Well, by not knowing the background information is how they're able to figure it out.
I would be amazed to meet one flirt who could do a single field equation.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. Have you done any of that in your studies?
Yeah, I took one GR course, and oh my god, most of it just went over my head. To be honest with you, they lost me on the math on that one. By the end, I was just doing equations without knowing what the hell was going on.
Yeah, yeah. I've always figured it's a specialty graduate level topic to really work on.
Course at Waterloo, but it is cross listed as a graduate course. So there were master's students who were taking that course. And then, I don't know, once you get into the last year of physics at Waterloo, you figure out that a lot of these very different fields of physics, they're kind of niche, and you really do need to have a penchant for wanting to learn it to be able to fully grasp it. Because by the end, it was so cut and dry for me, I just didn't want to look into it. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, do the math, get the grade, get out of that class.
I suppose. Yeah, there are a few classes I took that were combo master's level classes, and I'm like, the teacher's talking to everybody and then says, here's the homework. And if you are a master's student taking the whatever, 600, 6,000, whatever level class, then you need to also write a paper on this. But everything else was the same. There's nothing different in the class except for you also have to write a paper.
Yeah, it's the same for us. Yeah, they have a final essay at the end, so their exam is weighted, I think, 20% instead of 40%, but then they have a 20% final or essay for their cumulative grade. Yeah,
but that's what you're going to be doing next year. Like, would you retake that same class?
Oh no, I'm going to electronics. I don't want to look at gravity.
Okay, but say you were, would that be like a possibility? Like you take that very same class again, but this time as a master's?
I'm not sure actually. I've never heard of anyone do that. I think I need to talk to the guidance counselor and ask them like how would that work.
So Clive Wells says general relativity is undergraduate level in the UK. So. Let's see. All right. PhD Tony says the most recent nonsense is if they solve a system in any frame of reference, that means that there is an absolute frame of reference. Yeah. Like, you know, how can an airplane land on a moving Earth? Right? It can't because it's moving at 1,000 miles an hour. But how can an airplane land on an aircraft carrier? Because it's not stationary.
Yeah.
It's about the relative velocity between the two, which I don't know.
Well, you know what? One of the big things that's changed over there, I think 4 or 5 years since we've last talked, is when I was in first year, I wanted to do it all. I wanted to do GR, I wanted to do particle, I wanted to learn all of the different math disciplines, field theory, function analysis, group theory, ring theory, all that stuff. And then now I'm like, learn what I need to do and then just stick with that because everything else is just too painful.
Yeah. You know, at some point you're going to get siloed. You're going to have to, right? You'll silo yourself because that's what your field will be. And
for me, it was the amount of work you had to put in was getting pretty intensive. It sucked the fun out of just learning it for the sake of learning it. And so the stuff that I was interested in, I kept that, and then everything else, just cut it out.
Yeah. Well, hey, when you're working on solid state, you'll work on solid state.
Yeah.
Stranding electrons.
If you want to get a flirt to debate, just quantum mechanics, I wonder how much they understand just how much the electronics in their smartphone or whatever works. Yeah, quantum deniers are a really weird one to me because they're talking about this on a computer that you can't design without quantum.
Yeah. So, Well, and it's super common for flat earthers to be quantum deniers too. So.
Well, anything advanced sciencey they don't like.
Yeah. How they deny how they deny that these types of things work when obviously people have an understanding of it because they've used these things to make things work. Like, nah, that's not how it works. Well, how does it work? I don't know, but that's not how it works. Yeah, you're not smart.
I've noticed that a lot of cranks are big Tesla fans, actually. Like Nikola Tesla.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because later in life he kind of went off the deep end and started saying all sorts of. Yeah, he said some out there stuff, and Tesla also was a GR denier, right? And because it was heavy math, and Tesla wasn't really great at math. So and here's saying that to these people that revere Tesla are like, oh, did you just say that? Well, yeah, that wasn't his thing. He was very intuitive about a whole bunch of stuff that was super awesome, but he wasn't doing math.
Yeah.
High-end math.
Yeah, Tesla is like Musk from 100 years ago. They had some good ideas, but they had plenty of bad ideas too. And they don't always justify their good or bad ideas with the rigor, to demonstrate that they know their stuff all the time.
Quantum Degreaser, a flat earther, a flat earther, says, ask Jack if he's heard of electrophs.
Are those like flat electrons that don't spin?
That'd be the opposite of an electron. You see, because it's not on, it's off. Electroph.
See.
Yeah. You get that? Thanks to Quantum Degreaser. Quantum Degreaser once proved that a lake was flat because he got water from one part of the lake and then drove several miles away and got water from the other part of the lake and then put those two next to each other those two jars next to each other on his desk, and they were the same height.
Blowing my mind here.
Yeah. Let's see. The Sun Express says Quora was exposed for being a Beijing propaganda outlet a little while ago. Big scandal.
Oh, what were they?
I didn't know that. I don't know that. The Sun Express has only said it.
I know there are a lot of bots on that website, so it wouldn't surprise that there is a scandal along those lines. But yeah, I don't know if it'd be accurate to say the whole thing is just a big Beijing scam.
It's yeah. I stopped spending time on there too. It just got to be so much. Anyway, Yanush, Takas talked about your PayPal. I did. Thank you. Mikey Cage says, I just got here. Your top dog tune. And a thumbs up. Thank you. PJ says, if Flirfs could think, they wouldn't. They would choose not to, I guess. Let's see. I want to make sure I didn't miss any. What are you eating today?
Oh, just roast chicken.
Roast chicken. All right. Angel Gamer says, challenge Witsit to some hammer toss. Oh my gosh. That'd be great. So hammer toss. You ever play hammer toss?
No, don't think I have.
So here's what you do. You stand, you and a friend, you stand, say 10 meters apart, right? And you get a hammer, right? And then you just throw it back and forth. You just play catch with a hammer. So then it's all about, well, how do you throw the hammer so that the other person can catch it instead of getting the claws into their hand?
Right.
Right. And then every once in a while you take a step back and it's longer and longer. And so you want to flip it, right? Generally not overhand. It's usually underhand so that it does the right revolutions. And then it's really fun. Super safe. Give it a shot.
Yeah, I'll do it after Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving for us is this Monday, by the way. I know you guys have it on a different month. I think you guys have November?
Yeah, it's November. I think it's always the last Thursday in November.
It's Monday for us, so
yeah. So,
just having an early Thanksgiving dinner
is it always? So Jon Snow didn't know it. He was a little confused. Is it always the same date, or is it always the same day of the week?
Oh, that's a good question, actually.
Oh my gosh.
I should know this. I'm Canadian, but you know what? I always treat it as a day off school or work, so I didn't really care.
Eric Burns says, don't give my students any ideas. All right, so Eric Burns students, no hammer toss for you.
Second Monday in October in Canada. That's it.
Second Monday. Okay. Oh, we've got an angry orange cat.
He's not angry. He's just
He's
loud.
always angry. There he is. Hi, Turtle. What do you think, Turtle? Look up there. There we go. You got any pets there, Jack?
I got a dog.
Oh, hold on. You're not on screen yet. Just a second. Turtle's posing really nice for the camera.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
There he is.
Oh my, that's a pretty dog. What kind of dog is that?
GSD, German Shepherd.
German? What
Used to be
shepherd?
cuter. What's that?
What kind of shepherd?
German Shepherd.
Just German. Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, he used to be cuter, but now he's getting old. He's got gray fur all over his muzzle now. He's got a beard.
Let's see. Todd's Tech Tales has a 2 Australian super chat that says $100 in PayPal for midnight sunscreen. So, all right. So, Jack, I'm going to Antarctica. This 50-hour marathon is about raising money for the trip. And the tents that you sleep in are transparent to UV light.
Oh.
So,
Okay.
and the sun never sets. And the reason why they're transparent is so that the UV light can get in and warm the tent. Right? So there you are, laying in your bed at night, sun coming through because the sun never sets, and you can get sunburn while you sleep. So thank you very much, Todd. I am planning to put on the sunscreen. Now, here's another conspiracy that conspiracy theorists go for. They think that sunscreen is a conspiracy. Have you heard that one?
Lovely. No, that's new.
That's been around a long time. They're like, oh, it's poison. They are doing it to poison you and all that. So the flatties, of course, they're into every conspiracy. So my wonder is, first of all, the trip is bringing some flat earthers too. To Antarctica.
Sure.
So 3 flat earthers at least are going. So if they're honest flat earthers, they won't bring sunscreen for nighttime. They won't put sunscreen on at nighttime, and they won't buy what I'm going to buy, a sleep mask, so that you can sleep at night because the sun's up. It's shiny the whole time, so it never gets dark. So they won't bring a sleep mask because they don't think the sun will be up at nighttime. If they bring a sleep mask, that tells us a lot. Tells us they know that the sun will be up.
Yeah, that's one way to do it.
Don't forget to update the name at the top of the screen. I've had you as Jon Snow.
Oh.
Jack Zong. There you go.
There we go.
Updated.
You know what? There's another conspiracy that happened during COVID because a lot of people were going towards stocks and cryptocurrencies when they're out of a job. And so there was a lot of stuff about how people were controlling the stock markets or whatever, and people would lose all their money on a bad YOLO on Wall Street bets or whatever, or on their Robinhood app. And they'd post about it on the Reddit, and then you could see them lose $236,000 in a single day. And they said it's rigged by the hedge funds. It's like, okay. Or George Soros or whomever. And it's really weird.
That's, again, another one. I worked with a guy that was into a bunch, not flat earth. He laughed at flat earthers, but he was into, they control the stock market. Like, how do they know what you're going to do? Because he'd lose money. Like, how do they know what you're doing? You, small potatoes, they aren't paying any attention to you.
Yeah, and they left a cheat code, and you could just hold the stocks for 50 years, and it'll probably go up. But people want to try and get rich quick, I guess. Dude, I feel like a lot of these TikTokers on talking about finance stuff should really be jailed for some of the stuff that they were posting during COVID. It was actually kind of disgusting how they were preying on people who lost their jobs, trying to tell them how stock options are the gateway towards making money quick or whatever, and then get these people to lose whatever money they have left.
So, do you think they were somehow leveraging so they could make money on it, like a pump and dump
Well,
type
yeah,
thing?
if they have a strategy that they can use to make money quick on the stock market, they wouldn't be posting lessons on. They wouldn't be selling lessons. They make
Well, of
their money
course.
from selling their master course or whatever, right?
Okay, so that's what
yeah.
they were. Yeah.
And then 50-50 chance, actually, I shouldn't say 50-50, 70-30 chance that it was a load of baloney. And then the remaining 30% is just stuff that anyone already knows. Like they'll just say something along the lines of buy stocks in big blue chip industries or big blue chip companies and hold for 20 years. Like I didn't need to pay money to hear that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Or, if you want to be safe, sell before an earnings report. Oh, wow. What amazing advice. And yeah, that's the thing. Like psychics that can tell the future.
Yeah.
They're just doing it to better humanity. Okay, I get that. If that was the case, then you would go win the lottery or do something on the stock market so that you didn't have to charge money to people to better humanity, right?
Yeah.
Or, they ask for your credit card number on the phone. Like, you tell me my credit card number.
No, I actually had a bit of an argument with this because it's a cultural thing in Taiwan to like before you get married, you go speak to a fortune teller and have them like tell you what month it's lucky to get married or whatever. And I told my sister, this is a scam. Why are you doing this? Like, she's like, no, like sometimes they just give you like a right, prediction. Or I'm like, oh, I can be a prophet too. Tomorrow, the sun will rise in the east and set in the west.
Amazing.
Where's my fee,
So your sister did this?
She's going to, and she doesn't really want to, but it's like expected of them. It's a
Really?
cultural expectation. So even if you don't personally believe in it, it's considered bad luck. Yeah, Asian culture is not
So
very religious.
they go-
It's superstitious.
They go to Taiwan or?
Well, she's
where?
already in Taiwan, right?
Okay.
Yeah. If she was here, she probably wouldn't do it.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not just Taiwan. Like a lot of East Asian cultures, it's very superstitious. Not a lot of people believe in like, they don't pray every night or whatever. They're not super religious, but they're very superstitious about luck and karma and spirits and ghosts or whatever.
Okay. And feng shui? What's the, there's a city, I don't know, there's a mountain, there's a city, and they built a hole in a tower so that the energy from the mountain can get to wherever it's going.
Yeah, that rings a bell. I don't remember off the top of my head because to me this is just a load of crap. But
Yeah. I always like those. All right, so we got. I think a flatty in the chat here says, Sim Kia says till what height is the atmosphere dragged along by gravity, and where can I get info on the scale that describes the reduction of that drag per level of height? Real question.
So atmospheric drag is proportional to air density, and then
What's the law? What's the law of physics that talks about that?
That's like the barometric, whatever. I don't remember off the top of my head. But what's it called? There's no specific altitude where drag just completely stops, right? It drops off
Tapers.
asymptotically, and it's more of an engineering problem of where you want to just ignore it for simplicity. But I mean, for satellites in orbit, for example, usually you ignore it for very short-term calculations. But actually, my last job as a software dev was to do simulations for satellite tracking. So it was a thing where even in low orbit, you had to take into account drag because satellites will actually slowly slow down and drop in altitude because of that.
Yeah.
So I guess if you want to ask an engineer this question, the answer would be however much accuracy you want, or what's the context, because sometimes you can just say drag is zero if you're in space, whatever. Air density is basically zero, but sometimes for a long enough period of time, you need to actually figure out what it is. And then you use some oversimplifying assumptions just to play with the models.
It depends how many significant figures you need.
Yeah.
Right? If you need 2, then you could say at drag is 0 here. If you need 15 digits, well, you got a lot more work. But okay, so the law I was thinking of that keeps the air moving with the Earth is the law of viscosity, which goes back to Newton. They call it Newton's law of viscosity. So, you know, there's a viscosity between the surface and the lowest level of the air, and then there's a viscosity between these different layers of air, right? Not layers, it's a continuum. But there's also wind and weather that happens all the time as well. So it's a very complex system.
Yeah. Then you have gravity keeping it all down, contrary to what they might believe, but there is gravity there. Yeah.
Yeah. Null says the atmosphere isn't getting dragged along in the way that they're phrasing it. The atmosphere exists and rotates with the Earth. I think that was the question. Of course, that's the case because there isn't a friction on the other side. There's nothing preventing the air from moving on the other side of it away from the surface because there's essentially nothing there to slow it down. Right?
Yeah, and then you have other things that, affect your air circulation, like temperature gradients and convection currents or whatever.
Yeah. And hurricanes. All right. Dr. Tapioca Weasel, a real PhD, says, yo, calling positrons electrophs is a great bit.
Yeah.
Cretan Bull says, my friend bought a house in Markham, Ontario, where a lot of Asians live. And is that like real? Like funny?
Yeah.
Okay.
Markham is a suburb of Toronto, and it has a very large Asian population.
Okay, so it says, and they got a crazy deal on it because 4 was in the address.
Yeah.
Really? That's a thing?
The Chinese word for 4 sounds like the Chinese word for dead, so it's considered an unlucky number.
Oh.
So actually in Taiwan, elevators, for example, they don't even list a 4th floor. They just jump to 5.
Okay.
So it'll be listed as the 5th floor, but
so
it's actually the physical 4th floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. How'd I do on my pronunciation?
Just enough that I could figure out your accounting.
Hold on. Ooh. I can't go to 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I can do it in Korean. And then I've been well, there's 2 ways to do it in Korean. There's the Chinese way in Korean and the Korean way in Korean. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chil Paul Ku Ship. What's 10?
I have no idea. I'm not Korean.
Anyway, so it's real similar to Chinese, but it's a little modified pronunciation. But the Hangul way is Hana Dul Set Nat Daso Yaso Ilgap Yodel Ahop Yol. How's that?
I'm not Korean, but
I don't know.
5 out of 5. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Let's see. Whoa, we got 8 minutes left. So we got coming next is Sly Sparkane. So, okay. Dr. Nimrod says now try to count to 10 in Irish. I don't know.
I got one for you.
I got
a Newfie if we find one.
Yeah, a Newfie. Nice. I can also, let's see. 2nd grade, we studied Japanese. In 2nd grade.
Something.
Ichi-ni sanchi go. That's about all I can do. I did a little bit of judo, and in judo we would count, but we only counted to 3. Typically.
Yeah, I did kendo for a semester, and we had to count to 10 as part of our warm-ups in Japanese. Yeah. Didn't keep up with it though. It was a little pricey to keep up with it actually.
So you did in school?
Yeah. It's a school club at Waterloo, so you can rent the equipment, but it is a little expensive.
I see. Oh,
buying is also very expensive.
I taught a little bit at college when I was teaching martial arts. So our school had a class that we taught every semester at a college. So like my black belt partner, he when like as the previous instructor was like, I'm done instructing here. Who wants to do it? I'm like, I don't want to, but my black belt partner did. So he went there and would take over. But every once in a while I'd fill in if somebody was out. So
I feel like the conspiracy theory is going to amp up a little next coming months, because you guys have your election coming up in November, and then Canada, we're going to have our election pretty soon, probably. At some point, they're going to have to call an election. And I imagine it's going to be a shit show for us.
Who's the current guy there?
Justin Trudeau is the head of the Liberal Party. So in Canada, you don't directly vote for a prime minister. You vote for your local MP, and then whichever party dominates the parliament, party leader becomes prime minister, something along those lines. So there's 3 big parties right now instead of having just 2 in the U.S. So there's the Liberal Party, there's the New Democratic Party, and there's the Conservative Party. And then I don't like the party leads for any of the 3 big ones. And then if I was in Quebec, I just vote for the Quebec Party just because it'd be funny. But we don't get that option in Ontario.
You can't even vote for the Quebec Party?
No, they don't run in Ontario. They only run in Quebec. But I feel like if they were to run in other provinces, people would vote for them out of spite.
Really?
We have a Green Party too, but they're pretty small. And I don't know. They're anti-nuclear reactor, which is kind of weird for a Green Party, in my opinion. But hey.
All right. Dr. Nimrod says, please note I will be laughing at your pronunciation. So I have been given how to count to 10 in Irish.
Oh.
Here we go.
Lovely.
Haun, do, try, Cathray, Cug, Sayich, Oct, now, Deitch. Laugh away. I recognized 8. It's Oct.
I ran into a flurfer actually last year at a Walmart.
In real life?
Preaching to this, a real life flurfer in person. She was bothering this old lady who was just trying to get a shopping cart into the parking lot. She kept following about how do we know the Earth goes around the sun or whatever. It's like, wow, I've never met one in real life before. This is so cool.
So cool. I have not happened on, right? I've intentionally met with a few, but I haven't, in real life. Have I? No. Like, I know, like, there's a guy I play Ultimate with, and he's like, yeah, my daughter's dating a flat earther. I'm like,
that's
and I'm like, oh, that'd be the end of it for me. Turns out I knew the kid. So I know two flat earthers in real life. It was the son of one of the 2 that I know. Oh. So I didn't know at the time that it was him, right? And then later, like, oh, everything fell together. Like, that's who she's dating.
So I take it he doesn't have dad's approval.
Yeah. The dad is a moderator in my chat here, who's not currently here, I don't think. So.
Yeah, I got no words to come for free. I've had conspiracy theorists, not flirters, it was vaccine conspiracy theorists approached me outside the health center where I got my shots, and then they try and sell their nonsense to me, and I pulled a race card and said, sorry, no English. Just kept walking.
Oh my gosh.
I feel a little bad doing that, but if I'm an immigrant, I might as well use my natural talents. Funny. You know what I mean?
That's funny. I've done that at the malls where they're like doing polls, right? They come up there, they want to take a poll, and I just look at them. I say, I'm sorry, I don't speak English. In English.
I've had the reverse situation. I have a classmate whose his parents are both Caucasian, but he was born and raised in China, actually. And so he's now at Waterloo as an international student. He speaks fluent Chinese and he speaks English with a Chinese accent. And then he needs to go through this conversation every single time when he meets someone new that he's not actually trying to mock Asian people. That's just the way he actually talks. Oh. And it makes for a very interesting conversation sometimes.
It's weird, yeah. It sounds like he's mocking.
Yeah, it's pretty funny actually. Yeah. So he'll ask me how to say something in English, and then he's more fluent in Chinese than I am. So I'll ask him how to say something in Chinese, and then people will look at us like, "Are you two out of your damn mind?"
That's crazy. Yeah. All right, now the ladies in chat are all wondering if you've got a lady.
Seen some people, didn't work out. Yeah.
Okay. People, you You talk like it's currently plural, but it's currently 0. Is that what you're saying?
Currently 0, yeah.
Okay. So what you're saying is there's a chance. All right, ladies in the chat. I can connect you with Jack in case you want a future PhD.
Well, we'll see how my master's goes. If I like doing research, I'll keep going. If I don't, I'll just go work in industry.
Yeah. All right. I'm almost updated.
I'm still young, but it won't be for much longer.
When do you stop being young?
Well, I'm 23. At some point, I feel like I'm gonna get old. At, like, I don't know, when I'm 30 and elderly or something like that.
30 is elderly.
Well,
I just want to make sure I get that 30 is elderly.
Because I play badminton, and you notice the drop off when people hit their 30s. So.
I see. All right. Ooh, I need to send a link to Sly. Sly's going to be joining here in a second. Now, do you know Sly?
Sorry?
Do you know Sly Sparkane?
No, I don't. I haven't been keeping up with it.
He is one of the OG Flurf debunkers.
Whoa. Have you ever had Simon Dan on?
I have talked to him a few times. He's not been on my channel, but he will on Sunday. He's going to join me on Sunday. So, let's see.
On the one hand, I'm happy for him that he's got a big. But on the other hand, it's just sad that this is a topic that can generate so many views because shouldn't be.
Well, it's
my graduate elementary school.
I know. It's my hope that come December, it ends. It should, right? It makes it so that basically new flatties won't be able to be minted anymore because the sun was seen due south at midnight. How does that work on their map?
You know what? Just fund their rocket projects. Didn't that one Flurf accidentally kill himself while trying to test out his model rocket or whatever?
Well, yeah, it was a steam rocket. So you boil water into a tank.
Yeah.
And then you open a valve. So it's a very dangerous type of thing. And they think that he had a heart attack as it was launching. So this was not meant to be a high altitude. It was just for for fun. So, but he was a stuntman. So.
Yeah.
So what do you do if stuntmen do that? I love stuntmen. I did interview him. It's on my channel. He's a pretty interesting interview. So yeah, Mad Mike Hughes. So
it's kind of unfortunate. Some of these people who became conspiracists, they weren't always such interesting characters, but then they just went off the deep end. Some characters I follow, they became incels over COVID, and then they think there's a conspiracy by they to have women not go out with them or whatever, like not appreciate traditional male values or some nonsense, or rather. So, yeah, there's all different flavors of stupid that really became highlighted during COVID.
Yeah. So Sean Hofford says about Mad Mike Hughes, says that was Mike. He wasn't really a flat earther. Just a second, I'll come back to that. He was for the funding for his stunts. His parachute fell off on launch. Heart attack or not, he wasn't walking away. So
yeah.
So while he was up in the air, they were messaging him on the radio and he wasn't answering. So, and there was a backup shoot, I think, but that wasn't pulled anyway. So, but there's conflicting stories on whether or not he was a flat earther. After he died, his publicist said he wasn't actually a flat earther. But the guy that was a close friend of his who built the rockets and was preparing the rocket that was actually going to take him into space, Waldo Stokes, I interviewed him too. And Waldo took time when I interviewed him to say, look, Mad Mike Hughes really is a flat earther. Don't doubt that. I know him. And so Waldo, and even then after he died, Waldo had some posts on Facebook saying the same thing. I couldn't find them. I looked for them later, so I'm only going from memory. So that's conflicting stories on that. I don't know.
Well, it's a shame he passed away all the same. I wish he just went up in a balloon instead of putting himself in a rocket. Like,
Yeah.
there were better ways to do that. There's that Russian company with their old decommissioned MiG-29 for like $30,000. They'll take you up to 50,000 feet and see the curvature of the Earth. I think that would be a much more worthwhile.
Yeah, you get your money back if you don't see the curve. So and last, so I don't think they have. They have one in Florida, but I don't think they currently have the MiG there. So I don't think they can get to that elevation right now in Florida. At least last I looked. So Sly was.
I will take a bit more of your time. Yeah, Sly now. I'll hop into comments and then we'll watch from afar.
All right. Well, Jack, thanks a lot for coming on, and we'll see you again in the future, hopefully.
See you around.
All right. Sly was in the Zoom call for a minute, so he'll be coming back in a little bit. So, all right, let me look. I've been slowly updating the numbers on. Hold on. Where'd it go? I lost it. The numbers on the I'm not even talking straight. There it is. The donations, not donations, the fundraising. So we've got, I'm up to, look at that. We break 1,000 barrier here. Hold on. So I updated the, where'd it go? Where's, I'm just getting going. I'm already having brain farts here. There it is. Okay. So 13,809, 805. Is that summing it? It's not summing it correctly. Maybe it's not. Hold on. To F30. Yeah, that's not. Okay. That's why. All right. Ooh, it's a big jump here. So here we go from 13,805 to 15,702. Awesome. Wow. Thank you so much, people. I need to also a check on there. Oh, I hear Sly. Yep. All right. That's the current number. Sly, how are you? Are you able to hear me?
Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me?
I can. Are you going to be on screen or just going to be the disembodied voice?
I'm going to be the disembodied voice because I'm on a new machine and I haven't hooked everything up yet. But the funny part was I don't know if you saw me come into the meeting and then leave. It turned around and says, well, you got to install Zoom if you want to do this. And I was like, oh, man. So now I'm installed and all good to go.
Okay.
So
all
how's it going there, Toon?
Good. Now, I said it earlier, but your video was the very first Flat Earth topic video that I ever saw.
Really?
The one on the...
I'm sad to hear that.
the equinox angles to the sun.
Oh, with Dazza the cameraman and all those guys. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. No, what do you call it? I heard you say OG, and I was like, well, I guess I have been around that long. I don't consider myself any status on that, but it just means that I've been listening to these dumbasses for this long. But I did while you were talking with your guy there, I did put down a list just going through my videos of all the people that I've debunked. You ready for this?
Sure.
Let's see. We got Dr. Zach, Dwayne Kellum, Antonio Superrats, and his buddy Hillbilly, Oakley, Riley, Ranty when he was still a flat earther, Mr. Thrive and Survive, a guy named Jeff. He was a big thing about he screwed up on AIS. Let's see. Crow 777, Jaronism, D Marble, Globebusters, Dearth, FE Core, Vince Rhodes, Awake Souls, that idiot named Bev, and what do you call it? And Flatzoid. Not to mention, I also went firsthand to when the Globe Live tour came through, was rolling through Europe in their RV. I met up with them also in Frankfurt and destroyed them while I was there in person. And yeah, I guess I have been around for a minute. And I mean, along the way, of course, you know, I meet all kinds of other good people, you know, meeting Reds, Sean, Geo, Surf Perzel, Chesh when she used to do flat earth stuff. And I was on Jose's a lot. So, yeah, I guess I have been around for a minute.
Yeah, Jose JG Gonzalez. So who have you met?
Yep.
Have you met any in person?
Yes, when I went to Frankfurt during the Globe Live tour, there and I was supposed to, at least the word at the time was I was actually going to meet up with Riley there, and what do you call it? But Riley didn't show for whatever reason. I guess he finally realized that I was going to be there. I don't remember, and but I ended up meeting a guy named Trinity, and who I had never heard of before I got there, and two actual, you know, should I say flat earth followers who drove all the way up from Freiburg, which in this case is about a 4.5 hour drive. And I was shocked to see a live reenactment of my comment section under my videos. You know, it was just all the same old shit that people would, you know, comment on. And around that time was the time where, excuse me, when the Netflix thing came out.
Oh yeah.
And so of course they were dismissing people like Jeranism, dismissing people like Bob and all this other stuff. And I was just like, I was just watching it happen in front of me. And I was just like, y'all really can't be serious, you know? But no, I've been around a couple blocks on there. I still have an open invitation to anybody who wants to debate me who's done their own work. Guess how many people have shown up for that?
None.
Precisely none. Odd that's round 2, a 0, you know. But oh man. But and sorry about anybody who saw my link in Twitter for this particular live stream, because you kind of threw me for a curve. I don't know if you did. I don't know if you noticed, but you kind of threw me for a curve, because originally I had agreed on the 9 o'clock, and then you wrote me. If you look in your Twitter right now, you wrote me earlier today that I'm on at 8 o'clock.
Oh,
and so I just kind of, you know, followed along on that, and I told everybody on Twitter I was going to be on at 8 o'clock.
So I've invited a bunch of people, and I struggled to get, you know, there's a lot of time zone challenges, so apologies if I got it wrong. But
oh, that's all right, because I had the wrong weekend in mind. But you know, hey, no, but. Oh, it's just so funny. And listening to your guy before here talking about COVID and stuff like that. I had a little bit of fun during COVID on the whole conspiracy front. Let's just say it that way. Because, you know, COVID, you know, the number one thing that everybody was yelling about was masks, as if that was some major offense to the human race. Yeah. And but what I had so much fun with is I was just like, well, wait a minute. Haven't I been dealing with chemtrail people all this time? You know, and I turned around. So every tweet that I saw or video that I just happened to come across about chemtrails, I was like, you're wearing your mask, right? And they just could not grasp the irony of that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the chemtrailers they're just it's self-defeating. That's what's so crazy about it. Like they are poisoning us. But hold on a second. Everybody gets, if it's happening, everybody gets it, including they.
Yeah.
How does that work?
Yeah, not only they, but you.
It's everybody.
I mean, that was the part that I never really got on the chemtrail front was if chemtrails were, you know, doing half the stuff that these people were talking about, well, it's affecting you too. So how would you know? And plus, let's flip that. That would mean that the people who aren't constantly flown over would be, by aircraft and stuff like that. That would also mean that they would be like some of the smartest, most independent, critically thinking individuals on the planet. Well, that's like, it's like native tribes that the only ones it's like native tribes are the only ones that are left that are not being flown over every day. So like where are the leaps and bounds in progress and stuff like that going on there? It just doesn't make sense.
It doesn't match. Well, I like it when they spray vinegar into the air, like, because vinegar is going to stop 35,000 feet up chemtrails. How's it going to get up there?
I haven't heard that one yet, but that's
really?
No, I haven't heard the vinegar one.
They'll get spray bottles and they'll run around squirting vinegar up into the air. What's the physics behind how it even works? No idea. But how would that vinegar get 35,000 feet up in any quantity? It wouldn't.
Well, it seems to me you should be using more Aquanet and more hairspray, and then maybe that'll get up there.
Well, yeah, but I have to be honest. The only time I use Aquanet is when I'm making a spud gun. So
no, but I'm talking about because of you're around the same age group as me, so you remember the whole ozone versus spray, hairspray and stuff like that. And I'm hold on. I'm just trying to still process that you're only 13 years old. Yeah. Well, my son likes to say that I'm stuck at 37.
But yes, yeah, the ozone stuff, the Aquanet, the aerosols. I don't know. I gotta say, we didn't like Aquanet really for spud guns. That wasn't the best.
No.
You made spud guns, right?
I built one when I was in my teens, and it didn't go well, and it blew the whole barrel blew off of the thing.
Really?
It wasn't put on there, but yeah.
Oh.
Well, it was. Well, I don't know. I'm not going to claim to know what went wrong, other than the failure that was obvious in my hand, which was the when I ignited the tank, the barrel. Maybe because we were using real potatoes and stuff like that, and the barrel flew off of the gun, and there was like a short flash of something going on right there at the canister, and I was just like, all right, I'm not gonna do that again. I kind of gave up right there.
I had something blow up in my hand too. So you got to be careful.
Nah, but I mean, I've deviled in a lot of things when I was a kid, and used to build all kinds of weird stuff, blow things up in my backyard, with leftover firecrackers from 4th of July and from New Year's and stuff, because in Florida you can't buy them, but we used to make that trip up to south of the border, probably about once a year, just to buy fireworks.
South of what border?
It's actually a rest stop / restaurant area / shopping area called south of the border. I think it's on the south, on the border of North Carolina and Virginia, I think.
Okay.
I'm not 100% positive. I might be on the wrong state there. But if you look it up, it's actually called south of the border, and it used to be a note of pride to have a bumper sticker from there as well. But one of the things that you could buy there was fireworks, lots of them. And my dad, I remember my dad would come out of that place with like bags and bags of fireworks, and he'd always hide them in his closet, and wait for, New Year's and 4th of July to come around, because again, you couldn't buy but sparklers and stuff like that in Florida. And, but yet, every year Florida basically explodes with fireworks. And it's like, where the hell did all that come from?
I sometimes wonder, do the states that have stricter laws have more fireworks than the states that don't, just because it's taboo, you know?
Well, I thought it was funny here because I'm in Germany, and during COVID, they didn't want you to. Germany only sells fireworks like starting about 3 days before New Year's at most of the stores, and because the only time that they really do fireworks around here is New Year's.
They don't do it 4th of July. What?
Wrong independence, bud.
Oh.
But
wait, when did Germany gain independence from England?
No, Germans. The big one that Germans celebrate is Reunification Day, which is on the 3rd of October, where East and West were reunified.
Oh, okay.
I won't say it's a big festive holiday and stuff, but it is a day off work, as your buddy just said a second ago. But no, it was actually kind of funny though, because during COVID, they actually the government says, no, you're not going to sell fireworks for the typical 2 or 3 days every year, because what they didn't want people to do is mass gather outside and all that other all those neat little restrictions. And I was standing out here on my balcony during what was it, 21 and 22. And looking outside and just seeing how many fireworks were going off, and there's still that little bit of rebel out there, and it was just like, that's pretty cool, and no, but Germany's not huge on fireworks except for during festivals and New Year's. New Year's, the entire country blows up, and it's just it's crazy to watch. Me personally, I actually stopped buying fireworks a long time ago because I was just like, why don't I just watch everybody else, shoot their money up in the air? So
yeah, I mean, there's some feeling about, I lit this, I touched it, I set it down, I was the one that ran away in fear to make sure that it didn't explode myself. There's something about that, right?
Yeah, but no, and I totally agree with that. But what I found out was, and I remember, because what I used to do is I used to start building these constructs of, rockets and batteries and stuff linked together with sparklers, right?
Oh.
Because what I got tired of doing, it became very clear to me one time that I'm watching all of my money go up in the air with my back.
Yes.
Because all you are is you're hunched over with either with a punk or with a cigarette or even with a lighter and all this light and all these fuses, and you hear everybody else going ooh ah, and all you're watching is the street turn a different color, because that's all you're looking at. And no, one year I just finally decided, I was like, you know what? Instead of buying fireworks this year, I'm gonna buy a folding chair and big bottle of champagne for me and my girl at the time, and we're just gonna sit out there and watch everybody else blow their money up. So, and it kind of became a little bit more enjoyable.
Yeah. So how is it that you're in Germany? Obviously, you said you grew up in Florida, at least partially. What are you doing in Germany?
Well, I was born in New York, lived there till I was about 10. Then anybody familiar with the IBM culture, the spot that they had there up in Kingston in New York closed down, and so my father got one of 3 relocation propositions because he was working for IBM at the time, and he worked in the R&D there, and or some version of that. And they told him, said, well, you can go to Amsterdam, you can go to South Florida, or take early retirement, or take a severance. And obviously going to Amsterdam was not really in the cards. And my father was way too young to want to go looking around for, other stuff. He was already on the up and up in IBM. Mm-hmm. And so he took Florida. And so we moved to superficial ass South Florida, me as a teenager now, going into school in an area where we weren't rich, and but everybody else around us was rich, and it was kind of rough. But then after that, I joined the Army, and yeah, I've been basically associated with the Army ever since, whether in or out of uniform. And
Okay.
that brought me over here to Germany, and then what do you call it? I got 2 great kids and all this, so I didn't see any reason to attempt to relocate everybody back to the States, so I stayed over here, and yeah, been living here ever since.
So let's see, Germany, military base, Rammstein.
Oddly enough,
That's all I know.
well, oddly enough, Ramstein is right down the street from where I currently live now, and
right.
I live in Kaiserslautern. And but before that, Ramstein was some distant place that I only went to when we deployed, and because most of my time I spent up in Wiesbaden, which is up by Frankfurt, and then. But almost all of my uniform time I spent in an area called Kitzingen, which is down in Bavaria. And with the exception of a little bit of time in Frankfurt, Frankfurt was fun. But we got to Frankfurt, and then they shut down everything U.S. Army in Frankfurt, and which kind of pissed us all off because we were like, oh yeah, we're in the big city, oh yeah, like that. And they're like, you're standing out one morning in formation, and they're like, all right, so here's what's going to happen. We're going to close down this whole post, and we got about 3 weeks to do it. And
Wow.
so it was pretty nutty, and we moved down to Kitzingen, but that was kind of cool. Let's see. Oh, I got somebody in the chat's been to K-Town. Yeah, K-Town's pretty cool. Kaiserslautern is pretty much the largest contingent of U.S. forces outside of the United States, and it's all right here in this town. And you could tell it too when you're driving through town. I mean, everybody, it's an Americanized town, and even though the town itself is actually quite small compared to some of the other places that we previously, should I say, had bases and occupied. And but I mean, it's a cool place. There's plenty of job opportunities, and that's how I ended up here. So.
So when you're not doing military stuff, you're debunking flat earthers.
Never.
So all right. So I don't probably a lot of people don't know the big experiment you were working on. It didn't quite work out in the end. Mm-hmm. So while I go to the bathroom, could you explain that?
Well, that was wow. Yeah, there's a lot to say about that thing. But while I was trying to put together, I had always wanted to do the quote unquote bending water test. And in doing the bending water test, I came up with a way that would suffice at least my needs for results. And when I put that together, that was basically, it was connecting a whole bunch of pipes to ground pipes to vertical pipes, and then being able to mark those and show that they produced an arc across the distance. And unfortunately, I mean, very fortunately, wow, there's so many parts to this. I put together a fundraiser, and that fundraiser went very well, or was going very well. Let me say it that way. And I was going to auction off some of the gear, or not auction off, but raffle off some of the gear at the end of the test. The fundraiser was for the actual equipment. It wasn't for the raffle. The raffle was just something I was going to put at the end of it. And flat earthers banded together and got my fundraiser shut down because of a technicality that they found inside of the inside of Indiegogo. And they got like 2/3 of my funding returned back to everybody because the perks were seen as against their terms of service. And yeah, so that was, but flat earthers want you to test everything, right? And but they did that, and but I ended up getting the stuff anyway. Everybody contributed to me through PayPal. And when they contributed to me through PayPal, unfortunately, the raffle portion was going to be gone. And sorry, let me catch you up. I was just talking about how Flat Earthers got my my funding shut down. For that large test, and but luckily there was enough people who believed in at least the attempt, and sent money to me through PayPal, and because there wasn't a way that they could shut that down, and oh man, going out there to do that test, that was. I mean, all the planning that went into it, things I had to figure out on how to do things, was very intense. There was a lot of questions that had to be answered. There was a lot of, should I say, procedures that had to be figured out. And at the end of the day, I got beat by two things. Because it was, oh man, it was a long day. It was a very long day. And, but I got beat by two things. I got beat by, ironically enough, the very thing that I went out there to test, which was gravity, because there were a couple of small leaks in my system. I think last count that I found, there was actually 7 actual breaks in the hoses. And I found all that out when I was coiling back up, when I was had my stuff back at home. And but I got beat by that, and I got beat by terrain, as it turns out. I actually there was a towards the end of the thing, and the live stream is still up on GeoStraber's up on his channel. But I kept on having the problem of, it was funny too. Surf Persil's guy was out there with us, and I tasked him with standing at post 1, filling up water. And I told him, just keep on filling up water, because for some reason we weren't seeing it all the way at the end. And I started filling it up at the other end, and nothing was happening. We couldn't figure out why. I mean, this was all completely
just leaking out.
Thing. Yeah. And, but as it turns out, couple months later, because it had been bugging the hell out of me, and what do you call it? Because I couldn't grasp that the thing, that the whole setup didn't work. I couldn't grasp it. And so I went out and I bought an auto level, and taught myself how to use it. I mean, they're not very difficult as far as what I was looking to do. I mean, I wasn't going to go out and do any kind of complex surveying or anything. And I went out and bought an auto level, drove all the way out there one afternoon, because it's about a 4-hour drive for me, and took my son out with me, and I was just like, all right, you're going to take this post, because I bought one of those masts, and I said, you're going to walk this whole thing. He goes, the whole damn thing? And I was like, yeah, the whole damn thing. And because it's a whole 1.6 kilometers of track that I was using. And he walked, and he got about halfway down there, and I'm looking through the auto level, and he's already above the horizon, the level line on the auto level.
Yeah.
And I was just like, well, there's the problem. I was like, this was supposed to be a somewhat, for lack of a better term, flat area. And turns out that on the field side of that canal that we're measuring next to, it actually kind of ramps up the whole way down there.
Oh.
And it was something that you just never notice, and you would never take note of until you were actually paying attention to that particular aspect of that range. And you would also notice that, if you walk the whole thing, you notice that the berm that's next to the man-made canal actually you get closer to the surface of that berm. So it's actually going up. And so the first reason why I couldn't get water all the way down to the end is because of the fact that, gravity was working against me.
Had to go uphill too far.
Yeah. And but so I had that, and I mean, I did the walk the line, and me and Sean, we did that live. We talked that all out live, because I just went down and filmed it. because it was getting dark. I mean, we had literally been out there all day. I mean, had I not had leaks and had the terrain been of proper grade the whole way, we'd have been done by lunchtime, because luckily all the pre-thinking out and the pre-planning and stuff like that, all that worked great. As far as building the setup, connecting up all the pipes and, getting things filled up and all that worked great. I mean, we were literally done by lunchtime. And then all of a sudden I'm just like, okay, I got my son out there at each one of the posts, and we're doing this measurement, and he kept on complaining to me. He's like, Dad, I can't do anything here. It's too low. It's on the ground. We need more water in the pipes. And then that turned into this chain of events of trying to figure out what was going on, and then walking the line 3 or 4 times, trying to find leaks. And we found the leaks that we could find. We taped up, and it was just crazy. But and then I had this wild desire after I moved down here to K-Town. I was like, all right, well, I'm going to do it again. Screw it. I still got all the gear, and I still, even to this day, have all the gear. The pipes are still down in my basement. All of the upright rods are also down in the basement, minus about 2 of them are up here. Still got the P1000, still got all that. And then I was going to go ahead and do this. And, I even put out an announcement, going to be doing it again. And Gio was even talking about he was going to, give me a hand and all this. And I was like, cool, this is going to be great. And then COVID hit. Oh. And I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know what all the restrictions that hit the United States, but Germany is a little bit more structured and all this. And, so their things were like, no gathering in public. If you're going outside for a purpose, and then you're coming back, you're going back home, that kind of shit. And which the overwhelming majority of Germans followed. And I was just like, well, shit, now I can't do my damn test because I can't go somewhere without having a possible run-in with the cops or something like that about me being somewhere else without a real reason. I mean, can you imagine me standing there with a bunch of police officers? Hey, why are you out here? What's your purpose for being out here? Well, I'm trying to make sure that everybody knows that the earth is round.
Like, sure, everybody knows that. We need to get the cuffs, guys.
They would have been laughing all the way to jail, but or wherever they would have taken me. I don't know. They probably would have just taken me home, but because jail wasn't even a thing either. But no, I mean, just with all that, and I was just and then unfortunately over time, what do you call it? Through COVID and all this, life does go on, and excuse me. And so, my son is now in his career. Both of my sons are in their careers now. So it's not like, going out with Dad on the weekend here and we're going to go set up this big ass contraption. And so I've been trying to come up with 2 other tests that I'm doing. One is an improvement on the Jeranism test. Which I've been working on for a while. But turns out the straight canal, the man-made canal that I have near me here in Mannheim, is not, it doesn't have a lock and dam on it. So it is subject to rainfall and all that other stuff for the heights of the water, and which is not a terrible thing, but unfortunately the solid structures that I'm using there, these bridges that are used for loading boats, unfortunately, the water does vary. And you can go out there one day and it's perfect, for the heights of everything that you want to do. And there's another, you can go out there 2 days later and, you're about 1.5 meters difference on the heights, and you got to readjust all your equipment and all this. And it's just been nuts. And I mean, I've been out to that Mannheim Canal probably about, I would say better part of about 15 times now. And just trying to get this done. And me and my son went out one weekend though, and we almost got it done. But then it turns out Did you know that with now I'm not going to claim to be smart on sensors here, but did you know that when you have a camera, video camera, and at night when you zoom in on things, if the light is bright enough, even if that light has a color, usually it'll pop out white on the camera. It won't always pop out with, a blue or a green or something like that. And so, especially if it's next to another light, and they tend to look like the same color. And we sat out there and we got this stuff all set up, and it was, everything was going so smooth and all this. And I got the footage back here to the house, and my test relies on two lights that are relatively close together. They're only 27 centimeters apart at 1.6 kilometers away. Ooh. And so the glare, the intensity of those, which turned out to be part of the problem.
This is at night.
Yeah, they look the same. So it just looks like this flashing mess.
Yeah.
And whereas during the day, when I did my tests, my proof of concepts, because they go through these colored gels. During the day, everything was fine because the iris is closed more.
Yeah.
And the exposure is less.
There's not as much contrast.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, that was coming out, beautiful green and red and all this. I was like, all right, this is going to be awesome. Then you do it at night and you just got these little blobs of light down the end of the downrange, and you're just like, well, this sucks, So this is actually one that has to be done. The things that have to be, that have to work together on this are pretty incredible as well. And then I went out to go do. There's also an erosion wall out there at Mannheim, and this is literally a straight as an arrow concrete wall that you can walk on top of. I mean, it's only like about a half a step up. That goes for 1.8 kilometers straight as an arrow, and I came up with another test that I was trying to do on there, but then come to find out over time, my auto level has had a slight downward bias that I've measured out to be almost 2/3 of a degree, and so it basically looks down.
So it's out of calibration,
right? And because I went out there with these posts and stuff like that. I mean, I could bring all this stuff up on screen here. Hold on a second here. Okay, I'm not very familiar with Zoom.
Bottom center, there's a up arrow that says share.
Bottom center. Aha, there we go. Let's see here. Let me grab this. Hold on first. We'll share that, I guess. Is that a win? Is that a? No, that's just
probably just do a
file.
A window.
I'm just doing a screen. Hold on a second here. Screen 1, screen 2, screen 3. There we go. I think that's going to be this. Yeah, share. All right, you seeing stuff?
I see your whole desktop. You want?
Okay. A whole bunch of folders?
Yeah. You good sharing that to everybody?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
This is my flat Earth drive.
Okay.
No, by the way, I'm in the wrong one. Let's see. That's this is all the stuff that I've already done. Let's see here. This is the stuff that I'm either doing or have done and just haven't filed it away yet. Let's see here. Where is the Mannheim stuff? Mannheim. Where is it? Mind you, it's what do you call it? It's almost 5 a.m. here. Let's see. So the let's see here. Post testing. Icons. Okay. Well, hold on. Let me bring something else up first. This will be easier to understand. All right, so let's go over to Mannheim. Hold on, kill this, and then put this over here. And it's funny, since I moved to my new computer, that the amount of lines and test lines that I don't have on my Google Earth anymore. I accidentally hit one of those that hit this little button up here that says "My Places." You know, the stuff that you've mapped out, and it turns my my Google Earth into a mosaic of thousands of lines and points and all this other stuff. Okay, here we go. And okay, so this is the area that I'm working with right now. This is over next to Mannheim. Let me turn off the grid here. Hold on a second here. This is the area, this straight area here. Now, the Jeranism redo that I'm doing is basically I have a camera down at this little pier here. And then right here is an overhang bridge for, like I said, for loading boats. I would hang a panel off of that. And then I would have, let's see, at the second to last one, I would have lights right here for a test that I'm doing. And that's quite a range. And I'm shooting under 16 bridges. It's kind of cool. And but another problem that you run into with the water level, if the water's too high, you can't get your, when I'm down here, if the water's too high, I can't get my camera low enough to the water. And plus, I don't want it very close to the water. Actually, as a matter of fact, that was the wrong spot. This is the right spot. You can't get your camera close enough down to the water if the water's too high. Plus, if the water's too high, let me go all the way out to this. I'm using this post right here. There's a post that's holding up the end of this little bridge here.
Yeah.
And as you can see, this gap of water here, I can't reach that span. That right there alone is probably about 3 meters. So I can't get to it. And because I'm using this straight line of posts. And so if the water's too high, I can't actually set up right. Now, if the water's too low, where's that one fixed boat here? This boat right here is fixed. It's what do you call it? It's always here. It's a repair station. And it has, a bridge that teeters with the height of the water. So when the water is high, obviously I can see perfectly fine underneath it. But if the water's too low, this bridge is in my line of sight.
Oh, geez.
So there's like this perfect balance that has to happen, and unfortunately I don't live out there, so I can't just like go out there and do this every day. But the wall that I was talking about that I'm looking at using, it starts. I mean, you can already see this straight line here, but it starts right here. There is this little line right here is a concrete wall that's probably about, I want to say probably about 40 centimeters thick. And this concrete wall goes the whole way down, and it's literally, it's straight as an arrow. And it goes all the way down here. Now, the cool part that brings me is that gives me a long platform that I can use that's at least in a straight line. And adjustments of height and stuff like that comes down to whatever I end up testing on there. But I can use that whole thing. Well, where is, hold on a second here. And I've gone out, you're actually seeing me scroll through various videos that I've already done out there.
How far is this from you?
This is only about 40 minutes away. I mean, it's a very manageable drive.
So not 4 hours, yeah.
Yeah, driving all the way out to Bug was that sucks, like real bad. But and this is this is what it usually looks like when I go out there to do stuff.
Oh yeah.
I got this is the panel that I'm using for the Jeranism redo. These are the posts that I'm doing for that post test. These are those two lights that I was talking about. This was a hose that I was using because I wanted to. There's also a chain of power lines, like almost like telephone poles, basically, along that whole route. And I was going to mark all those just to have everything as like pre-set up. You know what I mean? And so I got a hose and I got these upright pipes and all this, and that turned out to be a little bit more of a pain in the butt to do by yourself, because you have to be able to see both ends. So I had like a camera hanging off of it, and I'm looking at the camera on my phone, and it's a lot of nutty stuff, man. But no, I've been trying to get, because to me, I'm not done until I get a long distance test done.
Yeah.
I'm in my mind, I'm not done yet. And this is a view of one of the little post things that I was doing here.
Oh, through the auto level?
Through the auto level, yeah. And this was when I found out that my after doing all the CAD work afterwards, that I couldn't get things to line up. And then when I actually did an adjustment as if it were, offset, that was when I found out that my auto level itself has a downward bias. So that really pissed me off. I mean,
so you need to get it calibrated.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's not,
yeah. Yeah. And I mean, because I was going through all of these measurements, and that was when I found out that it has a downward bias to it. I mean, this is just because I don't have a lot of new videos doesn't mean I haven't been working on stuff. And because right now this is the thing that I want to get done. I need a long range test. I promised a bunch of people a long range test. A lot of people believed in me, and unfortunately that test failed due to varying circumstances. And I've always just kind of had it in the back of my mind that I still owe everybody a long range test. And that was something else that I was doing. But this was out at Calais in France. But the predictability of a sunrise. But no, just been trying to get all this stuff done. These are just notes that I took. These are two telephone poles, number 32 and 33. That's where the middle is of that track that I was using. And it's, there's so much that goes into all of this. And a lot of people don't realize that, a lot of these flat earthers who don't get off their ass and do their own shit, they don't realize that, a lot of this shit takes planning. A lot of this stuff, it has to be done.
They just want to go out to the water and zoom in on things and then roughly guess how far they are. Pay no attention to the fact that refraction might happen, and then say, "Oh, it's not enough. It doesn't match." Like, I love it when they're like, they say, according to the globe math or according to the geometry of the globe, then this much should be, 8 inches per mile square and all that.
We got to be able to see that much. Yeah.
But wait a second. According to the given geometry of flat Earth, the amount obstructed is 0.
Is 0.
And there's some obstructed.
Less than 0. In fact, the horizon should be even higher. But
they never get that. So
let me see. Whoa. Hold on a second here. This is some stuff from the Jeranism redo that I want to do. Oh, great. That little edit button is right in front of the play button. There we go. This is a panel that I'm putting up, and
these are the bridges.
Yeah. And now this is what I'm talking about. Hold on. This height right here between the water and this bar here. Now, on the day that I went out this day, it was too high. The water was way too high. I mean, this water is only probably about maybe, I'm going to say about 1.20 meters, 1.30 off this bar, right? There's been days that I've gone out there. There's tree branches in this metal bar because the water gets that high.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, because the water gets that high.
Yeah.
And obviously that's completely unusable to me. There's other days where I can't, when I get down to the water level, I can't even reach the bar because it's like 2.5 meters up. The Rhine is not very friendly. But And let's see what else. What else do I have on here? But this is part of the Jeranism redo that I'm doing, because one thing that I know you've also done your own little research on the claims of Jeranism's test, because I remember you had a problem with the measurements.
I had a problem with the math. He didn't do the math right?
Yeah, and I agree with that. And but my problem with Jeranism's test was always this: we never saw it fail. Okay, I mean, if we're going to talk about cause and effect here, and if we're going to talk about actually, doing an experiment where you are trying to determine something as cause, you have to be able to not only see it succeed in this particular sense, but you also have to be able to see it fail. And what I mean by see it fail is, obviously we're comparing two different models here. We're comparing the globe Earth versus the flat Earth. And we never saw, I mean, if I wanted to play devil's advocate here, I could come up with an argument that says that, due to the magic of editing, they only showed the light when it actually did appear, and maybe that was the flat one. I mean, you could play that game. Yeah. And so my problem was that we never actually saw it fail, because in his setup, it was only a go, no go situation where, you're only going, obviously you can't see through these panels when it's not working. And so my problem always was, if you didn't see it fail, then, that could be an arguing point. Because none of us were out there. And so I'm doing a redo of his test. Unfortunately, not at 3 miles. I wish I had a stretch that long, but I'm only doing it at 1 mile. But I have come up with a way to show both what the success and the failure looks like in the same shot by using two lights. And then I came up with this gel method of which light you would see through which gel, Yeah. And I have green up at the top, red, a long red one here in the middle, and a blue one at the bottom.
And that'll be red at the top. Like this is sitting on the ground, but it'll be rotated.
Yeah, in this particular sense, no. The blue is at the top, the red is in the middle, and the green is on the bottom. Okay. And it's just inverted where I have it standing here. Yeah. Okay. But and this clips onto that bridge, and basically using those two lights, one is a blinking light and one is a steady light. I would know which light I'm looking at through which gel.
I see. And
the gels are in the middle. So therefore, similar to Jaren's test where he had a hole in a panel in the middle, I would be able to know which one I'm looking at. And those two heights, that 27 centimeters, those two heights are the difference between where that light would need to be on flat Earth versus on a globe when viewed from a mile away across a curved surface or a flat surface. And that would tell me exactly which one of these.
You get one or the other. That's cool.
Right. So either I would get a blinking light through the green and a solid light through the red, which unfortunately was causing me my problem with my nighttime video, or I get a solid light in the blue and a blinking light in the red. And that would, that particular scenario was if the Earth was actually flat. And and then I had to invent different ways to do things, like this right here up at the top here. See this tube with a ruler stuck in it? Yeah. I just call that the bong. And I posted that out to Twitter too, and everybody was like, "What the hell are you doing?" And this was a way, because there's small waves on the Rhine River. I had to come up with a way to get an accurate measurement of height off of the water. It's not necessarily exactly how many centimeters it was, as long as it was constant on all three of them, on all three locations. Yeah. So what I did was I put together a pipe, and I don't know if you can actually see it in this video, but there's a little bottle it's like a little collector's bottle inside of this pipe that's closed, acting as a bobber, basically, with this ruler on the top of it. And then it's got a little hole of water on the bottom because I didn't want fast fluctuations of water coming through it.
Yeah.
And so I dunked this thing down into the water about halfway so that this thing rises up like a bobber and then gives me an accurate height of that I can use as a reference with the laser level to, blah, 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 and go on with a ruler and, and get all my accurate heights. But like I said, the biggest problem I have with all that is I don't know if I have it in, I don't know which video I may or may not have it in. Let me see something here. Yeah, here's one of this is me testing it out to see how it would clip on. And, but working on all of this, I think I have the.
So I have another thing coming here in we need to wrap pretty soon here.
Well, long story short, there's still a lot of work going on, and what do you call it? Because for the same reason why no flat earther will debate me is because of the fact that I do the work. I'm not most of the flat earther videos that I've looked at, unless I absolutely needed to, I don't listen to the audio because I don't care what they have to say.
Yeah.
Because that's how I got interested in this shit in the first place. I mean, the first video that I saw, I had it up on I was climbing out the roof of my building, testing out the flat earth just by way of the sun. And but I'm not going to have a debate with somebody who is not, well, at a risk of sounding egotistical, who's not on my level. And I want somebody who's done the work. I don't care about their words. I don't care about their deflections because all that stuff is crap. So, but let me go ahead and let's see. I'll stop share. I think that does that. Yeah. Okay. Did that.
Yep. Awesome.
All right.
Well, Sly, you were the introduction for me, so it's always a happy day for me to talk with you, and I appreciate that 5 a.m. for you. I have a debunking playlist that I'm going to play while I sleep, and a couple of your videos are in it. So,
well, then I hope everybody enjoys them. I even got one or two new ones up about that crossing of that ferry, and still don't have any flat earthers that are willing to take up reds on my Jeopardy board. So, who knows?
Cool.
We'll see what happens out of all that.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Sly, and we'll catch you. We'll catch you later.
Let me see how I gotta do this, and then
how to exit.
I was gonna say, did you just? No. Okay, it flipped over. That's all. All right. Well, then I appreciate you having me on, man. I really do.
All right.
And I hope you have a great rest of your 50 hours, man. Get some Red Bull ready.
I got coffee pre-brewed.
All right, pal.
All right, thanks.
You have a great night.
All right, bye. All right. Always glad to talk with him. So we've got a Discord server, the Globe Gangster Discord server, and they're already in progress. Let's see. Something isn't quite right with it. It's not quite keeping it. There it is. Okay. There it is. Hopefully it doesn't freeze on us. It's been doing that a little bit, but I'm going to pop in there.
About deep things like the philosophy of philosophy and the philosophy of debating, the philosophy of the foundations of logic. And after one debate with a guy that kept bringing Bell's theorem and how we really can't understand the universe and the universe doesn't make any sense and basically anything goes. I was so upset after 5 hours of debate with this guy.
Sorry, hold on, Mr. Slave. I don't mean to interrupt you. Why am I echoing? Okay.
Somebody's echoing.
No worries. Let's hop over to the debate. MCToon is here. So let's head over to the debate channel. And then I'm going to promote people up to speak. Shubil, will you be ready to go to discuss some of your measurements to start us off?
I will stay here with Mr. Slade.
Okay, that's if you'd like to. Shubil, are you there? Otherwise, I have other things we can start with, Mike. I don't know if you're here yet.
In the order, on the order of an hour. Yeah, I could sit in and see if I got 2 cents.
Okay,
Sea Lion, should I move? Should I go somewhere?
Which channel?
We're going to head over to the debate channel. I will set up speaking roles accordingly. So,
should I go there? Am I invited? Is it?
yeah, you can.
This
you can
is
head over there.
Mr. Slave. He's a bit of a troll.
But you can certainly go there. I'll see everyone there.
I think. Sometimes I get moved in, and sometimes I don't. I think I'll.
Okay, let's see if I have the role.
All right, I'm in there, but I can't talk yet. This is like a moderated thing where only certain people can talk instead of a regular. Everybody can talk. So, all right. Updated that. Thank you again for reminding me. Sean Hufford there. Dr. Nimrod didn't get a chance to remind me. So if you're wondering, there is also the Cavalcade.
Mike, you should have a speaking role. I'm not sure if you're able to speak right now.
It's on my web server and in the description. Yes, I think I can talk now.
Okay, excellent. Let's see. Cool. So we have a couple folks here. Let me just, Dr. Weasel, I'll also give you a speaking role here as well. Are we current? Do we go live yet? Or
we are live, yeah.
Okay, excellent. So real quick, I have a couple things I could talk about. Omnivore was just on. Looks like he maybe just got kicked from the space. Omnivore. Well, I don't know if are you there, Omni?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. They might come back to me. I presented or attempted to present MCToon's wonderful, how the sun would never set on a flat Earth.
They were excited for that, right?
So unfortunately I didn't have it at my fingertips, so they shut me down. They said, go on mute. I was like, no, I'll get it for you. Just gotta give me a second. But then they basically muted me, and I pulled back, went and got it, posted it to him. But then they have a whole chain of other people, and Man of Stone is going to talk interminably. So I bailed.
They do not want that type of stuff shared because they know they don't have an answer other than just to say collections of words that have no meaning.
Yeah,
indeed.
Well, I mean, there's two working defenses from that. The first one is the Mott and Bailey, where you say I don't claim the AE map, right?
Okay. Well, first of all, for people, because I've got people listening in that don't, they may not know it. So this is about if you just take the measurements of where you are, you look at the AE map, you look at where the sun is, and you can do some triangulation, right? So in Minnesota, on the equinox, the sun is at 45 degrees on the day of the equinox, right at local solar noon. And so that means that it makes a 45-45-90 triangle, which means the length from myself to the GP of the sun, and then the GP of the sun to the sun, those two are the same. So if I'm 3,000 miles from the GP, then the sun has to be 3,000 miles high. And then they're like, then you say, well, then 12 hours later, it would have to be here. So.
Yeah. And, it's a good, it's a good resource. Like I said, I didn't have it instantaneously. So I knew where to go to get it. But, they're not able to really address it. They wanted to know what I thought a sunset should look like on a flat Earth. And I said, well, I don't think you'd ever see the sun set.
Yeah, it couldn't.
Right.
Unless you go with the ancient ideas where the sun went in a tunnel or a portal or underneath the earth somehow at night, and everybody experiences night simultaneously. But they don't think that.
No.
So.
No, they don't. But you could just you could say the same thing and leave off the last word, and it would still be right.
All right.
So, yeah. Anyway, it was okay. I knew who I was talking to.
And so where was this that you were at?
It's Flat Earth Fridays, a Twitter space.
Oh, the Twitter space, yes.
Yeah.
And they like to say, well, if you can't steel man a sunset on flat Earth, then you can't be honest. But wait a second. As soon as you get to magic, then you can't steel man. The steel manning stops.
Right.
So what causes the sun, which according to geometry would be significant elevation visibly, to not be at significant visible elevation? Words. It's just magic, though. So
I told them, I was like, you've all tried to do this, and you all know you can't. I'm sure they probably haven't tried to do it, but that's what I said, and they didn't like that.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got coming up here, we've got Shoebill, who is a surveyor, is going to do a little presentation on some surveying.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Shoebill is quite ready yet. Shoebill, are you able to speak right now? So I think maybe Mike, let me suggest this, and we can circle back on it.
Yeah.
I was thinking that maybe we could review some Flurf dishonesty pertaining to claims about free travel to Antarctica.
Ooh, that's a good one.
The Hobart incident, and this is based on some interactions I've had on Twitter over the last week, and also what just happened in their Twitter space, the failed DJ hour, as I like to call it. There's two claims or three things that are kind of wrapped up in that. So maybe we could start with that. That'll give Shoebill a little bit of time to prep, and then we may have one other person as well. Let's see if he's in here. Yes, who may be able to give us a rundown of some of the signal propagation stuff pertaining to Battle of the Beams, and then. Yeah, so how does that sound as an order of business?
That sounds great.
Okay, perfect. For the sake of the audience, are they familiar? Have you run them through the false claim that was made? Maybe we could play the clip from Level With Me if you have that handy. Or which,
let's see. People have seen it, yeah. So I think we could just talk through it because it's super common. There was.
So basically. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, yeah. There was an Australian fishing boat. They have a YouTube channel. They were off the coast of Australia, actually a little bit north. I think they came from Melbourne, but they were around the corner and a little north from there. And they came on. The beginning of their video gives the latitude, longitude where they're at, and then they were going into an area where military was doing some maneuvers. And the military is like, you can't come in here. We're doing maneuvers. You might die because we're doing stuff. And they're like, okay, well, we'll have to go around. So flat earthers took that and said this was something that happened in Antarctica while people were trying to just be near Antarctica, something like that. But they were actually north of Tasmania. They were, I think, 40 degrees south latitude. Like they weren't even halfway between the equator. I'm not certain on the exact latitude. But they were, they had thousands and thousands of miles to go to get to Antarctica, and they're in a small fishing boat. They couldn't get there. That boat didn't have the range. They were wearing t-shirts, and the flat earthers continuously posted years later as if this was people trying to get to Antarctica and that the military was actually turning them around. It's a blatant lie, and they constantly post it.
Yeah, great summary. So this is the thing, because I think they've learned how to gaslight a little bit better maybe since then, but how to be more duplicitous. I'm not sure what the situation is, but This was one of the so-called level heads, which is kind of funny when you think about it, because if they think level is horizontal, they're calling themselves smooth brains. But that's part of the course. But this was one of the members of the so-called level heads who declined to meet me on Flat Earth Fridays earlier, despite me calling him out earlier this week to do so.
That guy M88.
Yeah, and the 88 is purely coincidental. Don't get any ideas about what it means, of course. So these were claims that he made in 2022 that people have, that Sly has receipts of. And then this is what I got into a lengthy discussion because someone had just posted one of their, I believe it's one of their sock accounts that just constantly spews out nonstop, like horrible flat earth memes. I had engaged with that sock account and called them out for posting a lie. And then that guy, who's totally not interested in a certain dictator, decided to try to backpedal for them. And this was his long-winded sort of gaslighting response to, he also had a hilarious thing where he said gravity, weight is big G. That's also guy. But this was his insanely long, I'm not saying that I was wrong, but I'm also not going to stick to my original claim, which is also what just happened on the Twitter space, where they basically said when confronted with this that, well, it's not correct that they were headed to Antarctica, but we think it's weird that they could just get turned around by a military vessel like that. And I'm trying to, I was trying to confront that guy about this directly because he kept gaslighting me on Twitter about it. And so that was kind of what led into this. And we were just having the conversation on Twitter about it. And I thought it was interesting that they don't want to outright come out and say that they lied about it in the past, which, would be the appropriate thing to do. Because if you look at the first tweet, which again, this is in response to Sly, so he has the receipts. Warship halted this boat, cannot go in any direction towards Antarctica. and in the so-called, I don't know, level with me, my brain is level.
They were thousands of miles from Antarctica.
Exactly.
The entire island of Tasmania was south of them.
Yep.
So dumb, so dishonest.
Yeah, and basically at the end of all of this Twitter discussion, this guy said something that I think is very indicative of how a lot of flat earthers think, which he said, "My assumption stands because you haven't disproven everything about my assumption." So it's just
was that wordy post that he has there? There's my educated assumption and evidence that led me to it. Where's yours?
Yep.
No need. It's all wrong. I would assume that based on this information and the fact that Australia is near the 60th south parallel, that our Navy and other nations involved in the treaty would be set up to prevent normal people from going out of the way. At least that's near. Hold on. Near. This is insane. Like he didn't even go into Google Maps and check the latitude of Australia.
No, but what he did do, Mike, is he took a AE map, a Gleason map, and unfortunately I don't have that tweet. It's somewhere in the 500 tweets of that thread.
Yeah.
He drew an arrow from the horribly misshapen Antarctica to the edge of their magical ice wall, as if that was indicative that they're close.
What? So, all right. So I was correct. They were around 39 degrees south latitude. Melbourne is like 39 degrees, is the southernmost part of it. And Tasmania, the southern tip of Tasmania is 43, about 44 if you really are generous. So I live closer to the North Pole than Tasmania is to the South Pole, but almost all of New Zealand is south of Melbourne. Like one of the islands is basically south of Melbourne. Yep.
Gotcha.
The northern tip of the South Island of New Zealand is south, completely south of Melbourne. All of it. So it's such a stretch. And they know they're dishonest.
Right, and then there was this sleight of hand. So they're always very sophisticated with their dishonesty. It's almost the only thing that they're actually good at, I would say. But because let me go back, because I was messaging about it when it was happening in real time, because it was so slick. So first, Sacred said he was arrested for his Antarctica voyage.
Who was?
This is a different one. I'm sorry. So this gets into the next stage of claims. I got ahead of myself. I'm sorry. So after Omnivore presented this, they tried to deflect to that Norwegian guy.
Yes.
So they sort of waffled and they said, well, flat earthers shouldn't say that he was near Antarctica, but we're not going. They were very, I don't know, non-committal in really saying that this had nothing to do with the Antarctic Treaty or the 60th parallel in any way. And then they went to the Norwegian guy, and who was arrested twice, I believe. But the thing that was so duplicitous was they made an implication that he was arrested on the way to Antarctica, which was never the case. So he said he was arrested on a voyage to Antarctica.
It's my understanding that he was arrested north, like near the Arctic Circle.
So that was a different occasion.
Yeah.
So I'll post the two links that I have, but you are correct. This guy has a chant for being arrested on fishing vessels. I don't know if it's some strange thing that he does for kicks. I don't judge people, but he's been arrested many times. He tends to just want to sail. There's extensive and Tiny Captain, are you there? Are you able to speak? We have a merchant marine captain that could add context of marine law and why you can't just sail to anywhere in the world whenever you want to. But the interesting part of this is that I think the key piece is that they debunked themselves when they bring this guy up, because he has repeatedly gone to Antarctica without notifying anyone. And the only time that he was ever intercepted by any sort of patrol or vessel of any kind related to these voyages on his way to or in the Antarctic waters was when they were checking on his vessel because he hadn't returned when he was supposed to. The only times he's been arrested were far away from Antarctica and on the return leg of the voyages.
Yeah.
But the tricky thing was that the host of the Twitter space did is he said he was arrested on a voyage to Antarctica. Which, and this is maybe where he was being, tricky, is he was returning from Antarctica. Right? And so he went there. There was no one there to stop him. There was no...
They walked around. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just think that it's really interesting that there's two things at play here, right? There's the initial, we're not going to call out the obvious lie, because it was an obvious lie. When it was in Eric Dubé's documentary, the title card before they played the video was going too far south, as if that had anything to do with the incident whatsoever.
Yeah, they were.
It's not even clear that they were
1,300 miles from 60th south latitude.
So, the fact that they are not going to call that out, and then, I would just call that response from that guy in response to his original tweets just gaslighting, right? I mean, and then in the Twitter space, they weren't, explicitly, and I tagged that in the Twitter space as well, and I told him to show up and I would confront him about it because I don't like being gaslighted. And, it's like, be honest about it. But the same thing, it's like when the host of the Twitter space is like, this guy was arrested on a voyage to Antarctica, the audience is going to think he was arrested on his way there. And he wasn't.
Yeah.
He was arrested after. And then the other thing that happened is Omnivore brought this up, and they kept making it seem like he was arrested on the way there. They never corrected themselves. And then another person who, oh, by the way, she also said she wants to prove the globe. She just hasn't been able to yet. I tagged her with the appropriate people, but hasn't gone back to me yet.
Who is this?
We'll see. Oh, one of these people that they have in their Twitter sphere. Yeah, she's very, very dishonest.
That's standard for
I know.
It's so. I mean, I've been 6 years into this. I'm just still baffled constantly at these people that typically label themselves as truthers. How easily they will lie, and how when one of their own is caught in a blatant lie, none of them say a word.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, they wouldn't say anything. And, they must have seen that I tagged this guy, and he's one of their top Twitter activists.
Yeah.
Like, he's always posting, he's always reposting their stuff. His tweets are pinned on their pages and stuff,
Yeah.
And, he's just obviously being duplicitous and gaslighting. And I told him, you can take back this false claim from 2 years ago anytime you want to. And he hasn't done that. So the other thing is that he then, so this girl or this woman said to Omnivore that he was lying because she brought up an article that this guy was arrested for not having proper permits. Well, the issue is those are, to the best of my knowledge, those are two different incidents. And the incident, the link that Omni provided had no information about him being arrested for having improper permits. It was because on his way back from Antarctica, while in either international waters or Chile or Argentinian waters, let me look at the exact article. I posted it off the coast of Chile. Near the border of Chile and Argentina, their sailing permit was revoked. Well, that automatically means that they had a permit in that incident, right?
You can't revoke a permit if there wasn't one.
Yeah, so she was claiming he didn't have one, but then you see the second. So this guy, like I said, his thing is getting arrested and down his sailboat. Why? That's what he's into. But there's two different incidents that is being referred to here, as far as I can tell. So I don't know if she was being duplicitous or she just didn't check, but she accused Omnivore publicly of lying when there's no reason from the article, which Omnivore cited, there would be any reason to think that there was a permit issue involved.
Yeah. They just keep going. And never mind, you've got these very tenuous things, right? Never mind the thousands of people that go there.
Yeah.
For some reason, all that gets ignored. And the fact that, also this same guy, whatever his name is, this Norwegian guy, he did get out and he did walk around with his crew on Antarctica. Right? That there isn't a question about that. And nobody was there to stop him. There's no question about that. So whatever it is that they want to claim, it didn't happen.
Right. Oh, and someone else just tagged me. Apparently, this is a regular occurrence for this host. Check this one out.
On X?
Yeah, I just posted here. And they do this. They like tag team each other. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure they like plan things out and then they only like tweet at each other, or they pulled this theater the other night where they supposedly had one of their family members who was on the fence come in to talk,
Oh yeah, it's all theater.
It's all fake, and he said the same things every flat earther says, and it was just a setup for Witsit to give his flat earth pitch, which was just so much lies. But if you look at the thing I posted
on that note, the phone booth guys from Twitter there, they interviewed a guy that used to be a Globie. Have you seen that one?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, they did. And in the interview, the guy's like, "I used to be a toonie," he said.
Oh my God.
Like, a toonie? Who's a toonie? Nobody that I've never referred to any members of my audience as a toonie. Or no, not a toonie. What do you, tonight? He said tonight, something like that. Whatever he said, it was a term that we never used. That I've never used.
First time for everything.
And then I'm looking at the guy. I go, I recognize him. He's from TikTok. He was never, ever. He was on TikTok for years. I was going, clashing with him on TikTok. He never said, I used to be in your live chats then. But now he's on camera talking to those guys, and he used to be in my live chats. Like, no, you didn't. You're just lying.
Yeah. Well, they always say that, right? They always have the ones that are dishonest, and I will give credit to credit is due for the ones that are honest, that tell the true origin story, that they were on a conspiracy theory binge on YouTube and Mark Sargent's video popped up.
Yeah, that's always it.
The ones that are dishonest are saying, oh, I was big into Neil deGrasse Tyson, and they think they know so little that they think like, what they think an average person does when it comes to like science is, what the flat earther perception is. But yeah, it's so funny. I didn't see that one though. Was that something they did as like a topic on Flat Earth Fridays, or? Well,
it was a video interview, and they tagged me on it for a couple weeks, like constant. I don't know, a couple weeks, but I was constantly being tagged on it. But now, it doesn't show up now. I don't know. It would be interesting to grab that because it's such a blatant lie.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can find it. I don't know. There's I'm tagged on too many things. Yeah, see, I have to look at my notifications. It's too much. Too many of them.
Yeah.
But the guy, FTFE debated the guy. He goes by True Man. And he's dumb as hell. He's just, there's a spectrum of dumb, and he's on the dumb end of the dumb spectrum.
Elaborate.
It's
please.
There's that flat earthers are the dumbest 0.0001% of humans, right? But then within the flat earthers, there's the smart end of the flat earth spectrum and the dumb end of the flat earth spectrum, and this guy's on the dumb end of it. So you've got other people on the dumb end of it. To give more extreme examples, like Victor Crute or John Puckett or Mikey Smith, Arwen, they are on the, maybe not Arwen, they are extreme, like they really do have mental issues. This guy's just a hair off of having, actual certifiable mental issues. So
fair enough.
Let me see if I can. I'll keep scrolling through my notifications, see if I can find it. So, who do we have here? Who else is here to engage in this, or what else is on deck?
I heard somebody mention the Battle of the Beams earlier. What was that about? Because I had not heard about that, and then I googled it, and it looks really interesting.
So, DC, are you there? You should have speaking perms now. Let me just quickly. I'm kind of putting him on the spot because he was talking about it yesterday, but he's working on a video on Battle of the Beams, and you're here. Do you mind speaking about that, or and
sure,
just give us a rundown? I guess quick rundown for the audience of what they're talking about with Battle of the Beams. Maybe give some details on the. I don't know how deep you want to go into the signal propagation, and then maybe just like what to expect from your video, if that's good with you, Mike, and the rest of the panel.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, real quick, Celine, for visual references, I put it in the signal propagation one. There's two specific documents that are in there. One is a radiation pattern that's plugged into values to show kind of how the signal looks like when it's transmitted from the antenna. And the other one is a graph that is measured by the Luftwaffe for their testing, so they knew exactly what the signaling was at various distances from the transmitting antenna, as well as the heights that they were that they could be heard. So, so for those who don't know, Battle of the Beams was a World War II instance where Germany operated a radio navigation beacon to target British cities. Basically, what it did is they had, in the beginning, they had 3 specific sites. The 2 that were most used were Cleve and Stroudsburg. And what they would do is they would send out these, basically they were Lorenz blind landing beacons, just kind of turned around and used as bombing beacons. So they would send out these 2 beams, and where they intersected would be their target area. And they would fly out along the length of these beams, along the length of one beam. And as they crossed over a second beam, which was transmitting a different frequency, they knew they were over the bombing area, then they would start bombing. There's various different allegations and claims as far as the accuracy, and that's going to be something part of, it's like a secondary video that I'm going to be doing for Twitter. But specifically, the flat Earth claim is that it only works on flat Earth, obviously, and that the curvature of the Earth would obstruct the signal at lower altitudes. So the ceiling height of the Hankel was like 6,000 meters or 6,500 meters, but that the signal, because of the curvature of the Earth, would be 12,600 meters above the ceiling height of the plane. And then, it's obviously stated emphatically that this only works on flat Earth and is, the silver bullet, so to speak, of the globe model. But the problem is their assumptions and their claims are fundamentally flawed. So just so everyone knows, my background is as a cryptologist in the Navy, so I dealt a lot with radio communications from everything from HF to UHF to SHF. So it's something that I did over multiple deployments in battlegrounds. So it's something I've had a lot of experience in. So the crux of the flat Earth theory basically hinges on the assumption that the 0.3 degree beam width, which is let's call it the beam divergence of, for using layman terms, the width of the beam only deviated at 0.3 degrees horizontally from the transmitting antenna. So over something like London, it would be 2 kilometers wide. But their assumption is that radio signal is symmetrical, meaning that the width it is horizontally is also the width, or is also the height of it vertically. Yeah. The problem is not a lot of radio signals are symmetrical. Most of them are asymmetrical, and they never looked into the antenna design or the propagation to find out that it's actually a vertically polarized signaling, which means that because it's a navigation beacon, the signal width is upwards of 5.25 degrees, and these numbers will come into bearing in a minute, because you don't want to try to intersect beams at various distances for specific altitudes for an antenna that cannot change vertically its alignment. So basically their assumption is it's the same size horizontally and vertically. However, at 400 kilometers, which is what Derby was from Cleve, the signal would actually be 37 kilometers wide, or 18,000 from center. So they're saying that the signal will be 12,600 meters above the planes, but if you actually look at the actual deviation from the antenna itself, the signal will actually cover that 12,000 plus another 6,000 on top of that. And obviously proof that it would work on the globe Earth. The interesting thing enough, there's a Luftwaffe diagram that shows the distances that they can hear it. You'll see that at a certain length, it starts deviating. The signal starts curving upwards. It almost looks like what we would refer to as bottom up of obstruction.
Is this the graph you posted there?
Yeah, I believe so. It's the black and white one. I'm talking on my phone, so I'm sorry. I don't have
you got the usable region.
Yes, that's the one. Okay. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I have your screen up. I can look at your screen. So yes, so if you're looking at that, you see that the line to the left that goes upwards. That's the upper limit of the audible range, and the line at the bottom that slowly curves up is the lower limit. So between those two lines is the actual audible usage area of the signaling. But if you notice that, when you start, go ahead.
This is elevation that that is showing. Okay.
So
versus distance.
So elevation is yes, exactly. Elevation is the vertical axis. Distance is the horizontal axis. So if you notice that around 100 kilometers, it starts slowly curving up, and you notice that around 200 kilometers, it starts curving up even further, and it looks an awful lot like what I would consider bottom-up obstruction. Because if you notice, it's almost at ground level all the way to 100 kilometers. And if the Earth was flat, then that means they would be able to see that signal at ground level continuously all the way for 400 kilometers, and that's not the case.
Yeah.
And even if there was a 3 degree upwards or something like that of, where the height was offset or something like that, it wouldn't significantly have this large curve that goes all the way up, which is basically bottom up obstruction.
So, all right. And how far away was the beam when they were dropping their bombs?
So it was roughly about 350 kilometers, I believe, with where Derby was from Cleve.
Which we're getting at about 4,000 meters elevation for their usability.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And for my calculations, I used 400 kilometers. I figured I'd err more towards the flat Earth claim.
And that's
so the 400 is
5,500 meters.
Right. And then they're saying the signal will be 12,600 above that. And not only do we have proof to look off of the testing that shows it did work, but it's because of their assumption that the signal was symmetrical and, was either circularly polarized or never even, addressed the polarization of the antenna to realize that the antenna was, or that the signal was much higher. Now, there's also in that same folder, there's also like that rainbow 3D rendering. So this is basically a top view of the signal. So if you're looking from the convergence point down there near the top view thing, where all those different lobes converge, that would be the antenna. That's a top view looking down so that you can see the width of it. Then you have an oblique view. And if you look at the far right one, you can see how much higher that signal is compared to how wide it is, showing that the vertical polarization and then it's not symmetrical.
Yeah, so
not only does it work on globe, but it also debunks flat Earth because it's not detectable at sea level all the way across the channel.
Yeah, according to the Germans' documentation.
Right.
Yeah. So now, obviously, this graph. I'll pull this graph up here. This graph isn't parabolic. It curves a bit, but then it looks like it goes linear from 300 on up or 400. So hold on, my wife's going to bed. Good night, love you.
Oh, are there going to be any pets online, or did I miss that part of the stream already? Like donkey.
I've had pets on and off a couple times. We've had we had turtle and penguin.
I missed it. My apologies.
Yeah. So all right, so this goes linear. So this isn't following anything that's obviously tied to the globe. There either there's some estimation going on here, or there's something other than just the curvature of the Earth happening. Right.
I mean, it could have been the vertical. It could have been, in fact, at a 3 degree, elevation on the antenna, and that could be just carried outwards from there. Yeah.
So now, when I've looked at this, the thing that I look at is the frequency of the beam was 31.5 megahertz.
Well, so there was two, right? So there was one from Cleve, and then there was one from Strauber. So Cleve was. They would always change them, but they varied between 30 megahertz and around 31 megahertz and 33 megahertz, let's say.
Yeah. And the ionosphere reflects only certain frequencies. It starts to taper around 30 megahertz, and by the time you get to 40 megahertz, it's dropped off quite a bit. So it's in the range of the reflection that the ionosphere does.
Right. And but then actually the ether cosplayers actually addressed that by saying that then we would have skip zones, and the pilots would be deviating from those and have to go find the signal again because if it moved off by anything more than 1 degree, it can
so
definitely affect
they're assuming a laser beam pencil width beam there at these miles out, which of course doesn't happen, and the diagram showing the lobes tells you that it's a very tall beam and not very wide. So as you're starting to get where the lower edge of the beam is being blocked by the curve, the top edge of the beam has been reflected, and so you don't have a skip zone like that.
Right. Exactly. And the other part of that too is actually, that's a valid point. I didn't actually consider that part of it, but the other point that that you're talking about too is this is an audible signal. So there's other variables that go on in this, and that's going to be the ambient noise within the aircraft, the sensitivity of the receiver, the antenna on the plane, as well as the age of the person who's actually listening to the audible signal and things like that. So all those kind of marry into multiple values of not absolutism.
Yeah. All right.
But the other point is that you're talking about bombers that are flying at multiple for multiple sorties. They're going to be at various levels. So they can be bombing from 5,000 meters one day, but because of cloud cover, you have to bomb at 3,500 meters the next day, and then they have to be even higher than the next sortie at 6,000 meters. So you can't necessarily, for an antenna that it cannot change its elevation, you can't have that laser beam of only the British claimed 400 to 500 yards wide when they went looking for it, but it wasn't actually for measurement, just to detect it. So even if it was 2 kilometers wide and 2 kilometers high, you would be very limited as to your to the elevation of the bomber through using the signal, and that's obviously going to change based on anti-air air defense. Things like weather, cloud cover, and things like that. So while they could bomb blindly, but you still want to at least make sure you're kind of over the right area. And to be honest, Battle of the Beams ended up being one of the first effective measures of electronic warfare, where they started spoofing some of the signals from stations in Britain that use the same frequencies as the Germans to get them to steer. Or to get the bombers to go in different directions than where they were supposed to be going.
And there's a few other really, really interesting things going on here. Tiny Captain posted this one that looks like a Venn diagram where, and I'll go back first. I'll pull up the large Knickerbein. So the reason why the shape of the beam is not just a cone coming out from it is a couple reasons. One is the shape of the antenna. And do you have pictures of the antenna? It'd be really cool to get some pictures of the antenna.
Yeah. I'll put one up right now.
The geometry of the antenna is critical to how these beams happen to propagate through space. And then
why is that?
Yeah, so it's a tall beam.
It's a tall and wide. Yeah, it's a tall and wide antenna.
So it reflects the radio waves in a certain pattern because of how the reflector is designed, and it makes it tall and wide. So when we get pictures up, you'll see how it's it's not just a big circle like a satellite dish where you got a circle with a thing in the middle of it. We don't have it up yet. And then it also it sent out 2 separate signals alternating on 2 sides. So it was an early version of what 5G nutters get all worked up about is the steerable beam with where you have multiple antennas and they time when they send out the signal. So this had 2 sides to the beam on 2 sides of the same dish setup or same transmitter setup, and so one side would send out a fast pattern and the other side would send out a slow pattern, but altogether it sent out a common solid tone, but it just flipped back and forth on which side it transmitted out of. So when you're in the middle of that beam, you get a solid non-interrupted signal. But when you go to one side or the other, then what happens is you get the interference happens, where you get the constructive and destructive interference. So then as you get off center, then you only hear, or you hear more of just one side of the beam, like the fast side, versus if you go the other direction, you'll get just the slow side of that. And so then you know how to stay in the middle. It's a genius way to do that. All right.
And it was actually a mechanical switch that did it. Yeah, and I just loaded the picture up in there so you can be able to see it now.
Oh, there's fast pictures though. They're going through too fast.
Yeah. Okay. Someone else had me up. Oh no, go below that. Is that the one I uploaded? That can't be the one.
So yeah. No. So there's these big rectangular things. So it's that's a nice.
I mean, it was 90 meters across, and it was 30. So horizontally, it was 90 meters, and vertically, it was 35 meters.
Yeah, it's giant, and it was sending out a super powerful signal. So, that's how, even though it was 31 to 33 megahertz, it was still reflecting off the ionosphere because it had plenty extra power. There we go. Lael put a nice one out there.
It was actually on a circular train track that they could, or on concrete pad that they can rotate, to whatever.
The different azimuths?
Heading they wanted to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, to the different azimuths depending on the targets and stuff like that. I mean, it was a really ingenious system because it was a system they were using already for blind landing. And literally what they did is they turned it around and said, hey, we can use this going the other way as well.
Yeah.
So it was pretty ingenious in its own right. And then, eventually they moved up to different frequencies with the X-Garot and some of the other systems that they had that were more effective and more accurate. But the problem they had is that they obviously had shorter distances because they were much higher in frequencies. They started going up into the UHF band.
Yeah, then
which doesn't reflect.
Yeah, you get into more trouble with the. It won't reflect in the ionosphere, so then that's their limiting factor.
Right. And then as they overtook France, they actually started moving up some smaller ones, some smaller antennas that were more for extra revenue. They're the same design antennas, but they moved them closer to the coast of France, so that way they can reach further into England. Because again, higher frequencies doesn't reflect.
Yeah, and France is 30, 40 miles.
Ish, yeah.
Yeah, across. Yeah, so it's much shorter distance in that. Yeah, and put it up high on a hill too, so that you get better distance.
And it was very effective, for London because it was closer, but it wasn't as effective for Derby. I mean, for all the sorties, and the reason why they picked Derby because that's where the Merlin engine was being manufactured for the Spitfires.
Oh yeah.
So it was a big target for them to go out and hit, but they flew multiple sorties using Nicobine out there, and they never really hit the system because of some of those other variables that were going on, including the countermeasures.
Yeah. And so in the end, it didn't work that great.
No. But it laid the groundwork for the other systems, which worked better for closer distances like London and some of the shipyards and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it also led to the start of the actual radar systems that they started doing too, because they created a Nicobine-based radar as well later on in the war, and it didn't see much service time before the end of the war.
I see Spin posted one. It's a little small, but that's a nice diagram there too.
Yeah.
Dots and dashes.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I said, it's like Morse code, dots and dashes. Like you said, a fast and a slow, and then when you go down the middle, it's just a solid tone.
Yeah, because this is just it was just a switch that flipped back and forth and transmit out this half, transmit out this half. Kind of cool. All right, I have to run to the bathroom again. Can somebody talk while I'm out? Fill the space.
I have the ability to talk. Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Rudolph,
right
are you there? I don't know if you.
I also have the ability to talk.
That's good. Me too. Are you in a quantum superposition of the states of unable to talk and able to talk? That's the real question.
I think I am, is the thing. But, again, that gets into the whole, Everettian interpretation of, it doesn't matter.
So Ruhif, DC here is a signals expert, and I know you've also been working on Battle of the Beams video.
DC question. So the response from Alan, Whitsitt, etc. So the beam is oriented vertically, right? Their response is that once it diffracts around the surface, then it kind of ceases to be a vertically oriented beam and just sort of spreads laterally. Can you confirm, deny?
Well, that's basically someone who's talking from a position of ignorance then, because once a signal is polarized in a certain orientation, and to talk about the polarization of a signal, I'll use a quick analogy. If you were to hold a piece of paper horizontally, right, in front of you, and you're looking down at it, you can see how wide it is, and then if you look at it from the side, you see how thin it is. That would be like a horizontal polarization. Take that same piece of paper and hold it vertically, and now you're looking at the edge. You see how narrow it is horizontally, and you can see how wide it is vertically. As that transmits from the antenna, right? As that vertical signal or polarization of that signal transmits from the antenna, as it diffracts around the curvature, it's going to grow to a certain extent, or it's going to continue following the curve of the Earth to a certain extent, right? And then it'll continue along a linear path. It doesn't automatically start changing midstream to say, oh, I'm going to grow horizontally now and not vertically. That signal stays that same, what's the word I'm looking at, orientation and the same polarization through the entire aspect of it. So if that's going out, that it's just going to continue to expand as that goes out and everything else. And if you convert the if you do the math from it, and when you're looking at the graph, you can take the math and see where the height at 60 kilometers, and do some simple math for the distance. You can find out what the radians are. You take the radians, you convert it into degrees. You can suggest that it's approximately 5.25 degrees beam width. And then you just expand that going out for a certain, for whatever distance you want to, and that's how it's going to go. So it's not 0.3 degrees. It is absolutely, because again, you have to account for multiple altitudes, not just a single altitude or within, 2,000 meters only, because, things like weather and things like countermeasures, air defense, and stuff like that, you're going to want to fly at different levels, as also depending on how many bombers you have.
So the way I read, let's say the 3,000 watts transmitter, right? The way I read those graphs in those old papers is as it diffracts, the higher you are, the less signal loss there is. And if you're really low to the ground, then you've got a pretty weak signal. So I don't know about sensitivity of receivers and that sort of shit, which is why I've just hit you up on DMs so I can message you.
Okay. Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, and the funny thing is when they were first, trying to identify if these things were being used, there was a lot of there's actually there's a whole book on this, and it talks about some of the meetings that Churchill had with some of his specialists and things like that, and different ways that they could communicate with these people, and these meetings that they had to see if these were if these could be such a thing. Originally they thought it couldn't be because they assumed a certain because of the curvature of the Earth and the frequencies and stuff like that. They didn't necessarily know. They didn't think it could happen. However, they obviously found that it could happen. So
those meetings were horribly mischaracterized by Whitsitt and Allen, right?
Oh,
so the reason they thought that it couldn't be possible is because they thought it was like a 70 megahertz beam or whatever, which diffracts less. And then when they thought, oh, maybe it's a Lorenz, combo, which is much lower frequency and diffracts more, and that's when they decided, yes, it can.
And really, they had two different aspects that kind of changed their thinking. One, they had some down Hinkles and some POWs who were able to give them information. They were able to find the receiver, and when they were looking at the receiver, they realized that the receiver was much more sensitive than it needed to be for a Lorenz system, which pointed out that this is used for something else. And when they went looking for the beam, they used an off-the-shelf receiver that used from the U.S. that had a large range that it could detect. And like I said, when they were flying, I think it was a 10th reconnaissance division or whatever they called it. I forget what they actually called it. When the RAF went up to right, when they went up to go find it, they have someone listening to it. They're using an off-the-shelf, sensitivity. They have an antenna down there. There's a bunch of different variables that we don't know about from the book. But they said they measured it at around 400 or 500 yards wide. But again, they were up there to detect it, not measure.
No, the question I have, they're talking about how wide the beam is. How do they expect the width of the beam to be affected by the curve of the Earth blocking it? What is their beef with the width of the beam?
That was my question. Is like why are they saying that it diffracts laterally? It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't, because once you transmit it at a vertical polarization, it stays that way. It does not, it doesn't automatically just switch 90 degrees and become horizontal. We would call that grasping at straws.
Yeah, I'm completely missing why they think that the width of the beam has anything to do with curve or not curve. Because curve or not curve, the beam is the same width at the same distance.
Well, and you needed a narrow beam because it was, it needed to be narrow horizontally because it was a navigation beacon.
Yeah.
You couldn't have a wide beam because then your target area is too big and it's basically ineffective. And the other thing that really wasn't addressed in their video, their hour-long video, was wherever the target is, let's say Derby is, much further north, and let's say London's much further south. If you're using, Strauss and Cleve, how the angle that they intersect is going to change the size of that target area. If they cross at at exactly 90 degrees, then you have a nice square. But if there's any variation of the angles that they intersect at, now you become more of a rhombus. And now you're going to have something that's much larger than what you expect to have, and it becomes less effective because of that.
Well, yeah, that's all about the effectiveness of it, which wasn't effective, right. But it's not the point of it. Their whole point, as I understand it, is they were so far away that the curve of the Earth should have prevented the beam from getting there, and then pretend that there's no ionosphere.
Right, and just the fact that again they're assuming a pencil thin laser or something that's symmetrical. Given the benefit of the doubt, say it's symmetrical of 2 kilometers high as well as 2 kilometers wide.
Yeah, and
now we're looking at it's a symmetrical system, but the antenna, the graph, and the radiation pattern shows you that it is not symmetrical. It's actually asymmetrical, and because it is a radio beacon, you want it to be more vertically larger so you can account for more altitude.
Yeah.
MCToon, did you just mention the ionosphere? I'm under the impression this is purely ground-based diffraction.
I don't think it's diffraction, but I'm not certain. I think it is ionosphere because they're pretty high elevation here.
Not for Cleve and Stolberg.
No, they're only about 200 meters high. They're relatively shorter, shorter heights. But here's, well, I was going to say,
I meant the planes. The planes were at high elevation.
Yeah, 6,500 meters.
The graphs that I've looked at the planning from the German side, and they provide some numbers in terms of
I have a bunch.
And I've also got Eckersley's 1937 paper.
Yes,
I'm pretty sure it's diffraction.
Really?
Yeah.
So Eckersley talked about the ionosphere, right? Eckersley was a contemporary of Marconi, and he was an American, right? And I think, I don't know, it doesn't matter where he was from, but he was of the opinion that it was possible, and some others were of the opinion that it wasn't because of the curve of the Earth. They're like, we don't even need to worry about it. Eckersley was saying, no, we do because, and then here's why. I'm going from memory.
Yeah, you were probably in the bathroom or something while we talked about this. The way I understand that communication between Lindemann and Robert Jones. So they assumed that they wanted a super high power narrow beam, a single beam of a high frequency. And Lindemann goes, that's not going to work, I think, because it's not going to diffract enough around the Earth. Curvature of Earth is a problem. But then they figured out that it was going to be a low frequency beam, so like 30 megahertz, whatever it was, which does diffract more and gives you a better signal around the curvature of the Earth. We're going to discuss this.
Well, yeah, we should get the papers and review them.
Yeah,
I've got them. Yeah, I've got them.
Yeah, could you link them? I have them, but I don't have them in my Knickerbein folder. I have them in they were in some 5G folder that some 5G nutters were dealing with a year or two ago. And same thing, Eckersley and Marconi.
Posted in live stream chat.
Okay.
Well, and then you have and you also have flat earthers who say the ionosphere was created to mysteriously hand wave away the expectation that Marconi was able to transmit so far because because they said it couldn't be done and he showed it could be done, although it was a single letter, although it was an HF frequency, and Marconi didn't have access to the upper frequencies like UHF, which we learned later because those weren't allowed, those weren't available to us until the invention of the vacuum tube.
Yeah. But there were technological issues, power issues. But the other thing, I think in some of these papers, Marconi was doing testing by transmitting out to ships, and they found that the weather greatly affected it. And so this is evidence that it's not flat, because if it was able to get there, why would weather affect it? High elevation weather should not affect it. It should always get there regardless of weather. But they discovered that the time of day and that weather made a difference in how far they could transmit.
Right, to the time of day, the ionosphere condenses at night, because obviously there's no solar radiation to create the separate layers and excite the ions.
You mean specifically high altitude weather affected it, as opposed to, because like weather affecting it, I feel like that's not like that weird. If you've got a bunch of rain, it might delay a signal.
So rain affects higher frequencies. Like when you're talking about, like the higher levels of EHF you're talking about EHF and the higher levels of SHF, and you can get what they call rain fade, which is basically the frequency of the rain being able to impact a signal. And again, when I was putting up 29 gigahertz links in downtown Boston, we have to account for rain because it obviously has a lot of rain, a lot of snow. And we always wanted to make sure that our signal, using the piece of paper analogy, we always wanted to make sure that our signal was vertically polarized so it wouldn't be affected by rain as much as a horizontally polarized signal would, because there's less surface area, so to speak, of the signaling that's going outwards and being radiated.
Yeah, if you're using...
I've never heard of EHF or SHF before. So is that 29 gigahertz?
That's EHF.
EHF extremely high frequency.
Yeah, and it's licensed. You actually various telecom carriers like Verizon, XO Communications, AT&T. They actually had an auction for individual licensing. So you had to purchase licenses to use specific frequencies.
So
how narrow are those like license bands? Like I imagine you can get more narrow as technology improves, and you're able to produce more, precise signals and receivers. But how wide are they?
There's a couple different variables that goes into there. It's going to be power and stuff like that. But since these are mostly short range things that we weren't going anything over 10 miles or something like that, we could reuse the same licenses in other markets. So we didn't have to buy we could buy 100 licenses and use those nationwide, as opposed to I have to buy 1,000 licenses because I can only use one license in each individual, for each link. I could use the same frequency in Boston as I could in New York. There's no overbleed. There's going to be no interference or things like that. As far as the actual spacing between them, it's I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. That was quite a few years ago.
Yeah, so just right.
C-Line.
Oh, sorry.
I was saying, C-Line, I appreciate the heads up, by the way. Thank you. I'm glad I was in the channel.
Well, thank you so much for sharing. I mean, your experience is very much appreciated.
Oh yeah, I'm going to hit you up later, DC.
Yeah. Lil, I believe you had something you wanted to bring up.
Just really quick before I go to bed, MCToon, I'm sorry to correct you on this, but you're wrong.
Okay.
I was the one that came up with Tonight, and I said it multiple times on your stream.
Tonight.
Right after I posted the picture of the Temple of Toon, which
Oh.
is the Gus Tyson as the head priest.
Oh, I remember that.
So I think that's where he got it from. And sorry to switch the conversation, but yes.
No, that's okay. Yeah, and well, that probably doesn't work well for his claim, because if we were to pinpoint where in the point in time where that was happening, I think this guy was a flatty already by then.
And I was also calling myself the king of the flirts back then too.
Yeah.
And you kept on telling people that I wasn't. Why are you giving myself away?
I don't know. All right, everybody. Every time I strike it from the record.
Well, Toon, and Toon, you are a popular target. You seem to get under Flirt skins pretty well between you and Craig.
I do. I don't know why. I'm just
You have a fan club.
Yeah. Just later, about 24 hours from now, I'm going to be doing something that was going to really upset one in particular. Not Witsit, different one.
Oh. I better get to bed soon then so I can get up for that one.
All right. So let's see. I see a bunch of messages from Shoebill. Is he
Yeah, Shoebill, are you ready? Are you ready? I was thinking we could talk.
Yeah, we could talk.
Yeah, you sent me you sent me a bunch, but I can bring them up, but I need to switch to our private chat if you're okay seeing it, right? We don't have any. I mean,
no, I don't care.
We haven't said anything to each other.
I don't care. I was just trying to get somebody to get. Well, that would be somewhere to get some up there, for talking points, so it's not all abstract.
All right. So I've got them visible, starting with your first one.
All right. Well, it just came to, can you measure the curvature there? Never seen all this bullshit about, it can't be done. So in that first graphic, you see that's the Shenandoah Valley. On the right is the Appalachian Mountain. On the left is the Cove Mountains. And that's just a subset of some of the measurements I've made, primarily with my log data. And for this conversation, I'm just going to talk about the zenith angles, because zenith angles is your number one exposure of curvature.
Yeah.
Zenith angle, you can have a shitty instrument at 20 mile away, and you can definitely see, whoops, something's dropped.
Yeah, so a zenith angle is a vertical angle measurement.
A lot of these people, yeah, vertical angle and zenith angles are kind of interchangeable. Everything comes from the zenith, and you can put 0 at zenith, you put 0 at the horizontal. They're fixed, by definition to be 90 degrees. The only difference between a zenith angle and a vertical angle is whether you're using a sine or a cosine.
Yeah.
They're fundamentally the same thing. Zenith angles preferred
Shoebill,
because then you never have a negative.
You're cutting out a lot. I don't know if you're on wireless or something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So,
okay. Well, any better now? I don't know.
Well, are you on wireless?
No.
No.
Let me come back in about 1 second.
Okay.
Let me come back in 1 second.
Okay.
And so to maybe give a little bit of context. Yeah, to maybe give a little bit of context to this too, I think one of the things that I hear most often, and it irritates the crap out of me, is that people will say, I've never, you can't show me evidence of the curve. I've never seen globe evidence. Show me the curve evidence. And just for context, what Shoebill is about to show to you And the measurements that Shubil and Jesse have done, I have shown to probably dozens of flat earthers at this point. And there are very few that have just said, oh, I don't, that seems like a legit measurement. I don't really have a good way to respond to that. There's like one or two that have said that.
Yeah.
Everyone else, it's just a cavalcade of excuses and appeal to possibility.
Appeal to possibility is huge with them. They're like, well, it could be this. Okay, we'll show how that's possible. Well, it could be. You didn't show how it's possible. Oh, but change the topic.
Yeah. Let's see.
Where did he go?
He said he had to step away for a second.
I thought he was like reconnecting.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's messing with the Wi-Fi router.
That could be.
So maybe we could talk through prior to that, like what. So when we talk about, maybe we could talk through like the basic background of how you do a reciprocal zenith angle measurement and.
Yeah. Is it any better now?
Yeah, I think so.
Sounds better to me.
Yeah. So yeah, like I said, zenith angles, just to get through a little bit of vocabulary, zenith angles, vertical angles, fundamentally the same thing. Quite often we discuss in zenith angles because with vertical angles, you could have -1 or +1. In zenith angles, you'll either have 89, 90, or 91. And anybody who's done calculation or programming knows a -1 and a +1, gets parsed. So yeah, that's why I talk in zenith angles, but a vertical angle is algebraically the same thing. So in the examples that I put up there for viewing, that's a subset of some surveying I've done. And if you look at that cluster on the right, that's a radio tower, which is about 3 panels down. And I wanted to determine its elevation. Now, to determine its elevation, yeah, no problem. You just put up an instrument, you look at it, pop, there you go, and Bob's your uncle. And if you look at the first panel under the radio tower, I'm 1 mile away. Who could fuck that up?
This the one that says strobe light?
Yes, that is the target. That is the focus of all these measurements.
The strobe light on the top of that tower.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
The tower, I can see that strobe light from miles and miles away. And so I'm measuring repeatedly to that singular point. And I make that, I can't drill that hard enough because, as you know, so many flirts go, oh, angular size. It's a point. Or that you need to measure the bottom of the tower to the top of the tower. No, it's a point in space. So in this case, I'm dealing with a point in space being just that lamp. So as you scroll down, you'll see I'm looking at that light from 1 mile away. Now, 1 mile is really, really short. So measure the zenith angle, elevation of instrument, got the distance by other means, got the elevation of the tower, no big damn deal. And then through the next couple of panels, you can see I'm pushing it further and further away. I'm getting really far away. And if you're scrolling down, you'll see that Karak Mountain, that's 28 fucking miles away. And now through the instrument, I can see that tower just fine. So I also look at it with multiple instruments to make sure, just to see, I have a manual indexing level and my 2 premier theodolites. The elevation of that instrument in that case is about 1950, and the elevation of the tower is like 2,300. It's 400 feet higher, and those crosshairs are looking right over the top. So, as the survey progressed, I continually measured zenith angles to that singular light. And by measuring the angle over and over again, maybe scroll up to panel 3, the spreadsheet. Now, in the spreadsheet, the way to measure to determine what's going on. So if I'm 1 mile away, I get an elevation of the tower. If I go 2 miles away, I get a different elevation. I go 4 miles away, 7 miles away, I continually get a different elevation every single time. So some people may think, oh, theodolites aren't good at distances. You know, those distances, once you get over 2,000 feet or something, theodolite's no good. Then you would see error. Then you would see pluses and minuses. So the only way to measure or observe curvature is to ignore it. So if I just take the same calculation at 1 mile and all the other progressive miles, I get a progressively lower elevation. Now you can see visually, it's a smooth curve.
Yeah.
So you know we're not dealing with error. That means that the simple calculation of just taking the tangent of the angle and the distance, returning a number, is not the elevation, but it is part of the calculation. And if you look down at the graph in the next one, you'll see the more precise analysis of a best fit. You notice all the little numbers in the boxes are negative. And that and the tower is essentially the left hand, the y-axis at 0.
Yeah.
And you can see progressively those numbers are increasing. This is measured drop from the horizontal at the tower. And when someone says demonstrate curve, I don't know how to do it better. I don't know how to do it more systematically. I don't know how to do it more repeatedly. But this is drop from the horizontal at the tower. And horizontal at a point is different than the horizontal at any other point. I don't care what Bev wants to say. So as we go along, you can see further and further down, all the way out to 27 miles, where we have a drop of 433.5 feet. That's a measured drop from the horizontal. That's the horizontal at the tower. The tower is vertical, horizontal extending out into clear blue sky. On both sides, it goes off into space. That's the measured value. Now, if you know anything about statistics, of course, FLIRFs don't. They don't do math. They want to tell surveyors what they are or are not doing, or what they should be doing. Oh, there's no perspective. Oh, you're not doing a vertical size. Oh, the Rayleigh. Oh, the Rayleigh. Oh, the compression, the vertical. You know, anything in the world other than the tangent of the angle and the distance. So if we take all of those drops and see, does that make a coherent shape? Now, if you recall in the panel just above, where you get the star pattern, these points of observation are in all different azimuths. The instrument's at all different elevations. This was accumulated over many different summers. This was not done as a flat earth debunk. It was just something I had in the background, and someone said, show me the measurements. Well, wait, I have some. Maybe they'll find it interesting. So if you go back to that graph, you'll see we get a beautiful little quadratic. 0.563. Pardon me?
Yeah. Yep, go ahead.
And you see we get a quadratic over there on the right side, 0.563 miles squared, minus a little bit, plus a little bit. Those little bits, that's noise. That could be noise from refraction, noise from instrument operation, noise in the integrity of the instrument elevation. That has like 8 channels of noise coming into it, and I end up with numbers that small. Those are feet. We're talking small.
0.01 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Times miles squared, or times miles. So at 28 miles, I've got that 0.16 times 28. Yeah. I've got like, not even a foot at the 28 miles of additional noise. Plus, and that's a minus, but then I get a plus of 1,300 foot. In other words, they're negligible. They're below the noise threshold of concern. We're not talking a noise value of some wild bullwhip of, it's all over the place. It's all, it's like, you never know because of refraction. You've got, it could be higher one day, lower the next. You don't know. Did you measure the gradient? Did you measure the millibars, all along the light path? I go, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. But I did take care of weather, meteorological conditions. All these data were measured midday, spring through fall, not winter, fair weather, plus or minus about a quarter inch on the barometer, sweatshirt weather, like maybe 48 to 50 degrees, maybe 85 to 90 degrees. I don't go out in this extreme cold, don't go out in the heat. I don't want to do that to my instrument, and I don't want to be there. So this was a recreational survey, essentially. So that's the meteorological conditions are in a very narrow band of temperature and pressure and humidity, contrary to what many people say, is so insignificant. It's not in most of the formulae for refraction.
Yeah, humidity is almost nothing.
Yeah, because humidity is actually a lower density than air. Yeah. So high humidity has lower density. And so it really, now, if you look at back at that map a little bit, you'll see that the lines of sight are going across the valley up to the tower. So the line of sight is never skimming the ground, never gets near the ground. So in this case, I've taken all these zenith angles, which are in the spreadsheet, on the panel above, and you can go through the arithmetic yourself, and you'll see that returns a curve. Now, in least square talk, the integrity of fit, the merit of data is called R squared, and this is damn near unity, which almost looks artificial. So that is a curve, and you look at the text on the right, or I'm sorry, on the left, that's 6 3/4 inches per mile squared. It returns a refracted radius of 4697 miles, which is 7.1 over 6R. In most of the textbooks, you'll see 7 over 6. And by the way, it will vary for your locale.
Yeah.
You should measure it and then use that value. But if you're only going 4, 5, 6, 8 miles, you can just use 7 over 6, which is just an easy way to remember 1.13. It's 7 over 6. I don't know why it's always shown as that improper fraction, other than it's easy to remember. So along those lines, to compare 7 over 6 to what I get 7.11 over 6. So that is a measured refracted radius that I get in my 400 square miles. Now, that's the math of it. So we can look down at some of the other photographs and you'll see the progressive distance to the tower, the conditions. You can always see the China blue sky or the high clouds, but you see the fair weather. You see the kind of instruments I'm using. And then in the, you can go down a panel and there's where I'm looking at the 27-mile observation. This is an important one because if you look at all the vertical angles, I'm always looking up, barely a degree, maybe 1.5 degrees. When I get out there 27 miles at Karak Mountain, or on Cove Mountain, I'm at 1,900 feet. All the other ones, I'm at about 600 feet. But I'm still 400 feet below that tower by elevation, and I'm looking down. There you go. I'm looking down to a point that's 400 feet higher. I found the curve right there. And I'm not looking down a lot. It's only a freaking arc minute. And if you go through the math, you take the tangent of a negative vertical angle times that distance, it's even lower than me. You would think. Now we have to add the curvature refraction, 563 0.563 times 27.7 miles squared. You add that, and voila, you get the historic answer that I have from other surveys of 716.8 meters. So it's just the consistency of the zenith angle measurement, the integrity of the purpose-made satellite for those distances. And if you consider the spreadsheet with the curve and the quadratic, you can see very high integrity. And someone said, so often they go, we need repeatable measurements. We need science grade measurements. Show me the measurements, show me the data. And I said, okay, I got it all right here. I brought the receipts. There's the in one spreadsheet there, you got all the angles and distances as measured. Then you have an interrogation by least square fit. Does all this shit make sense? That curve just looks like a curve, except it happens to fit to a mathematical certainty that is like, that's 3 sigma certain. I mean, that is like physics grade. And it's all to a singular point of the strobe light. And it's over these 565, 400, square miles. I don't know what else to do to demonstrate measured curve. Now, the elevations of every instrument location was determined by phase differential GPS, sue me. But many times there are benchmarks in the area that have published conventional staff and level elevation determination, and GPS agrees with that to the centimeter. So I'm in the centimeter, 15 millimeter.
It's really interesting when they try to poo-poo GPS. Like, okay, GPS is completely in agreement with other methods of determining your position, so it can't be said to be wrong.
In this example here, I have a mix of elevations determined by leveling by the National Geodetic Survey, and locations and elevation determined by GPS, and an analog theodolite. Analog measurements mixed with satellite measurements are still returning the same damn thing. So that just goes to the integrity of what we know about the shape of the Earth, what we know about the satellite information, how we utilize the satellite information. You can still go back to those instruments I have are from like 1955, 1968. Those things are extremely analog. They're just brass and glass, and they completely mesh with satellite measurements. So to get the 565 though, that 0.563 miles squared, when we all know it's 8 inches or 0.667. Well, if you take 0.563 times miles squared and 0.667 miles squared, well, those are 2 quadratics in like units, so you can subtract them. That yields another quadratic, minus 0.105 miles squared. Ladies and gentlemen, refraction. The refraction is a routine arc, and it's an arc of 25,500 miles. And when you combine those two, you get the refractive radius of 46,097 miles. Now, we all know it's 3,960 miles. And that's where you can go through the 7/6R, do the math, go through the substitutions, and you get the 25,000-mile radius of refraction, the 3,960-mile radius of the geoid, the zenith angles, the elevation of instrument, and I get a consistent elevation of that tower independent of my distance from it. Because if I'm 27 miles away, the error is only about 1.5 feet. So I've gone through other zenith angles just recently here, just for this discussion. For instance, one particular angle I measured 16 times because you know what they bitch. You don't have a measurement, You got an average. That is about the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard.
Oh, yeah.
So many of these angles have been measured multiple times. And by measuring them multiple times, we now have a new observation of variation due to, say it with me, refraction. So in this case, I picked out one, and I measured it 16 times. And the angle is slight. It's 88 degrees, 9 minutes.
Which one is it? Is it, do you have
I don't think it's on that sheet.
Okay.
Because this was one I just rapidly pulled out to look at.
Yeah, okay.
And I get a mean of 88 degrees, 9 minutes, 18.6 seconds. But that came from 16 measurements with a standard deviation of 4 seconds. The width of the crosshair of my instrument is 4 seconds. So if you ever look through a survey instrument and you see that little tiny fine spider web reticule, that's 4 arc seconds. That's the standard error, or I'm sorry, the standard deviation of a zenith angle measurement.
That's not.
So that's like at the asymptote. How can you do better than getting inside the width of the crosshair? Well, you can by repetition. Because let's put on your statistics hat. I measured it 16 times. I have a standard deviation of 4.4 seconds. Standard error, 1 second. Now, I have entered that data into a more sophisticated adjustment program with all sorts of redundant measurements, spinning around and doing all this least squares kind of things. And least square adjustment says, oh no, Larry, that angle is not 8809 18.6. That angle is 8809 17.1. In other words, 1.4 seconds different. Sub-crosshair difference. That could only be achieved by measuring it 16 times.
Yeah.
Now, in this particular case, it's about 14 miles away. And that 1.4 seconds, that's only like 10 centimeters. Pardon me if I mix units because I'm feet and meters all. So 1.7 seconds at 14 miles is well inside the noise level. You can't, I've hit the asymptote. In that cluster of data you see there, if you subtract half of the data, nothing changes. That is called data saturation. So if anyone wants to say you can't measure curvature, instruments aren't good at 27 miles, 24 miles, 21 miles, 20 miles, 19 miles, 12, 14, 7, 4, 3, 2, 1 mile. They're all, it doesn't much fucking matter if you have a purpose-built instrument and you measuring a zenith angle takes like 45 minutes. I don't think a lot of people recognize the fact that you don't just put up the gun, lay the crosshair on it, write down a number, pick up and go home. You do it over 45 minutes.
So what are you doing? What types of things to make it take that long?
Well, you set up the gun, you get it all good leveled up, lay the crosshair on it, read it, then you rotate the gun 180 degrees and go through all the same motions again.
Yeah, you flip
it over. Then you rotate the gun 180 degrees, you bring it on down. Now, I have manually indexing instrument. So as I rotate it around, there's a separate vial, and I'll see that it has, when I rotate it around, the standing axis of the instrument might be off a couple of arc seconds. So I re-level the plumb port axis for the vertical angle reading, and that has a split alcohol vial, which you can read to a half a second. So it's just going through the repetition of and the variation of every time I put the crosshair on there. I can't get it exactly the same. You can't. You could throw 20 darts at the dartboard. They all look like a bullseye until you walk up to the dartboard and you find that half of them are outside the bullseye. So there's that variation.
So I was demonstrating on screen what you're talking about when you say plunge your telescope, where
yes.
you rotate it on two axes, and then in the end, what you're doing is you're reading through the telescope where the telescope is now upside down from where it was before. So if the measurement was, say, 2 arc seconds too high, when you flip it around the other direction, you do it again, it's going to be 2 arc seconds too low. And when you average them, then you get 0. It's correct. So that's why you're doing that, and you're going back and forth, and you always take an even number of measurements.
And that's the beauty of a theodolite, is that through the operation, you can compensate or deal with instrument adjustment.
Yeah.
At the theoretical level, it all goes away, and you're left with just your variation of operator as opposed to instrument. And that's why when you go through, say, some 16 times, as I do, 16 times, but in both faces, so that's like 32 times. So I have laid that crosshair on the light 32 times.
Yeah.
So, and I have re-leveled the plumb axis for the vertical circle 32 times. And every time is going to be a little bit different, of course. 1 second, half second, maybe 2 seconds. But then something else happens in this amount of time, because I'm also have to write it down. I don't have a note keeper. So everything takes time, and you're being very careful and meticulous. And you know what? I have time. So what happens is I'll notice the angle might report 5 seconds higher than last time. And then I'll flip it over, do it again. Oh, now I'm getting about the same. Flip it over, do it again. Oh, now I'm about 6 seconds lower. Rotate it around, do it again. Now I'm maybe another 2 seconds lower. Rotate it, flip it around. I'm looking maybe another 2 seconds lower. Flip it around. Now I'm maybe 3 seconds above where I was. Flip it around, go right. Now I'm like another 5 seconds. What I end up with is a point cloud. It has a maximum, it has a minimum, and it has a population center. Ladies and gentlemen, refraction. In a light breeze, I lay that crosshair on the light, and I don't just lay the crosshair on the light. I kind of go off to the side because it's got a little gap, and I try to get that light to actually be in the middle of that crosshair. Or if it's a little hazy out, I'll lay the crosshair on there till I can't see the light, so that I completely obscure it, and I can see some diffraction spikes coming out from the crosshair. So then I'll go to the notebook and I'll write it down. I'll look back in the scope and it goes, well, look at that. The light is now above the crosshair. Why is that? Because that's the variation of refraction. So by going with a time sequence over 45 minutes, I now have a point cloud of where that light appears to be through the variation of turbulence in the refraction over time, which gives the much higher validity to that average. As I described a second ago, I measured it 16 times. I have the average returned 18.6 seconds, but I have a high of 25.9 seconds. That's, 6 seconds up there. Well, that's a lot. I also have a low of 12.6 seconds. Well, I'm 6 seconds off there. So I've got this spread of over 12 seconds, but I did it 16 times. And I find that only a couple of those are at the periphery, and I got a population in the middle, which is all in that crosshair width, couple of seconds up, couple of seconds down. So there again, what flirts or anybody, non-practitioners think what's going on with land surveying is metrology. It is the study of error analysis. These are Gaussian distributions. These are,
what's a Gaussian distribution to somebody that doesn't have a clue about metrology? It's all.
Then why are they telling me? then why are they telling me I'm doing it wrong?
Yeah, it's all over their head. Yeah, they have no position to they're too short to ride.
So that's why I think the graph that shows how smooth that arc is, in both of them, the spreadsheet with all the data, and the second graph that has the least square least square reporting of the quadratic. Anybody, it doesn't take a rocket science to see how smooth that curve is. Something very systematic is happening. And the integrity of the instrument at 15 miles, at 20 miles, at 24 miles, at 7 miles. It doesn't really matter. The noise level did not increase because I went farther away. But when I'm farther away, I may take more angle measurements. I'll pull out the T3 instead of the T2. You know, we adapt. But I thought it would be... Now, Blue had done a video of these measurements here, and, you know, I don't know how many views he got on that or what his comment section was like. But this was I just thought I'd bring this up to, you know, you've got hours to fill, so I thought I'd give it my 45 minutes of 2 cents. And if you got any questions, you got all the panels there, you can ask questions, but that's what's going on with the zenith angle measurement. We have the distance, we have high repetition, high redundancy. The instrument was placed at different elevations, different distances, different azimuths, and a portion of sphere, because those lines are not like spokes on a wheel. Those lines, those blue lines on that map, those are spokes on an umbrella. It's a portion of sphere.
Yeah.
It's a portion of sphere. The further away I get, that drop is returned in the measurements. I didn't presuppose it. I didn't, insist on it. I said, hey, Excel, you're not a surveyor. How do these data fit? That could have been voltage variation over temperature of a copper wire. It doesn't care. Yeah. It says these data points with a variable on the X and the dependent on the Y, best fit, polynomial fit, least square fit. You've got a hair's breadth of variation here. It is a curve of very well defined. Now, we are dealing also with the marvelously simplistic. This is all simple Euclidean basic geometry. There's no curve, there's no spherical trig here. This is all small angle. Because at 27 miles, I'm only dealing with like a quarter of a degree or a half a degree of great circle. Not even. So the distances can get complicated in geodetic. This isn't even geodetic. They would laugh at this at agency. They would no way do this on the agency. But you could pour a ton more of calculation into it, and you would just make, you make yourself feel better. I don't know, maybe you can have another significant figure. Or maybe you can inflate the 2 sigma error confidence region. You're still going to get the same freaking answer. But this is the pedestrian level. Anybody could do this. Holding the instruments, handling the instrument, that's a skill set. Keying it into Excel, not a skill set. If anybody and their brother went out to any one of those points with their instrument line, they're going to get an angle so freaking close. If they're midday, mid-year, on a fair weather, they're going to get that. So that 7.11 over 6R, that is meteorologically dependent. That is what we call that might be what some people call standard refraction. I like to call typical refraction. That's what you normally get. And if you're normally looking at 2 to 4 to 5 mile observations, it won't matter because you're only talking a couple of inches.
Yeah. It's important to note that you are doing it in smart conditions. You are going not grazing the light path is not grazing the surface of the earth. It's not at low elevation over water, and it's not on days where it's bad weather or extreme weather or it's hot, and you're not doing it after sundown where conditions are more dramatic. You're doing it in regular controlled conditions where you have consistency plus more of a minimal amount of refraction rather than maximum.
Yeah, I'm trying to measure the Earth, not trying to measure refraction, right?
Yeah.
So someone said what about the temperatures, the millibars and all this for the whole light path? I go, you know what I did? I controlled for weather. Oh, now you can control weather? No, I controlled for weather.
Yeah, they don't get that.
I had a uniform. I had my laboratory in uniform conditions.
They're absolutely confused when you say that. Like, how did you control that? Well, that's not what it means.
I said,
yeah.
I didn't control it. I controlled for it.
Yeah, and over their heads. They're not tall enough to ride. You know what I mean?
By controlling for weather, if it's really freaking cold out, well, the instrument doesn't like that. These instruments are old. I don't want to expose them to, working out at, 15 degrees Fahrenheit. They'd be okay with it, but they're 1955. The lubricants are old. So, yes, and this is agency class work. This is exactly what they would have done in not any significant difference in the 1900 survey of the 39th parallel.
For shorter.
That's an analog instrument. Actually, at the close of the 1900 survey, the Wild T3 was introduced in like the early 1930s, and it just put all those other instruments to bed.
Yeah.
So I'm using an instrument that came on the heels of that 1900 and the methods. So if you look at this survey, this cluster of measurements here, it's exactly like a Mount Everest survey. Mount Everest, they did the exact same thing, except for 100 miles away, that I'm doing here at, from 1 to 30 miles away. And if you look at the residuals in that drop from horizontal,
what's a residual?
The very first measurement on the plot with the quadratic, you'll see that drop is 6 inches.
So what people won't know what residual is.
Residual, a best fit finalized answer of the data in aggregate minus the individual measurement. In other words, that blue line drawing through those dots, that blue line respects no single dot. That blue line is the best fit of the data, and each dot is going to be slightly above or slightly below that arc. So,
and the amount
overall, all 25 points combined return that arc. Okay, at that particular mile, you're going to get the first calculation of the height of the tower, which will show the drop. That arc will show the result of all 25 in aggregate. Now, that one dot that contributed, it's going to be slightly above. It's going to be slightly below, because it's not all about that one dot. It's about all 25. So a residual goes to a standard deviation, how frequently the dots are above or below the finalized arc. And that arc is going to go past all those dots, so that the root mean square error, in other words, minimizing the impact to any one of those dots, is making the best fit. And the R squared, again, showing damn near unity in typical data sets. If you get above 0.8, you've got good data. 0.9, that's good data. 0.5 is shitty data. 0.3 is like total noise. But 0.9999, that is, I can put that instrument anywhere in that valley. I can prove to you anywhere in that valley, measure the angle to that tower, and I get the same elevation. As long as I include the refracted radius of 4697 miles, which came from the 3960 miles radius, which I also measured by Eratosthenes. So I own that. I verified it for myself. Sue me. So I own that. And when I got the 3960 and the 4697, I can subtract them out. I can go through the algebra. And now I get the refraction of 0.105 miles squared as a subtractive value. And if I look at my textbook, it says 0.10. Okay. I have now reproduced my 1925 textbook because I have that 0.563 in the textbook. They say 0.57. It's a round off error. It's not even different. And yet they say it varies. Refraction is not a wild bullwhip of unknown. It's a very well characterized and
when you do it well. You have to do it well. Yeah. You can't be sloppy.
Well, yeah, if you're going out for purpose. Instead, they say, oh, but the 1 foot observer, the 6 foot observer over water. You know, in the textbook, they say, go home. If you're looking over water, it's like, just don't take the instrument even out of the box. There's no point. In measuring of the Earth, they don't do that, specifically because they're trying to measure the Earth. Like Dan, he's insisting on the 6 foot observer standing out at Huntington Pier, looking out at San Clemente or, Catalina. I said, you're looking at refraction. You're not, the Earth at that point, you have to take that an axiom because you can't learn the shape or the dimension of the Earth with that observation. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, you can't get outside the noise.
And then he'll brace up and say, it's like you're always saying, the sun gets cut in half by the hump of the ocean. I go, it gets cut in half because the Earth is rotating.
Something in the way, yeah.
And then night happens. Yeah, and then night happens. Go figure, flat earthers. I don't know how you got night if the sun is still 15 degrees above the horizon, but it's optically eluded. So, again, in summary, there's the map that shows the spatial layout of the points of observation. There's the angles and distances and instrument elevations. And going through a simple tangent calculation, you get a continuous drop from the horizontal of the radio tower. And if you put that into least squares, it says, yes, master, you have exactly what everybody expects for an observed, measured, refracted curve. Now we know the curvature of the Earth because I've done that, and that's one of the later panels in that upload, and which is also 8 inches miles squared. And I guess I didn't put that one there. Why did we get there? However, because when I did the Eratosthenes, I did 7 times. I also did it in multiple azimuths. I also did it over 100 miles, 240 miles, 520 miles, all kinds of things on repeating Eratosthenes. And I get not quite 3960 because sometimes I get 3962, sometimes I get 3964, depending on the latitude, because the Earth is an it's an ellipsoid. So I get a variable radius because a radius is instantaneous on ellipsoid. However, I get it returns a geodetic or a geodetic arc, which is commensurate with Vincente's geodetic calculations to about 25 parts per million. So I'm very confident that I can use that 3960 mile radius with impunity. I own it.
Yeah. So I have a book from Kissel right now, surveying book.
Kissem.
Yep.
See.
Right here we've got. This introduces the instrument errors and in long sights the effect of Earth curvature in reciprocal leveling. It's talking about Earth curvature. And then we've got trigonometric leveling, an allowance for the refraction of the air, and Earth curvature is necessary when distances are great. So you can't do surveying over long distances without including the curvature of the Earth and the effects of refraction. And if you don't, then you're not going to get the right answers. So.
Well, it goes to where some of these quasi surveyors that want to say they've never ever dealt with curvature of the Earth, so therefore it doesn't exist. They're using electronic instruments which have those calculations built in, and when on the display it returns an elevation difference. It absolutely had the curvature of the Earth and refraction as components inside the calculation. And to that point, FE Core was doing something, and they were going to try to force the lines. They got their they rented the highest grade electronic digital instrument, and they went out there, made a bunch of measurements, and it didn't quite make sense to them. And to their credit, they admitted they forgot to turn off or disable the curvature refraction correction that it was doing automatically. So follow the money. Current instrument makers with electronic instruments go through the courtesy of doing that calculation for you, so you can have real-time, rapid, and low-skill operators accurately reporting elevations when shooting the mirror on the top of a staking pole, mile and a half up on a hillside for grading. It'll return the elevation without making that half a foot mistake for you. And they say it doesn't exist because they never do it, but it's always done for them. And you cannot ignore curvature no matter what you're doing. It's always there. You just have to tell yourself, if you're dealing with longhand put on your 1960s hat. Yeah, you're not going to calculate it for every little fucking, boundary survey where you're running around 20 acres. But if you're going to do a hillside grading, you are not going to want to be responsible for over excavating 200,000 acres or 200,000 yards, or even 50, even 500 extra yards, because you're going to have to pay for it being hauled out, and then you're going to have to pay maybe to get it brought back. So you don't want to make mistakes. So curvature, you have to, you can pull out your putter, or you could pull out your number 4 wood. You have to know, the right tool for the job. Right, you can, it's like you can just measure something with a fiberglass tape. Oh, that's good enough because it's just, measuring, where, a barbed wire fence is. But when you're measuring, off to, a primary boundary corner of the Kingman Ranch, oh yeah, yeah, you're going to pull out your A game. So it depends on what you're doing. In this case, with that example that I brought up, I did it intentionally to mimic or to see if I could be agents, if my instruments or my casual aspect, would that return agency grade values?
What does agency grade mean?
What the U.S. and Coast Geodetic would return.
Okay.
Like it could be a page. It could be, I could just add it. I could just add it to that 1900 survey. It's just like my own page.
I see. Yeah. Okay.
If that were in a lawsuit for some fucked up reason, I don't know. If that had some reason for litigation because that's a radio tower and somebody's barking about something, I would just take that as is and put my professional seal on it and submit it to the court. That's what I feel about that. Now you can also add some fantasy drama to it. That valley could be the DMZ, and all the points out there on the west side of the valley are on the South Korean side. And that radio tower is an asset that North Korea just built. We need to know where that fucker is. That's exactly how it would be done.
And you can't go there. It's off.
In this case,
it's off limits.
It's all remotely measured. Yes, because like I said, I could take out. You could take out, subtract half of those data measurements, and you know what? Take the half that's the closest. You could just, I think the mean length on there is about 14 miles. Yeah, just get rid of any measurement that's less than 14 miles. I'll throw that all away. Only observe from the west side of the valley, and still get the same fucking answer. That has reached data measurement saturation. And again, you look at those shorter ones near the cluster. That was probably done like 7 years ago. And I just kept adding on to it. All these longer ones I added like a year and a half ago, because then I was looking at the plot. I go like, well, let me see. There's one at 12 miles, and here's one at 16 miles. I ought to get one at 14. And I just, maybe someday I'll see 14 mile where I can just because it was in the trunk of my car. I'm driving around, and I go, I can look at that. There's the tower. Now look, there's a little siding. I'll just pull over, set up, pull out the GPS receiver, turn the vertical angles, measure some data. But I also was collecting, see, the tower's coordinate was determined with the real target of the survey was azimuth by solar and stellar observation. So every one of those blue lines also has a geodetic azimuth determined by star observation or sun observation. And that's how I got the coordinate of the tower. The vertical angles, that was not even the focus. That just had in the background. I said, oh, by the way, I also have all the vertical angles. Let's just see how they look out separately, because people were asking. But the whole focus of that survey was I have, an astronomical observation from every one of those locations. So this is a full combined, again, agency grade work, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
A full 3D survey, not just and so the fact that all the azimuths fit coming from the ephemeris, using time, using that same instrument, those azimuths fit for a couple of arc seconds as a standard deviation across the array. Using the ephemeris, using the sun, and I'm only using the left edge of the sun, which again goes to show the consistency of the diameter of the sun. And if I'm using Polaris or Fomolo or Vega or Procyon or the edge of the sun, I still get the same integrity of result. So the sun's position, the ephemeris, its diameter, because I'm only using the edge. I can't find the center. The center's too fucking big. I mean, it's like that's subjective. So when observing the sun, I lay the crosshair in the body of the sun and wait. And as the sun traverses and it becomes tangent to the crosshair, I take the time. Then I read the angle. I do that 18 times, get an azimuth. Take all those azimuths and pull a Bacon triangulation, because he's been writing software. But do the geodetic calculation, and that's how I got the coordinate of the tower. So in the end, I've never gotten closer than 1 mile to that tower. And I have a 2 sigma, 95% confidence on the elevation and latitude and longitude of less than 20 centimeters. 2 sigma. The light is at least, maybe a meter across. It's a big fucking spotlight. So I'm into like the filament of that lamp. By statistical significance. And this is not a cut and paste from a textbook. This is not a Google find. This is not somebody else's YouTube. This is the work that I have done. I've tried to bring the receipts. It was not done for flat Earth or to debunk flat Earth. It's something I had when someone said, "Show me the measurements. Can you demonstrate curvature?" Yeah, here, go here. Well, they don't like it. They don't like it. I don't know. Okay, we got pictures of boats getting cut in half as it goes away. They don't like it. We got pictures. It doesn't matter. So this is like at 27 miles away. They say, "Well, show me 8 inches miles squared." Okay, at 27 miles away, I got 6,134 inches of drop. Is that good enough for you?
No, it's not. They want a blurry picture from heavy refraction. I mean, we've got in the chat, we've got Blatek in the chat, who when I said to him, "No, I'm going to read this. This is showing how much of losers flat earthers are," right? I said, "Well, certainly you have the same or better measurements than what you just went over," right? His answer, "Derp, you ain't even a scientist." That is how smart flat earthers are.
The funniest part of that is that if you saw above, let's see, where was it?
You said
right before he said, what does the Blatek legend White Fox say? Derp a derp, 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 derp. And what does he say right after?
Yeah.
Can't make this shit up. Oh man.
Yeah.
Now, I try to bring that forward. And I show the calculation. It's about as transparent as I can be. And all the angles, all the distances are there. And nobody ever goes through the math. Nobody ever critiques the math. They always come up with, the derp. It's like, oh, angular size. You're not taking in perspective. I go, okay, what they call perspective, I call tangent. the tangent function, maybe the cosine function, maybe a combination of the, or maybe it's a cosecant. They don't even know.
Well, yeah. And here, Blatek says, I cannot get over the ignorance. What ignorance? Your ignorance? His own ignorance. Yeah. Can you address this on topic, Blatek? Just type in chat. Are you capable of addressing this on topic? And if you can't, just say so. But if you think it's wrong, it's on you to show where it's wrong.
And to further, again, in the spreadsheet, I have the angles and distances. I've tried to label everything as plain as can be. It's just a tangent function and a distance. There's no complicated math here. There is no the curve fit. Yes, that is a least square. That's kind of highbrow. I'll give you that. But just getting that arc and the drop from the horizontal at the tower, it's just a tangent function. Anybody in the sound of my voice should be able to do that if they got past the 10th grade. So this isn't like some, completely overburdened, with vocabulary and math symbology and concepts. Go, no, this is Bev level math. Well, maybe not Bev level.
You're being generous, yeah.
I know, but honestly, when I hear, that's why I think the bulk of the flat earthers are just cosplayers, because that's more charitable than thinking they can't do it.
Yeah. And so what you've done here, and of course what your training is how boundaries of countries and states and counties and cities and, kings' domains have been measured for centuries. This is, and if it's wrong, then there's war, right? Not now, but centuries ago, if somebody got it wrong, they're like, hold on a second. And the amount of wrongness that would have to happen for the amount of detail that you looked at there would have to be, pretty massive. So cities would be mistaken over over many, many miles.
Mm-hmm. There have been, as you pointed out, boundary disputes between neighboring countries. Well, the competing surveyors come out and say, we have this, we have the treaty that calls out these latitude and longitudes and following the ridge line and following the fall weg and everyone has to come, agree on that. I was doing work in Argentina on the Bolivian border, and I came across a boundary marker, which is like 5-foot diameter concrete column with bronze plaques on it. And the driver I was working with, he said, what are we doing out here? And I pointed over to the boundary marker, and he goes, oh, my God. he totally freaked out because I just had the coordinates on my GPS receiver, and we just drove out into the bush and just came across this big-ass fucking concrete column. Yeah, and I ran into the surveyors actually in Argentina, and they were all kinds of questions because they couldn't afford GPS equipment.
All right, well, I have a few things to read here, but if people have questions for Shoebill, maybe while I read a couple of these super chats and stuff.
Now, I haven't seen this. I haven't seen the video, so I don't know what panels you brought up. Hopefully that was fairly clear, and I'm not hearing a lot of questions from you, so it must have been
I found
relatively straightforward.
Yep. And people were impressed, and I think there was Danny Diesel was a little bit confused, I think. Anyway, NASA Security Force says, Mike, it's exploding in your hand is taboo in NASA. That was talking about my spud gun that blew up. The Sun Express says Zippo lighter fluid and grill sparker best for a spud cannon. 30 years ago, I imagine it still is. I preferred aerosol paint thinner. Difficult to find, but if you can get an aerosol can of paint thinner, that's a great way to fuel your spud gun. And then Dr. Tapioca Weasel gifted some memberships. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. Thank you for that. 5. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says Arwen should be live tomorrow morning. We should flood his chat with questions about his crossbow. He hates that. It's not a crossbow. He gets so mad. And then this is a big one. Sea Lion Prime. Thank you very much, Sea Lions, for $100. Says, once again, the flurps debunk themselves. The Norwegian guy shows nobody is stopping you from going to Antarctica freely. He was never arrested on his way to Antarctica, only on the return voyage, and never near Antarctica. Absolutely devastating to their claim about not being able to get there or somehow being prevented, because he was on the other side of having been there. Tim Davidson says I'll say it, being homophobic is gay. The irony there. Sea Lion Prime says, like if you think Shoebill is an effing G. And we got some likes on that. Shoebill, absolutely. And Shoebill is the holder of the book at the moment. The book originally held by Jesse Kozlowski, now gifted to Shoebill. That was the Transcontinental Triangulation and the American Arc of the Parallel, originally published book.
Hard copy, bound, gilded. And I was impressed because the pages where you had a couple of hard time reading.
Yeah.
And I was looking at the PDF that you were looking at. And, like, oh, that 8, it doesn't really look like an 8. Is it really a 6? And I'm opening up the hard copy, and I could see in my hard copy, that same digit has poor ink on it. It's kind of ghosted. So I'm so I think, well, so yeah, it
goes.
And I put two more panels up there just for fun, and these are raw field notes of a zenith angle.
There you go. Yep.
Just for fun, but go through your chats.
Yeah. So it was so the context of that was a little bit ago. A group of people were putting in all of the angle measurements from that survey. And there's on my website, mctoon.net/SE, you can get to that. I think you could still get to that there because there was some permissions. Permissions were too lenient. People were able to edit it that shouldn't have been able to. But I think we fixed that. So you can see that spreadsheet. All the data's in there. And so we'd read through, typed in manually all those data points. And there were a few data points where like, these aren't matching right. And then we'd look at the PDF. We had 2 different PDFs. We're like, we can't tell. We went to Shoebill and he sent some actual photographs of the pages so that we could get some better data. But it goes to the printing process.
And even more fun. There was the typo where they entered 90, but it was 89.
Yep.
Or 89 and it was 88 or something.
Yeah, we found an actual typo in the final thing, but the data surrounding it, the context of it showed us what was wrong and what was right, so we were able to correct it. It was pretty cool.
Oh, and yeah, because it was a whole degree, and anytime you have a big error, that's on paper. Small errors are in the field. So yes, because it was reciprocal, you could have a very solid prediction on what the complement angle was refracted, and it's like it's these, because you see all this columns 89 that was like an 88, and it wasn't just 88, it was like 88 58, which showed that it was close to 89, and that's why the 89 got brought down. I had a laugh at it how many people have found that mistake?
Probably nobody.
Oh no, it was probably not entered into the into the least square algorithms.
Yeah, because the outputted math was correct. It was just that the textual error of it was there, but everything surrounding it was right. So that's how we were able to identify it. Crazy.
And your
crazy
data entry people, it was a flag for further investigation. And so I went through the maths and I made sure I didn't just say, I don't know, try 89. No, I checked it, and I even forwarded to you justification for, altering it 1 full degree.
Yeah. All right. Sea Lion Prime says, I'm into RZA, reciprocal zenith angles, It's I think of all the things, reciprocal zenith angles are some of the most like solid and undeniable measurements of the Earth being a globe that are reachable by people that don't have the background in these types of topics.
Without a doubt, that's why this right here was high school math. There's no spherical trig.
Well, RZAs are just algebra, or sorry, arithmetic.
And a tangent function.
Well, no, if you're just summing, you say,
true. Yeah.
On flat Earth, it would have to sum to 180. On the globe, it'd have to sum to more. I mean, that very basic thing there is it's just arithmetic. It's fourth grade adding of numbers. Sea Lion Prime, who runs this server we're on, says, like to send a prayer to any person unlucky enough to encounter Blautek in real life. Can you imagine?
And those, like I said, I put up some field notes, but I can see I put them on the wrong server, so you didn't find them on DM, but now you'll find them.
I just wanted to say, too, that if they say that you presuppose the globe to measure your distance, I've sort of realized that they've kind of checkmated themselves, haven't they? Because aren't they implicitly admitting by that there's no way to properly measure the distance on a flat Earth map? And that in order to measure the distance properly, you have to use the globe? Wouldn't that be the logical contingent of the claim?
That's true. But reciprocal zenith angles don't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Just a second. It doesn't matter.
And here we're in a small angle environment here. The geodetic distance and any other description of that distance is only going to be, a meter different. So no matter what distance no matter how you contrived your distance against a 3/4 of a degree angle over 14, 20, 22 miles, it's not sensitive to a couple of meters left or, long or short. You'll still get the curvature.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But yeah, the distance doesn't even matter for the simple, true false, is the Earth a globe, right? If it's a big enough distance between them, which is dependent on the instrument, and then you measure a reciprocal zenith angle more than 180 and substantially more than 180, then yep, Earth is a globe. How what's the distance? Enough that we measured more than 180.
Well, in one of the, I put up a graphic from the 1900 survey, and it's reciprocal angles of 4 triangles. Every one of them's looking downhill. I'm saying all but one are looking downhill.
Yeah. So people know these are degree minutes seconds. So on like let's see, the top rightish one right next to where it says zenith angles, it says 90-22-20. So that's 90 degrees, 22 arc minutes, 20 arc seconds. And so straight up is 0, horizontal is 90. If it's any more than 90, the theodolite is measuring an angle downward. And see, all of those are more than...
You can convert that. Yeah, you can convert that to a vertical angle. It's minus 22 minutes.
Yeah. And so there's just one of them. That's from, what's that top one? It's covered with the red dot, but...
I think it's called Terraput.
Terraput, yeah. So you see 89, 53, 49. But the other side of it there is 90-59-55, and that still sums to more than 180 by a good chunk.
They all do. But the impressive thing here is, this is a Fuseli-Jerry problem. We're looking down.
Yeah.
From every location to every other location.
How's that work?
With one exception.
How's that work? That's amazing.
Even these 5 points have defined a portion of sphere. And these are the largest triangles in the survey. Each one of these triangles is over 2,000 square miles.
Yeah. So it makes it so it's not a factor of, error bars. You can't even come close to saying that because these measurements are accurate to arc seconds, and these are being multiple arc minutes of RZA summing. So, all right, we've got a couple more here, and then we're caught up on these, and maybe we can hear from a flatty if there's a flatty in the chat. I think they've run. Sarah Yoon says, when you go to Antarctica, can you tell Whitsitt he can't be a white nationalist if he denies the moon landings, the white race's great achievement? And Sarah Yoon, thank you for that. And if I'm correct, kamsamnida on that for the $5 super chat. Am I right? Right on that, Sarah? Icy Spin says, everyone either go to CashApp /$MCToon and throw a few dollars, no fee, and it goes a long way. Mike has guaranteed flurf of tears for your contribution. Thank you, Icy Spin, for super chatting the encouragement to help fund the trip. And then Icy Spin again says, the field of study that measures and interprets electromagnetic spectra requires a container. Awesome.
I'm not sure what you're trying to edit.
I did put up another graphic of those same 5 points, and that has the spherical excess.
Yeah.
So in this case, they want to talk about spherical excess. Spherical excess is hard, but I put up for those triangles because, as I said, these are all in the multiple thousand square miles per triangle, so you can see the spherical excess combined with the increase over 180 in the zenith angles. This is a portion of sphere. I don't care how you can, it's all a matter of interpretation or presupposing. No, this is the raw data because the 1900 report is naked. Absolutely naked. The most transparent thing you're going to come across. So these are from the measurements, and these are the spherical excesses because these triangles are big enough that it really fucking matters. And the zenith angles, as you can see, all exceed 90 degrees. It is a portion of sphere by theodolite measurement. And no matter how you interpret, you cannot come up with any other conclusion unless you think that the numbers are made up.
Well, and that is what they've retreated to. Is was it a year and a half ago maybe, where I it was probably 3 to 4 years ago when I debated Whitsitt on Modern Day Debate, and I brought up the spherical triangles with spherical excess, and he had no answer for it during the debate, and he's like, then it was like a year and a half later where he finally decided that he would have a look at it. And of course he didn't understand any of it. He saw, again, to that chart there that says focus on these ones only. So what they did is they looked at some of the smallest triangles where the margin of error was large enough that the individual horizontal measurements were within the error bars.
Yeah, and when you look on the graph that you had put together, that's all in the extreme left-hand corner near the origin.
Yep.
So once you get away from that cluster, and it's geographically on the East Coast, we have low elevations. We have tree covers to where you can't see all the same distances, and then you get out into the flatlands. They're building towers, and then you get into the mountain terrain, which is the graphics I brought up for those big triangles. They were making great strides because any one triangle, they could have 100-mile sides.
Yeah, when you're on mountaintops, you don't, across the plains, you said flatlands. They just trigger off anything. Across the plains, they were building towers and, climbing towers with theodolites and measuring to another tower where they had a heliotrope sometimes. Heliotrope is basically a way that you can reflect the sunlight to another tower. It's a bit of a telescopy looking thing with a mirror on it.
It's like a survival mirror with targeting.
Yeah, you can target. And some of the pictures are crazy. They're up in these towers, and they're way up there.
Health and safety had no input.
There is no OSHA requirements at all.
Oh.
Anyway. So did Blotech show up with any evidence yet? Just checking.
And like I said, I put up a couple of pages of field notes.
Of your field notes.
Yeah, no, I told him he could hang out. I would keep him on server mute because he has an impulse control problem.
Uh-huh.
And once we were done, he could speak his piece, and he lost his patience and left. I'm not sure what happened.
Poor Flurpy.
He's been pinged, so.
Okay. I mean, certainly he has better measurements than this, higher quality, because he was calling all of us ignorant, so he must know better surveying than the surveyor.
Well, look at that pages of field note.
Yeah, those are the money right there.
Yeah, right there. Yep. Yeah, he's certainly, Flat Earther has this, right?
Now look at that. We have the direct and reverse, and you can see the integer portion is constant. The micrometer portion, you can see varies a little bit, and that's where I was talking about, the little drifting of refraction.
Yep.
And then at the bottom, although it's hard to find on some of these, there's standard deviation and the mean. And so we'll go through the statistics, and then the difference between the direct and reverse, how that is rectified for the plumbing, the vertical offset. It's not vertical error. It's not the zenith. It's not zenith error. It's just an offset, much like you have with any instrument. And you can see the sheer amount of repetition. And so again, it becomes a point cloud.
Yeah. I love looking at these notes here. I have one that Baron Rutledge took at the Salt Flats, where he did. Let me see here. Have you seen that one, Larry?
Yeah, probably. He's very neat.
Yep. And I worked with him on the. He put all his numbers and then sent me a picture of his notes, and then I put them into a spreadsheet, and so we worked together and got all the numbers.
But in that example, in those field notes example there, that tower is like 18 miles away.
Yeah, and it's kind of the opposite of what he did. He was doing 1,200, 1,300 feet, 1,158 feet. Can you measure curve in 1,158 feet? You certainly can. And he
and like I said, that's hard. Whereas when you're dealing with 20 miles, it's grotesque.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Because and when you're close like this, the instrument error and subjective error is dominant. But when you get 20 miles out, your instrument error and subjective error remains about the constant, and you have this huge influence of the shape of the Earth. It becomes dominant.
Yeah.
So you can't fuck that up.
So this is I'm zooming in on the live chat here on his notes here, and you see station 1A2, something like that. Anyway, measurement 1, 90 degrees, 90 minutes, 20 seconds. Measurement 2, 269 degrees, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. So that's what I showed earlier, where you plunge the telescope and you basically you're measuring it. What was up was down, and what's down is now up. So if your instrument is off one way or the other, then you average them and it cancels the error.
Well, in that case there, you could see his direct is the 90 minutes and 20 seconds. His reverse is 269, 59, 58. So, and then when he repeated it, then he's at the 90-13, 7 seconds different. Now he's at 1,100 feet. 7 seconds is, not an ant whisker. And he got the 269.58 twice. Then he measured a third time, and instead of 90 and 20 seconds, now he has 90 and 17. So you can see he's got, it's only varying by these 2 or 3 arc seconds. And he has I believe for this one, I hopefully he was using his T2 because he had acquired a T2 and maybe he didn't have it by then. So you can see here the repetition. So you rectify each one of these, 1, 2, and 3, and then you go through the averages.
So this one I think was,
Okay, here's my.
I'm gonna try. So here's it's is it a T3?
That's his
that's
GTS.
a total. That's a total station,
Yeah, that's
right?
his Topcon GTS 2.
Yeah. So that's what he was using for this one apparently. So, which is what's
and that's auto indexing, whereas mine are all manual indexing. But again, his crosshair is 4 seconds wide. So when you end up with 2-3 second differences, that's absolutely noise level.
And then, yeah. All right. And so, I show this to flatties and they whine and cry and, they don't have.
Well, they got a P900.
Yeah.
They say you can't use opticals, and they're like, oh, is that an optical measurement? And then they show a fucking P900 photo. As if that's not an optical.
the other thing is they're like, well, what, they generally, they haven't said this for a while, but I've seen it, it kind of goes in spurts where they do this, where they're like, well, it's not certified. That instrument isn't certified. They're wrong, but it's not certified for that distance. But hold on a second. What is the certification for the distance that allowed for a P1000? There's no certification. If that's gonna be your actual requirement, you're gonna have to certify the P1000.
Well, Dave asked me, he goes, how far can you use that instrument? I go, I don't know. How about Polaris?
Yeah, as far as you can see.
Yeah, Polaris. We're good to go. And when looking at the light on the tower from 20 miles away, sometimes a little bit hazy, yeah, it's like looking at a second magnitude star. Easy.
Yeah.
I'm confused, guys. 1 minute the flat earthers say that we see too far, but yet then we don't see far enough. Like, which is it?
They don't know. Whatever suits their whatever's helps them in the
kind
problem.
Of an oxymoron. It's an oxymoron to say too far for curved, as opposed to not far enough for flat. The fact that there is a limiting, it's like even if it's what they want to consider too far, well, then they're just questioning the radius, because we should see farther, like all the time. Well, oh no, you got light extinction. Okay, well, you took a picture of it.
What's light extinction? Where can I read about light extinction in
light extinct, like the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Well, I hope I didn't ramble too hard. I don't know if I left made more questions that people are too shy to ask, or it was that plain simple.
Well, you covered a lot of things that would resolve any questions, I think.
Well, that's my 2 cents. More than one hit me, late, and so I just threw some shit up there and say, because I don't, I don't present for flat earthers. Mostly this is inter-colleague kind of stuff. I send that stuff off to Jesse and the guy in Maine, and or off to Jesse in Washington and Rutledge.
All right. And no flatties here.
Yeah, when we were talking about Battle of the Beams, I DM'd Shane and said he should come talk to us.
What?
I know Alan. Yeah.
Well, Alan I invited to come on because next I have I Could Science That and Dr. Blitz, PhD, are going to be talking about the Einstein's train thought experiment, the one that Alan and you I think talked about. That won't be on Discord. That'll be on my. I mean, you might want to watch it, Sea Lion.
I think I will. Yeah, definitely.
And I emailed Alan. I said, "You want to come on?" And he said, "I will never support anything that you do that benefits you." Something like that. Oh, so sweet, Alan.
Now, on that, on my graph that has the quadratic, if you draw a line which is radial or normal to that arc, that's vertical at each location. Again, vertical is not parallel. It's radial to the planet. And if you lay that out spatially across the valley, you end up with what I call the pin cushion of vertical. They're all sticking up on their own.
Yeah.
They're all leaning away from every other pin. Just like in the 5 points from the 1900 survey. Well, I hope I didn't disappoint.
Oh yeah, it's good. It's technical stuff, and that's what this is about too, right?
Well, I try not to be too technical.
Yeah.
I don't know how low. Some people say, I talk over the top of them. Well, they want to come back with technical when they want to throw around, Rayleigh criterions and perspective this and vertical size that. I go, okay, I'll use that same lingo back at them. And they go, what the fuck is an arc second? Or Dan will cry because I don't use angles. We don't know angles. We deal in feet. I go, fuck you.
Feet. How do you know feet at a certain distance? Angles. That's it.
We do have feet in distances, and then the angles, and then yes, or Gakushi will continually say, "You just have a calculation. It's just a calculation. You don't have a measurement." Yeah, that is measurement. I don't know how to measure it better. I don't know how to demonstrate it better.
The flatties never get this really big thing. Every measurement they've ever done had a calculation as part of it. Right. The actual raw zero calculation involved in a measurement is something that basically nobody ever does. Right. How do you?
It doesn't satisfy the need.
Well, yeah, it's a way to escape the answer that they don't like. How did that 2-inch indicator on your tape measure get put there? Through a calculation. How did 2 inches? Well, 2 of them. 1 inch plus 1 inch. There's a calculation in there. How did the 1/16 of an inch marker on that tape measure get put in there? A calculation.
And the machine that made it is nothing but a bunch of cogs and scalings and all kinds of calibrations that are probably not done in inches.
So think about this. What actual non-calculated measurement could anyone possibly ever do? Well, the only way to do that would be to take some sort of the standard being the thing against which you're measuring. So they used to do that. There used to be a 1 meter bar that was embedded in the outer wall of a castle or something in France. And so if you wanted to create your own measurement device based on calculations, you would get your butt over to that actual bar embedded in the wall, and you would get the one measurement that didn't include a calculation. You'd compare, you'd mark whatever against the bar embedded in the wall. That's
you would
it.
make your own specimen.
But of course, how did the meter initially get developed? They don't like that one.
Now, as far as measurement,
to do with something.
Hold on.
And
Wait. I want to get the answer to this. I want to ask Sea Lion to answer that question. How did the meter initially get defined?
I thought I'd guess it.
You don't know? Oh,
I
come
should
on.
know it.
All right, Jesse.
Can I guess it?
Jesse, Path of Light.
Yeah, but I'm the person that at least know what it is.
You got an answer, Jesse? Yeah.
Was muted earlier. I didn't know I was unmuted. What was the question?
Jesse know more than me.
How was the initial length of the meter determined?
Oh, goodness. I don't remember. I know at one point they switched to a certain number of wavelengths, but before that, I don't remember.
All right, Terry.
Can I go?
Terry?
Something to do with between the equator and the North Pole.
There you
that's
go.
Right. That I had heard that actually.
Is that wrong or right?
That's right. They just said, just blindly determined this, right? Picked it out of the nowhere. The distance between the North Pole and the equator is 10,000 kilometers. Right? 1 million meters.
I know something.
And
Did I
how?
get a gold star?
Yes. And how do they do that? The only way to do that involves calculating things. So the length of the meter was determined through calculation. So flat earthers, people that deny that calculations are allowed in measurements, what measurement can you identify that didn't have a calculation as part of it? Because you can't use anything derived from the meter. I think that ends it right there.
I want to be smarter than a flat earther.
You
I'll
are.
get there.
There are your vitamins, boy.
All right, we got one flatty here at the end. Like if you have, plain flatty.
Well, I mean, I don't have much to say. The only thing I would talk to MCToon about is, gravity. That's about it.
That's a heavy subject.
Yeah, it is. All right. Well,
I'm down with gravity.
Right. Well, I've got 15 minutes until my next segment, so I'll ask you. I'll just refer you to the challenge I have, which is not currently a monetary challenge. I paused the monetary portion of it. So the magnitude of the downward acceleration is 9.8 meters per second squared, approximately all over the Earth, but it does vary. And the challenge I have is to predict the downward acceleration for different portions of the Earth. So no flat earther ever has produced even one downward acceleration magnitude that is in anywhere in the range of 9.8 meters per second squared. So do you have that?
Okay. That's your challenge. I'll lay mine down, right? So can you find me anywhere on Earth's surface, without manipulating the variables, where you can make, convex surfaces not shed water?
I have no idea what you're talking about. That's an absolute. You're running away from the topic here, right? I issued this challenge. I'm asking you because I can do it and you can't, is what you're saying, right? You're just waving the white flag, is what I hear. You're deflecting to a different topic.
I do know that there's different variations along Earth's surface.
Okay, and what causes that?
Mass distribution can play a role in that. It can disrupt the plumb lines, right? If you're near a mountain.
So mass distribution? Not
only that, rotation and gravity, mainly rotation, Earth's rotation and gravity.
So the Earth is a globe, is what you're saying?
It's a no-blade spheroid that flattens in the poles and bulges at the equator, but we got to know why, right? So I think you have not a correct view of that. All right.
Sea Lion, can you help me here? Is he a flat earther?
I think he's just confirmed he isn't, but he's a lasagna earther, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're at hydrostatic equilibrium, which is it's basically where the sphere is cut in half, and that's where we inhabit the Earth. The imaginary plane that cuts the sphere in half, right? Just like there's an imaginary celestial sphere around us. Right?
I don't know what you're getting at here.
I think it's just flat Earth with extra steps. That's what I'm hearing.
Science claims it's all imaginary, but it's very real.
What's
the circle that divides the sphere in half. The plane.
It's very real?
The sphere. Yeah.
Why is it? How's it real? That doesn't make.
What do you mean? How is it not real? It's part of science. I mean,
you didn't answer my question.
I agree with science.
Okay.
Well, anyways, I'm telling you that I can probably do your challenge. I mean,
you can. Okay. Well, you cannot use mass because flatties say
what do you mean?
Gravity doesn't exist, or mass. Flatties say mass attracting mass is not a thing. That mass isn't the cause of it. So you can't use mass distribution in the mass doesn't cause downward acceleration answer. Right.
Well, mass attracting mass is a conceptual abstraction. It's not very accurate.
Well, it's accurate to better than 1/10 of 1%.
Right, but it's just not an accurate explanation.
What's inaccurate about it?
I mean, the masses aren't attracting each other. They're accelerating towards a common mutual point. All right.
Are you sure you're tall enough to ride this ride?
Sure.
Okay. Try again. Back up and try again.
You can't find any quote of Newton or Einstein saying mass attracts mass. Even they know better.
I don't care about quotes. This isn't about quotes. This is about evidence.
You can teach a kid in class, that in order for them, to understand faster, I guess. But now we're adults, we need big boy descriptions. And
okay, we'll provide it then.
Well, I mean,
sounds like I'm pretty sure you're not tall enough to ride this ride.
But there's really no point. There's really no point because I can probably do your challenge. Ultimately, you claim that we're over a blue marble, and I'm just here to tell you that you are wrong. Okay.
Okay, so you've provided nothing here. You said you thought you could do the challenge, but you haven't been able to. So let me just give you a brief overview of how the downward acceleration is predicted on the surface of the Earth. Mass attracts mass in a proportional relationship between the magnitude of the two masses and the distance between them.
Well, like
squared.
if I drop an object, the object is accelerating.
Hold on,
towards
I'm explaining. Yeah, I'm explaining to you how. Yeah. So we use that, the law of gravitational attraction, and then I use the Newton's second law of motion, F equals ma. And the M.
You brought up the laws. I have to test you on this. I have to test you on this.
Right in the middle of my sentence.
Yeah. You're gonna just wait. You'll have a chance to respond. Just don't interrupt, please.
Yeah. So they use F equals ma, substituting in for Newton's law of gravitational attraction. We get the acceleration equals big G times the mass of the Earth over r squared, and r is determined by the distance between the observer and the center of gravity or center of mass of the Earth. And so I simply use WGS 84 for that. And then we bring in the centrifugal acceleration. Again, the radius of the Earth is used, and the instantaneous tangential speed is used to get the upward acceleration due to centrifugal force. Subtract that from the downward acceleration. We get about 9.8 meters per second squared, but it varies all over the Earth based on the latitude and elevation. Put that in and compare that to actual raw measurements, and I get a precision of better than 0.1%. So what were you going to say then?
Well, yeah. So basically, that 9.8 meters per second is a constant. I know it's not constant, but we consider it a constant for because it's easy. But that's on a large scale, right?
Yeah.
I know it's not. I know it varies throughout Earth's surface. Yeah, we agreed on
that.
But
that's the whole point of my challenge.
Yeah, but that 9.8 is a large scale measurement, right? And I'm telling you, there's no place you can go on Earth's surface and prove to me that convex surfaces do not shed water under
perfect deflection to a different topic. Right? So you said you said you think you can
address that, then your model is not valid.
No, you're running away from the topic. The topic is predicting the downward acceleration, the magnitude of it all over the Earth, and the fact that you are running from this tells everybody that's watching. You are, yeah. It tells all the people watching right now that you are scared to even address the topic. You said that you could produce the 9.8 meters per second squared, but now you're saying you want to talk about a different topic.
Well, it's not a different topic. I mean, you can go. with that measurement that you're predicting all over Earth's surface, you can't use it to prove your model. Your blue marble model.
Don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, dude.
Are you sure? Are you sure you're tall enough to ride this ride?
Yes. So basically, you have a positive claim where 70% of Earth's surface is water. Okay, and it's stuck around. It's like it's glued to a ball due to gravity, right? That's like all that mass, all that water mass is accelerating towards the center, right? But I'm telling you that there's no place on Earth's surface where you can reproduce this claim. Under this 9.8 meters per second.
I don't know why. What the hell you're talking about? Are you? You seem a little confused. Are you in an altered mental state at this point?
I am not. I'm just relaxing. I'm just telling you that you can't prove to me that convex surfaces do not shed water under this gravity that you claim to know so much better than I.
Well, so far you have produced exactly nothing. So I think it's pretty clear that I understand it way better than you, because every time we want to talk about it, you say you can do it, but then you change the topic.
It's right, because you should be able to answer that, or at least reproduce it for me.
Reproduce
You've been
what?
in the game for so long.
Reproduce what?
Just using the scientific method anywhere on Earth's surface at any time. Just pour water over convex surfaces, and
Pour water over a convex surface. Can you expand on what you mean by that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I already did. I told you that convex surfaces shed water, right? Under gravity, right?
I'm asking for some clarification by what you mean by a convex surface. Do you mean the curving surface of the ocean, or do you mean a smaller radius convex surface?
Just anything, like a bowl, a ball, anything convex.
Why would but the bowl has nothing to do with it, because the bowl doesn't have an equivalent amount of gravitational pull relative to its size. So we don't have that. I don't know what you're talking about. Why are you using a bowl?
So you can't reproduce your model on Earth's surface, right?
Yeah, because of the gravity that's on the surface of the Earth.
In a lab, yeah.
There's the massive body of the Earth below us that is causing that little bit of an issue. Yes, and you know what flat earthers can't do? They can't reproduce their model. They can't take a flat surface and with topography, pour water in it, and then have it at any orientation that they want on the surface of the Earth. They can't do that. You know why? Because the gravity of the Earth is pulling it down. You couldn't hold their little diorama sideways with the water sticking to the surface. It would all get pulled to the side because of the Earth, the gravity of the Earth. So
yeah, well, it's very counterintuitive.
To you, yeah,
so,
yeah.
No, it's not. Look, you make a cognitive leap from local to large scale. That we have to.
You made the same leap. You can't.
I don't make a leap. I say it's almost the same. Like it's there's variations, but not. It's counted. Like
why would it be almost the same?
The claim is completely different.
The gravitational pull of a bowl is insignificant in comparison to the radius of the bowl. Right, where the gravitational pull of the globe
water is not being pulled, dude.
What do you mean water's not being pulled? Of course it is.
Water has mass, and due to that, it's accelerating, right? It's accelerating. Yeah. It's following a geodesic, curve of space-time. Right? It's. Are
you sure you're tall enough to ride this ride?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, expand on that.
All right, so water is following the curvature of the Earth, but that curvature is not at all like you claim. It would be more like a whirlpool. But even then, it just...
Whoa. Why would it be a whirlpool?
Minute.
Are you you sound like, I think you're in a modified mental state at this point.
I'm not.
Yeah.
It is kind of late.
Well, yes, it is, definitely. You probably should sleep it off. Sea Lion, thank you very much.
You like brushing it off like that. It's okay.
I have another one here in 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you so much to Recording in progress. Giving us the master class on a very
Recording
simple method
stopped.
for measuring curvature that is, very robust and well demonstrated. And so far, and no one I've presented that to has any sort of substantive rebuttal from the flat Earth side. So if anyone does that's listening, I would appreciate hearing it. Thanks also to DC and Ruhiv for contributions on the Battle of the Beam stuff, and for everyone else that participated on the panel. And thanks to the Flitter twerps, I was going to say. That's kind of funny. The Twitter twerps for continually demonstrating the lack of honesty. Yep. It's kind of funny.
All right. Well, thank you. I'm going to drop out, and we'll hopefully you guys stick around and on the live stream and watch Blitz, and I can science that.
Well, I just like to say the ocean is a convex surface.
As measured. Yeah. All right, cool. Thanks a lot. I'm going to drop out now.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, I sent the link to both I Can Science That and Blitz. We got Blitz, or I Can Science That coming in right now. And I gotta...
Don't... Hold on 1 sec.
All right.
We're good.
All right. They can't see you yet. I need to change.
I just had to change my name.
Okay. Yes, it all looks good.
Make sure that my...
Where are we at? Oh, there we are.
Right. Well, welcome, guys. So this is a so Sea Lion. I was just on his Discord server. Sea Lion had a debate with Alan from Space Audits. They talked about Einstein's train, and on the top we've got I Can Science That, and he had messaged me asking about it, and on the bottom we've got Blitz PhD, who I think you did something on the topic of relativity in your PhD work. So how about you guys introduce yourselves better than I just did? We'll start with I Can Science That.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I go by I Can Science That on YouTube. And what I've been trying to do with my YouTube channel is just make science a little bit more accessible. So I try to explain things in simple terms, explain what the fancy words mean in easy words, and use really simple diagrams and demonstrations to just make everybody understand that we're not trying to push you out of science.
All right.
Yeah. I do the opposite. Not the pushing out of science part. No. I'm a physicist. I'm a researcher at a university. But on TikTok, which is where I spend most of my time, I even put this in my cover letter for job applications. I don't shy away from doing mathematics and from explaining things in their gory detail when it comes to relativity, when it comes to cosmology, when it comes to quantum mechanics. I try to make sure that, when we're teaching things, we often have these, lies to children that we tell them, So I try to make sure that if I am lying to children, I at least tell them that I'm lying to children.
I prefer simplification to lie, because you're not intentionally like misleading them.
Of course.
You don't have calculus, so you can't do these things if you haven't done calculus yet. So
of course, it's a phrase that I heard once when I was an undergrad. A professor said, "Oh yeah, this is a lie we tell the children." But I mean, it's not a lie; it's a simplification.
Yeah. Anyways, so if I could say, on TikTok, I watch a bit. I try to be sparing on how much I watch, but yours, Blitz, I don't skip them.
I appreciate that.
Absolutely love them. So, all right. So, the
I should tell my
train.
people that I'm live.
The train. You want me to do a presentation on the train? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do. screen share. Looks like that's working. Boop. And we'll do that. All right, so let's talk about Einstein's train, and my style here. I want to just take it in very simple terms. My goal is that anybody watching should be able to completely understand these concepts, and we should have opportunities for you to ask questions. If anybody online is watching and is like, I don't get that, you know, type in there your questions, and maybe MC can help guide us to what we need to answer and address. And I'm going to do like the no math, baby's first modern physics version of like this thought experiment. So everybody should be able to follow along. All right, and I did just say no math, but let me get that out of the way. I hesitate to show this slide. This slide is more complicated than I want to get, but I want you to start with the takeaway. Let's just start with the TLDR. I will explain it, but for those who don't have the patience, Einstein's train thought experiment just teaches us that the sequence of events, and I do mean separated events, if you have a sequence of events that are distant from each other and you see them happening, the order that they happen in can vary depending on your own speed, right? If we have two observers and they both look out into the distance, and we're going to use lightning bolts today, so they see lightning bolts happening, striking two different places. One observer might see that it strikes at A and then strikes at B, and a different observer who's moving might look out and see those same lightning bolts strike like at point B and then at point A. Okay, and so that's what we're going to talk about today. That's the big takeaway. And I'm going to try to touch on some of the most common misconceptions about this. One of those being that this effect, and that's what this diagram is for, is to show you that this effect can only really happen if there's a separation between the events. Like the events happening here, this is point A here, the events happening there right then aren't shifted relative to each other. They always happen right there at point A, no matter what observer we're seeing this from. By the way, in this diagram, the white line sweeping by represents time for each of the different observers. So what we see here is that this observer goes C, B, A, this one goes A, B, C, and this one goes A, B, and C at the same time. Okay? And so hopefully that's pretty clear. And the last thing I want to stress, because this is really, really important, and it's a common misconception, is that the sequence can vary depending on the observer, but it's really a big nothing burger, because you cannot change cause and effect by doing this. And I'm not gonna prove it because that would take math, but I will tell you before we even start that we will never violate cause and effect by changing a sequence using relativity, as long as we stay below the speed of light. Okay, and so are there any questions before we dig deeper about any of those points? If not, I'll roll on.
I don't see any from the chat.
So I figure the next tier here, we'll do what I call the study guide, which is this is the stuff that's going to be on the test. If you're all taking the test later in our introductory modern physics class, how did we get there? How did we get to the conclusion that the sequence of events can vary? And I'm going to say we're going to start with Einstein's special relativity postulates. Now, a postulate right there, that's a fancy word. So let's explain what a postulate is real quick. It just means something we're going to say and we're not going to prove it because it's so obvious that we don't need to prove it. Everyone just agrees we're going with that. Go ahead, Doc.
At the time, it certainly was a postulate. Now we can experimentally test this, right?
Right.
And it has been, of course.
Well, yeah, I mean, I might argue that we could get into the weeds on that, but I think for our purposes, we're going to say that the first one, the laws of physics, are the same for everybody. That one, let's just not argue that. Let's just say, yeah, we all are subjected to the laws of physics no matter what's going on with us, where we are. And I think that's pretty comfortable for everybody to just accept, at least for now. The next one, I think actually this next one is a source of a disservice to special relativity and the understanding of it. Because it's usually just said that Einstein postulates the speed of light is constant for every inertial reference frame. And what's usually left off is that this is straight out of Maxwell's equations. It gives you the impression, if you leave off Maxwell's equations, it gives you the impression that Einstein just dreamt this up. He's like, yeah, what if the speed of light is a constant? When really what we're saying is that Maxwell's equations are laws of physics, right? If we're going to accept that Maxwell's equations count as laws of physics, then Maxwell's equations say the speed of light is constant. And we can run with that. And so that's where we're going to start as postulates. Okay? One more thing I should really cover. What is an inertial reference frame? What is a reference frame? For my examples today, a reference frame is just an observer, just a person. We're going to have a dude on a train. That's a reference frame. His point of view is what we're going to call a reference frame. That's Baby's explanation of reference frame, but it should work for today. And inertial, what is inertial? That just means we're not speeding up, we're not slowing down, we're not going around corners or turning, we're just going in a straight line at a steady speed. Okay, hopefully everybody's on board. Okay, now I'm going to hand wave over this a bit because this is like a whole nother lecture, but it's fairly straightforward to explain, and I've got a video on my channel somewhere where I explain it, that based on just these two principles, we can show that any inertial reference frame moving relative to another inertial reference frame will look at each other and see distances are different for each observer, and time flows differently for each observer. Meaning, like, if you're in a rocket ship and you look out with your telescope out and you see another rocket ship coming at you at, half the speed of light, that other rocket ship will look squished and their clocks will be ticking slowly. That's what that means. Okay, and that's very weird and not intuitive. We don't see that here on Earth in our daily lives, but that's because we don't move at significant fractions of the speed of light. So these are not realistic things that we would ever experience in day-to-day. This is why it's so unintuitive. Okay, so with that, we will show you that the order of distant events can vary from one observer to another. Cool?
Okay.
All right, and I just wanted to point out this is why we're talking about it, because there was this debate, this so-called debate on the Jeranism channel about a month ago, where Alan, also known as Space Audits, brought up Einstein's train as a means to debunk special relativity. Let that sink in for a second. Alan brought Einstein's thought experiment as if it debunked Einstein. And, you just percolate on that and what that means. Let's do it, though. Here is, when Alan did it, he didn't have any visual aids or anything, so it was really, really hard to follow. So I've reconstructed it, and I want to go through this. This is, I think, a decent representation of Alan's version of the Einstein's train thought experiment. It's got some differences. He had a bomb. I'm going to use an alarm clock because I think that's more pleasant. And he may have had some other little differences in the sequence, but it was really hard to follow. Okay, Einstein's train. We have a train. It's an imaginary train, and it goes really, really fast. Like in my diagrams, I have it moving at half the speed of light. So really fast. And I've got my two observers. I put Alice. Alice here is standing next to the train track, watching the train race by at half the speed of light. And I've got Bob here is on the train. And I kind of drawn him as like he's bareback riding this train. But really, I think he's going to be in the seat, comfortably cruising at half the speed of light. And because he's moving at a steady speed, that's what we called an inertial reference frame. If we'll remember that from that slide, we said that was inertial. And we can treat every inertial reference frame as if it is static, standing still. So Bob just sees nothing. He's just sitting in his seat, got his little alarm clock. He's just sitting there. Nothing's moving. But he looks out the window and he sees Alice racing at him at half the speed of light. Okay, so Bob has his magic alarm clock here. He's rigged up this alarm clock so that it only goes off if it sees flashes of light from the front and the back at the same time. If he sees a flash, if this clock sees a flash of light from the front and the back, simultaneously, the alarm clock goes off. So what we're going to do is ask, if lightning strikes the train at the front and the back simultaneously, will the alarm clock go off? And I'm going to explain this as Alan explained it, because Alan comes up with a paradox, an impossible situation. We'll reproduce this impossible situation. And I don't want to mislead anybody. I want you to know I will be making a mistake, right? I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you up front, this is a mistake used to illustrate, I'm using to illustrate the mistake, right? So that we understand how to do this correctly. So see if you can pay attention and catch my mistake. And spoiler alert, I've already told you what it is. Okay? So let's see if you catch it. Honestly, it is hard to spot, like the first time. Okay? So here we go. We're going to have lightning striking the front and back simultaneously. Boom. And we're going to do this from Alice's point of view first. From Alice's point of view, she's still, the train is moving. Okay, and we have these two lightning strikes, equally distant from the clock, but that clock is moving. Okay, so the speed of light is not infinite. It's going to take a while for the light to get from the lightning strike here at the front of the train. The light's going to travel towards the clock. And in the back, the light is going to travel towards the clock this way. And if they meet up at the same time, the clock goes off. But the clock is moving. So while those light pulses are traveling towards the middle, the clock is moving out of the middle. And right there, this light pulse first reaches the clock, but it zooms on by because the other one hasn't gotten there yet. Until finally, I quit drawing it right there where the two light pulses, they meet up. And you'll see it's exactly halfway between the origin points where they meet up. But because the train is moving, The clock's not there anymore. Cool?
Yep.
All right, let's do it again from Bob's point of view, and this is where we're going to see the paradox. According to Bob, the train is not moving at all. It is Alice that is moving. Bob is just sitting still in his little train, and he sees simultaneous lightning strikes. And according to Bob, the speed of light is constant, and he's right in the middle. So as the light moves towards him from both sides, he sees this. The lightning flashes, the light from the flashes arrives at the alarm clock simultaneously, and Bob's alarm clock goes off. But of course that's impossible because Alice sees the same alarm clock not going off, and Bob sees the alarm clock going off. And this is where Alan suggested that this is some kind of time divergence or divergence of realities, that there's two different realities seen by Alice and Bob or something. But no, this isn't Star Trek, and we don't have any divergence of realities. There's only one reality. So this is impossible. Okay, so I'll pause right there and ask, first, were there any questions? Anybody didn't follow that? And also, did anyone catch my mistake?
I don't know if the chat hasn't asked any questions yet.
Okay.
About
either
that.
You're all completely lost, or this was so obvious that you just followed along.
Let's see. We got the lightning isn't moving. The train is from Lifington.
Okay. Well, the lightning is definitely not moving. What I'm showing with these lightning bolts,
it's the light pulse, right?
Is the light from the lightning.
Yeah.
So the idea is that the lightning struck, and that's a pulse of light. And then to see the light, you need the light to travel from that distant location to your eyes. Or in this case, to the clock. Right? And so I'm showing the light wave is expanding in all directions, but I'm only showing the one that is the wavefront approaching the clock. So does that explain what I'm trying to draw here? They're not lightning bolts.
Yeah, it's the light that emanated from the lightning strike at that point. Yeah. Yeah, we got some people saying things like you're not taking the moving train into account. We have everybody Wang Chung tonight. I don't think that's on topic. We got Blinded by the Light, a song.
That one's on topic.
Yeah, we've got there is no divergence. In the bottom example, the train should move to the middle.
Okay.
We've got somebody says that can't be simultaneous for both observers. Frederick says that.
Ah, there you go. Okay, I like that one.
Absolutely axolotl says, what about time dilation?
Okay, yeah, I have actually skipped time dilation and length contraction for this diagram because I want to keep it simple, and I don't think that we really need to consider that for this example. It's in there. It's secretly in there, but I'm not really covering it.
All right.
Let me remind y'all, this is the study guide. And yeah, I did hear at least one person caught the mistake. Let's go through it again correctly this time. And as I go through it correctly, I think the mistake will be very obvious. Let's start again. And this time, let's do from Bob's perspective on the train, because that one is super easy, right? That one's super easy. The train is stationary. In the stationary train, the lightning flashes meet up in the middle at the same time. It's just super easy. Here we go. Here comes the flashes, and they're coming. And right here is when Bob first actually sees that the lightning has struck. Up until this moment, he was not aware, right?
Yeah.
This is the first moment Bob sees the light. And he sees it from both sides at the same time. He sees his alarm clock going off. Okay? And Alice, she sees the same thing. She sees the alarm clock on this train racing by, and the alarm clock is going off. She sees the lightning striking simultaneously because there is only one reality. This is reality. It's reality for everyone. Everyone in the universe must see that the alarm clock goes off.
Yeah.
Okay. So the question then becomes, Bob was easy. How do we get here for Alice? How does Alice arrive in this situation where she sees the alarm clock going off? Let's work backwards from this moment, because we know this moment is correct. So let's work backwards from here in Alice's point of view. So we'll take Alice is over here. She's holding still. The train was coming at her. So if we rewind time a little bit, we see that the train started from back here somewhere, and the light pulses came, one coming this way and one coming this way. So we just backed those up, back everything up a little bit. We keep backing up a little more. We see the moment that the lightning struck the front of the train. But at this moment, the lightning is not striking the back of the train. The lightning is already well on its way from the back of the train. Keep rewinding time. Roll it back a little more, and we see lightning struck the back of the train way before it struck the front of the train. Okay, let's do this. Because we just looked at that backwards, let's now roll it forwards. So I think everybody will follow. Alice is watching. She sees lightning strike the back of the train. And that pulse of light starts racing towards the clock. The clock is pulling away, so it's taking it a while to catch up. And then, boom, suddenly lightning strikes the front of the train. And that light pulse races towards the clock. They race towards each other and meet up in the middle. That's how that worked. I see a question from...
Yeah, so, and I'm not sure if you're going to bring this up, but I just want to be super clear. When we say that Alice sees the lightning strike, we don't mean that she actually sees it. One way that you might do this is you might put timers where the lightning is striking, and then you can go back and compare the times to figure out when the lightning struck at some later point when everybody's off the train and everybody can just look at the digital readouts or whatever. It's an important distinction.
Very good point. I'm using plain language and maybe stumbling a little on that because they don't see any of this.
Right.
You can't see it until the light reaches your own eye.
But importantly, this is not an effect of just light travel time getting from point A to point B because one is a further distance. This is the clocks at the locations where the lightning struck will read different things in different reference frames, and that's the important distinction here. Anyway.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So we are illustrating what happens according to the laws of physics, right? The laws of physics say light moves at these speeds, and therefore the times are different. The times are literally different in the different perspectives. And really what both people have to do in this situation is rewind time. We don't see any of these events until the light reaches us from those events. And so we infer when that happened. So one of the misconceptions that comes up frequently is that Alice's perspective is reality, but Bob's perspective is an illusion caused by this visual effect, the delay of your vision. But that's a misconception. The laws of physics are the same for both of them. So who is right and who is an illusion? That makes no sense, right? If Alice is legit, then so is Bob, right? They are equally valid. All inertial observers are equally valid. And so even though they see times differently, and they see even sequences differently, they're both absolutely correct. All right?
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, that was the mistake. The mistake was, hopefully we all saw it now. The mistake was that in the original statement of the problem, it was just assumed that lightning could strike the front and back of the train simultaneously for both observers. But it cannot. It's not possible. Special relativity tells us that if we have them moving at different speeds, they will see events in different sequences. So by setting up the problem, just assuming that they would see simultaneous strikes in both reference frames, we have already violated special relativity. That is physically impossible for them both to see that at the same time.
So the way Alan set it up was devious. Maybe he just understood it wrong.
Yeah, was it devious or was it just a mistake? Potato, right?
Yeah,
I think it's a common mistake. It's a common misunderstanding. Because that's how we think. We think that simultaneous is simultaneous, right? And so if you just set up the problem and you don't specify whose reference frame sees it as simultaneous, I think the normal person will honestly just say it's everybody. Everybody sees it simultaneous. And then as you work the problem forward, you discover that you've created yourself a paradox, and it's not obvious that the paradox was caused by setting up the problem incorrectly in the beginning.
So roughly what happened in that video that you sent me, Mike, is was it Alan or Shane? Which was it?
It's probably Alan.
Shane had nothing to contribute.
Okay. So what Alan did is he assumed. So he reads about this Einstein's train, and he says, well, the train. There's a difference in observation of events. So from one observer's perspective, you see that these two events happen at the same time. From another observer's perspective, you see that these two things happen at different times. And the mistake he made was in assuming that it's a result of what the observer sees, i.e. the light travel time to the observer. And of course, those will be, if you assume that they're simultaneous in both frames, then of course the light travel time will be different because the light's traveling different distances. But that's not what Einstein's train is about, and that's not what relativity of simultaneity is about. It's not about changing distances, and so you catch up to the thing that you're chasing. That's not where the relativity of simultaneity comes from, and that's not what it's about at all. It's about precisely what we're seeing here. It's about that actually you do see the same thing, and the reason you see the same thing is as a result of this difference in simultaneity. And there's also some length contraction involved too, but.
Yeah, you can kind of see the length contraction a little bit in one of the diagrams, but I didn't want to confuse people too much with it. And that's why I've sort of emphasized this word here. And this slide. I mean, this slide is abstract and hard to understand, but
it's mesmerizing.
The point is, only separate events will be displaced in time or in order. Events that occur at the same moment in the same location have zero displacement. You cannot, no matter how fast you're going, nothing can affect the sequence at any one given point.
So this is an important thing that is often missed, and the different, you say a different location includes time because it's 4 dimensions, and things like you can apply the Pythagorean theorem to different instances in space and time, and we don't think about that. Reading this book here, Why Does E equals MC squared by Brian Cox and Jeff Forshaw, really drives that home as they go through that. Applying the Pythagorean theorem in 4 dimensions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this diagram, this thing with the weird shifting green lines, is one way to illustrate and visualize that.
Is that triangle?
I really have to understand it.
Is that conic section in the background? Is that the cone of time? Is that there, or is it just
cone.
The light cone?
The light cone.
Yeah,
that's the cone of causality.
There you go.
That's Toon pointed out this cone here. What is that? That's the speed of light. That's everything that moving out at the speed of light. The only things that B can affect, B can be a cause of another effect later, right? This event B could cause something else to happen. But in order for it to affect those things, it has to be within this gray area of the diagram. And you can see that A and C are outside that area.
Yeah.
B cannot cause C to happen. B cannot cause A to happen. Because in order to do that, it would have to travel faster than the speed of light. And that's why, and we can sort of see it with the twisting, you can't get A or C into the cone. There's just no way to make that happen. And the math absolutely prevents it from happening, which is why ultimately, even though this is a mind trip, it's a big old nothing burger, because it seems like, and this is one of the major misconceptions of this, is that people hear that you can affect the order that events occur, and they immediately jump to, well, that's going to break cause and effect. Right? That's like, if I could change the order things happen, I could make the clock go off before the lightning even strikes. But no, you cannot. There's a restriction to how much you can move, how much the events shift based on their distances and based on your speeds. And as long as you're staying below the speed of light, you will never reverse cause and effect. It's mathematically impossible.
It's interesting that that he tried to bring up a thought experiment, specifically Einstein's thought experiment, to contradict Einstein. But pretty typical for flat earthers to not bring up an actual empirical measurement, and instead to try to have something non-empirical as their foundation for their rejection of reality.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if we were really in a modern physics classroom, where they teach this is undergraduate level, you've had basic physics, I'd say you've had classical dynamics, you've taken E&M, electricity and magnetism.
Yep.
And now you're ready to take modern physics. That's what they called it in my school anyway, modern physics. In the classroom, I think it would be very normal. In fact, it would almost be expected for some student in the classroom to raise their hand and basically present exactly what Alan presented and say, I don't understand, why is this wrong? But that's the difference, right? The student would say, I don't understand, why is this wrong? And then the teacher would say, I'm glad you asked that. That's exactly what I wanted you to ask so that I could explain why it's wrong. And we'll all walk out of here understanding something new. And when you make a mistake and you see the correction, you really learn it. You really learn it well that way. And that's the difference, because like Alan doesn't say, I don't understand, why is this wrong? Instead, he says, you're wrong. Right?
And there's a critical thing that happened here, right? So Einstein's train and then other thought experiments, Einstein's train and other thought experiments like it were used to develop the mathematics, or at least to intuitively develop the mathematics behind special relativity. I mean, of course, the mathematics existed by Henrik Lorentz, before Einstein even did his thing. But the point is you were able to use these experiments to show that these thought experiments to show that this mathematics actually corresponds with what we might expect if we assume these certain postulates. And so, like in general, disagreeing with thought experiments, or perhaps even showing that there's a contradiction in thought experiments, is actually a fairly good way to do theoretical physics. Totally fine. The trouble is you would have to either A, show that the mathematics that this thought experiment leads to actually produces a contradiction, or you'd have to show that the mathematics that this thought experiment leads to disagrees with observation. But what Alan didn't do is he didn't do the mathematics. So he can't Like this, and appealing to mathematics is, of course, it's a thing that flat earthers don't like, and generally it's not very good pedagogically. But one of the things that he could have done if he was curious if this actually happens is just compute the Lorentz transformations. It's like 3 lines of algebra. Just compute the Lorentz transformations for the space-time points of the lightning flashes, and then just see, do they occur at the same time or not? And he would have found that they don't, and then he would have seen his mistake. But he didn't do that.
Do you think someone's starting cold on this? Assuming they are familiar with the transform already, and they know how to do the transform, would they know that they can't begin from simultaneous events?
So what I mean is that
I think they would have already made that mistake as they tried to do the math.
Probably. So the way that I would think about this is they would just assume it's simultaneous from, say, Alice's perspective, and then they would just say, okay, well, I know that whenever you change reference frames, you have to change the space-time coordinates of every event by the Lorentz transformation. So they would do that and be like, oh, wait a minute, the t prime coordinates aren't the same anymore. Oh, I guess they're not simultaneous, and then they would have come to that conclusion. I mean,
Maybe.
there's some sophistication there, but
you'd hope that they would get that. But I've seen that on your first go at this, usually it doesn't occur to you that you have to do that.
Sure. So I suspect that this is not Alan's first go. If this was a student who had never seen relativity before, this is a totally excusable kind of misconception.
Exactly. That's exactly my point as well. And that's the key difference, I think, is that Alan has spent a lot of time with this. I would really expect that we would have found this explanation. And in fact, I think maybe he has by now. I think somebody has corrected him. I know Toon invited him to join us today, and he declined, which is fair. And it's not because he's scared or anything. It's just because he doesn't want to support Toon. And fine, right? I get it. But he insisted in... okay, I won't try not to criticize anybody's personality, but he insisted that we look at his follow-up video on this. Were you guys interested in doing that?
I've got 20 minutes until my next debate. So, yeah.
All right. Let's do that. Let me see if I can figure out how to screen share again.
So for those wondering, I'm debating Vince Reacts he's from Europe in about 20.
It's good timing.
Okay, so yeah, I got a little title card on here because I don't think he gets it. He seems to sort of get it. He seems to understand that his original presentation was in error. But, like as a teacher, when I look at this, I'm looking for signs that he truly understands the material, not just that he's accepting that he was wrong. And I don't really get that feeling. So you all watch this with me.
Students hate him.
The perceived event will occur in a different order than for the stationary observer. Now, this is an apparent effect. In reality, lightning striked, who knows? Lightning striked both of these A and B points at the same time for the stationary observer, and that's the event that occurred in reality, right? Now, the perceived motion of the the observer on the train who's moving perceives the events occurring differently, but that doesn't change the fact that the event actually happened in reality simultaneously.
Okay, so let me pause it there. Yeah, I don't think he got it because he still seems to be saying that only one of the observers is seeing reality and the other one is seeing some kind of illusion. And so I want to emphasize again that any inertial observer is equally valid. There's nothing to say that one person's point of view is right and another one's is wrong.
And there's just the trouble with this thought experiment is that it relies on the way that we see it. But there's such an easier way to do this. Take your train, make sure that the train is exactly long enough so that it fits between both trees, which is tricky to do in relativity, by the way. But make sure you account for length contraction and these things so that when you pass through the trees, both the trees are at both ends of the thing. Anyway, now what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to put a sensor in either end of the train, and so when the trees are struck, have it mark down the time, and then have the person on the ground also put sensors by the trees, so that when the lightning strikes the trees, have it mark down the time. And then all you have to do is just compare the times. And the times are going to be different. In one of the frames, depending on who it's simultaneous for, in one of the frames, the times will be the same. And in another frame, the times will be different. And you can just then you can get off the train and you can compare and you'll be like, huh, something's weird. This is not just like a perspective, one person seeing reality, the other person isn't. You have two sets of clocks that measure different amounts of time. And this is like a real contradiction, unless you think that simultaneity can be relative.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that. I keep saying each observer sees this, and Alan is speaking that way as well. That's not what we mean. What we mean is maybe like you say, we rigged up sensors and we recorded the exact moment that each sensor detected the event. And then we later compare the timings on the sensors, and we'll see that the timings were different, but they both happened.
Right.
Okay. So yeah, and then he's going to then concede, sort of, that he was wrong. And you all can watch this with me.
The example given here with the lightning strikes and the bomb reaching the midpoint, sure. There's an apparent effect which you would not perceive the event as being simultaneous. But did the event occur in reality simultaneously for both observers, regardless of the apparent effect? Now, when you get into the bomb situation in the train, they can argue that the midpoint difference, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fair enough. Touché.
Blah, blah, blah. I don't say blah, blah, blah.
Okay, so hand-waving the blah, blah, blah bit, I don't count that I don't count that as any indication that he really understood. I don't think blah, blah, blah counts as I understood this material.
Yeah.
Last but not least, Alan's going to fix the problem. He recognizes that he had something wrong with his problem, and he's going to redo this by getting rid of all the light, getting rid of all the lightning, and replacing them with a balance beam. So if you all are watching and you're thinking, this is actually another common misconception. I'm picking on Alan here, and sorry about that, but a lot of people make this mistake. You see this mistake online a lot from people who haven't really studied this, and they make this mistake. You'll see if we can find the mistake in his balance beam.
Let's take another example, right? So here we have balls A and B, and they're being held by a platform that will release it, that will drop out from under A and B at the same time. When the moving observer and the stationary observer intersect, the stationary observer will see these two balls A and B fall, and they'll hit a balance beam at points A1 and points B1.
Oops, I gave away the answer. I gave away the answer. His balance beam, he's imagining that a ball hitting, whoops, I'm not in PowerPoint anymore. Ball hitting at this point would cause this balance beam to tilt. The entire balance beam would tilt, and it would deflect the other end of the balance beam upwards instantaneously. He's imagining that this happens.
Oh yeah.
Instantly, because that's how we think of rigid physical materials, right? We think of them as being rigid. I mean, all of our physics problems in classical physics are all based on these idealized rigid bodies like this, right? So again, very excusable mistake, very common mistake, But ultimately what he has done is he has communicated this impact at point B1, the fact that it hits at B1, that data is being sent over here to point A1 instantaneously.
Instantly, yep.
Faster than the speed of light. And if you go faster than the speed of light, you can violate causality, which is exactly what he has done here.
Yeah.
So if we had some kind of hypothetical way to send the fact that the ball hit here over to this other point instantaneously, we could, in fact, build a time machine and go back and find the lottery winning tickets from next month, right? You can do that, right?
Yeah.
But hopefully, to make things simple, in simple terms that we all understand, if this were a real balance beam, a physical object, it cannot deflect instantaneously. It's got mass, it's got momentum, it's got molecules. Like, when the ball hits over here at B1, it's going to start deflecting at that point. And one molecule pushes another molecule, and it'll take a while before that travels as a wave through the material to get to the other side. And if you doubt that, I would have you consider earthquakes, right? I live in California, so I'm very familiar with earthquakes. They don't travel through the rock instantaneously. We've all seen that, right? We've seen how the S wave, in this case it's an S wave, travels through solid rock as a wave, and it takes time for it to travel. And if we remember that our observer here is moving at half the speed of light, our observer is going to zip past this balance beam before any deflection even begins on this thing. But again, this is a very common mistake that I see lots of times. I see online all the time. People talk about, like, if I have, theoretically, I build a steel rod, a solid steel beam all the way to the moon. Then if I just pushed it, then the other end would move.
Yeah.
And I could break the speed of light. And just by shaking the beam, I could send Morse code to the moon instantaneously. But in reality, no, shaking a beam is going to create a sound wave in the beam. And it'll travel not at the speed of light, but at the speed of sound. And in reality, you could get on the radio and radio to the moon and say, hey guys, I shook the beam. Let me know.
Be on the lookout.
And they would get your message in time to have a cup of coffee and then go wait for the wave to arrive.
It'd be a while, yeah.
So this is, and this is actually, if Alan came up with this himself, I'm actually, perhaps impressed isn't the right word, but that's like a good thing, because this was actually a problem in special relativity historically. Special relativity comes out in 1905. Paul Ehrenfest, who was known at the time, Einstein said this later, that he was the most prolific, I don't remember what the quote is, but roughly the most prolific teacher of their time, like the most skilled teacher of their time. Paul Ehrenfest brings up this problem of what happens if you have an accelerating rigid body, or an accelerating rigid body near the speed of light. So the example that's typically brought up is what happens if you have a disk that's rotating very, very quickly. How does the radius relate to the circumference, and so on and so forth? And so actually this kind of, it's called the Ehrenfest paradox. It has a Wikipedia page. This kind of thing led to this notion of Born rigidity, which is roughly the idea that there are no rigid bodies in special relativity, at least not rigid bodies in the way that we think. So you can't just assume that just because something is typically what we would consider rigid, that when you're accelerating something, and importantly here we're talking about acceleration, right? Because the balance beam is going from motionless to having motion. You can't talk about these things as if they're actually rigid. You run into a whole bunch of issues, and this is something that's now well understood. But when Einstein formulated this in 1905, it wasn't.
right? Yeah, I'm going to give Alan credit. I'm going to say he invented it, but I don't really know. I know he does a lot of research into like historical rebuttals to these things. He looks into those, so he may have pulled that from somewhere. But certainly, I've seen people come up with it on their own on the spot, like online. You see this a lot.
Like you poke you move a stick. Yeah.
Yeah, the classic: you move a stick, or you twist a stick, or you rotate a stick, and it's an idealized rigid body, and so yeah, it moves faster than the speed of light. But obviously, a real stick can't do that.
Our intuition just tells us, though.
Yeah.
Right? We're like, oh yeah, if it's all the way to the moon, you push it, they get it. But nope. It's a sound wave.
Yeah, and which is just orders and orders of magnitude slower than light. Yeah, and if you really want to break it down and you look at the level of molecules, I mean, actually, I don't honestly know if the alternative science folks believe in molecules, but I don't know. But if you do believe in molecules, then there's an electrical force between adjacent atoms that is holding the rigidity. That's what makes
electrostatic even.
Electrostatic, that is correct. And it's kind of funny when you realize that length contraction and so forth, it's all electrostatic, right? It's photons exchanged between electrons, and oh my God, there is no such thing as a physical thing that isn't affected by electricity, right?
Don't tell them that, then they'll think that gravity is electricity.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, well, yeah.
They already do.
That's a whole different topic. We don't have time for that today. Well, actually, we do. We have time to debunk it. It takes 30 seconds. Rub a balloon on your head. Does the balloon weigh different now? It's electrostatically charged.
I think it does.
Your head is the opposite charge. One of those needs to float now.
Yeah, it's the floating that gets me.
Neither one does. Done. We're done.
Well, Austin doesn't get this. When you have an object in an electrostatic field, right? That's got a certain charge locally in that electrostatic field. He's like, yeah, whatever. It's the rest of the electrostatic field that matters. He really thinks that
Fields are local. That's the point. That's the whole business.
He rejects that.
Yeah, he imagines. My understanding is that he imagines that an external field is somehow affecting the local somehow, and how he imagines that works, I don't know. But I don't know. He's got some imagination, I guess. All right. Well, before we call it, were there any questions? Does everybody in the chat seem to understand? Did I do a good job of explaining this?
It was a good one, a good explanation, I think, for kind of a layman's understanding of it. That, in the end, Alice, who was on the side, did not see them happen simultaneously.
Or one of them didn't.
Or one of them didn't.
Right,
yeah,
and that's a good point.
And Alan is insisting that both observers experience simultaneous lightning, and then forcing that onto the clock when it's the other way around. It's that they're moving at different rates, therefore they don't have simultaneous experiences.
Right. Yep. And you do need a separation in space-time, but let's just say a separation, for the layman's term, a separation in position in order to get a shift in the simultaneity. In the shift, that's even a big word, a shift in the timing. That's what that diagram was sort of showing, was the farther apart they are, the more you can shift their sequence. But if they're right on top of each other, the amount you can shift is 0. So just based on that, if you think about it, any event you try to measure, any singular event cannot be affected, no matter what reference frame you're in.
That's pretty cool.
It's relativity is mind bending.
Oh, it is.
Hey,
Yeah,
it is a little mind bending, but
not
in the end,
intuitive.
I call that one a nothing burger because it doesn't amount to anything. The train in the barn is much more fun for me.
I was taught it as a ladder in the barn, but yeah,
the ladder in the barn.
That's also very weird.
Yeah,
that one is. Yep.
Or the
that was
twin
my first.
paradox is another fun one.
Yeah, the acceleration versus non-acceleration. All right. Well,
fun stuff.
What's that?
Cheers.
Oh no, there's just a fun. This is you don't have time. Never mind.
Yeah, I got a few things to read, and then I got the next one coming up in 20 seconds, a minute and 20 seconds, which I don't think I'll quite make the clock on that one. But I also have to start a new stream before this. So, anyway, I appreciate. I really do appreciate this, and both of you. I do love your videos. I watch them, and when I can, and the TikTok ones, it's nice because they tend to be pretty short. Yours are longer than most TikTok videos, Blitz.
That's true.
I do love the watching yours. So, all right, yeah, thanks everybody, and I'm gonna jump on to. I got a couple super chats banked up, and you guys can. Exit the Zoom call whenever you want there.
Okay. Thanks. Good night. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes. NASA security force says someone call a tower. I call it a stick to climb. Busload UK says lift your light above your head, Enrique. Love that. It's always that. Let's see here. I gotta shut down a few things here. Start up a few things in a minute. So we got Vince coming in. Sarah Yoon again for $5. Kamsahamnida says, if the flat earth goes dry, please target weather modification / FEMA aid FUD next. This rhetoric tends to target poor conservative communities. Yeah, and fortunately for hurricanes, people generally don't take it very seriously, leaving themselves in the harm's way. But it's if people did take them seriously, they would potentially lose it all. NASA security force for $2 says the meter is based on the speed of light. Yes, well, it is now, but it wasn't initially. It was based on the 1/4 circumference of the globe. Alejandro Vallejo for 100 Mexican pesos says, hey, Toon, I got a Flurfy video I would love you to analyze. I got an idea on how the Flurf failed in his analysis, but I'm not entirely sure. Would you be willing to check it out? I would, and that's perfect idea for the Choose Your Own Adventure, which is after this debate I'm about to have. So jump on my Discord server. There's a Choose Your Own Adventure channel there. But otherwise, if we don't do it, yeah, send it to me and I'll have a look. So Larry Scott says, Flash, the ocean is a convex surface. So yeah, the guy that I was talking to at the end of that previous segment, not very bright. Larry Scott says radius matters for $2. Stupid Asso says, I hope you reach your goal of going to Antarctica, and I'm excited for all the amazing content to come after. Just wanted to show my support and say keep up the good work. Well, thank you very much, Stu. And then we've got Emerson Biggins with $100 super chat, but I don't see a message to it. I don't know if there's a message or if I missed it or what, but Emerson, thank you very much for that. I very much appreciate it. Certainly we'll put that toward the trip and the general fund. So the casual engineer says, will you be replaying Harpy? He was interesting. Or Flurf display. or the story about Cece receiving a pizza for free. Will I be replaying them? I won't be replaying them during this 50-hour cavalcade. So, and Dr. Blitz and I Can Science That, absolute legends. I can't stress enough. You need to subscribe to both of them. So, if you're on TikTok, Blitz is the one to watch there, and of course, I Can Science That is on YouTube here. I will get them in the master document. So, I have to go to the next live stream now, because I'm at, what are we at here at? I can only do 12 hours per, and I'm at 8.5 about. So I'm going to end this live stream. I won't have a big ending to it like I typically do. And then I'll start the next one again without a big intro. And then I've got the debate coming with Vince. So you should get redirected to the next one. And if you don't, then maybe somebody can link it in the chat here. Anyway, thanks a lot, everybody. We'll see you in just a minute.